Good morning, everybody. How are you today? Let me know if you can hear me. Good morning, everybody. All right, seems like audio is okay. Hey, Rachel B., how are you? Julie, therapist you know. Mandy Strong. Oh, Krista, good morning to you. Lil Miss, how are you? Julie, OnlyFan, Meza Moodley, good morning, good morning. Kerviel, good morning. Still eating breakfast, guys, so I'm gonna pop off and finish eating. Momo Shark, Fanny Pack, Unbalanced Equation, you were first, and Julie second, OnlyFan third. Moodley, Meza fourth, and Fanny Pack fifth. All right, got a little bit of rain coming through today, and it's gonna it's supposed to drop like a stone. It's like 70 degrees right now. That's going to be like 35 tomorrow morning. So it's going to be pretty chilly. Father, Bammy, how are you today? Good morning. So we have a seal up already, but I'm not going to pull it up just yet. So welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you for joining us. Joni Ludlow. We are going to, we're closing arguments of Timothy Herrington, Mississippi versus Timothy Herrington. And we're hoping we'll be in verdict watch, probably maybe by noon, 1 o'clock. And if that's the case, let's see. If it goes to the jury we have jury instructions, closing argument, they'll probably both be at least an hour. We know Horan, he'll probably talk for 3 hours, but hopefully he'll limit it to an hour. And then we may have a verdict by the end of today. It wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me. All right. Let's see. All right, I'm going to wolf down some food real quick. I'll be back in a second. Nope, this one.
Are you gonna put that on? No, you might stop.
All right. I am back. Pip squeege myself. Let me see here. Is this the right orientation? Okay, that is. Put myself down there. And then we wait. We wait for court to be in session. Let's see. Then we wait. All right. We wait for court. How's everybody doing today? Let's see. Mandy says Jay looked full of life. All right. We wait for court. How's everybody doing today? Yeah, no doubt. Hey, Capri Law, how are you today? Mandy says Jay looked full of life. All right. How's my audio? Am I blown out? Yeah, no doubt. Hey, Capri Law, how are you today? I feel like I'm blown out here. Hold on. Jay looked full of life. How's my audio? Am I blown out? Yeah, no doubt. Hey, Capri Law, how are you today? I feel like I'm blown out here. Hold on. How's my audio? Blown out? Well, geez, my gain was huge. Hey, how are you today? I feel like I'm blown out here. All right, how's that? Is that audio any better? Well, geez, my gain was huge. Yeah, what's with the echo? All right, how's that? I don't know why there was an echo going on. Is that any better? Yeah, it's a lot hot. I don't know why there was an echo going on. Is that any better? Yeah, it's a lot hot. All right, there's all kinds of things that were on there. Let's try this. Is that any better? Yeah, it's a lot hot. All right, there's all kinds of things that were on there. Let's try this. Is that any better? There's all kinds of things that were on there. Let's try this. Is that any better? All right, I'm going to try this. Testing 1, 2. How's that? Testing 1, 2, 3. Mississippi versus Herrington. Hidden Love Murder Trial. All right, I'm going to try this. Testing 1, 2. How's that? Testing 1, 2, 3. Mississippi versus Herrington. Hidden Love Murder Trial. All right, I'm going to try this. Testing 1, 2. How's that? Testing 1, 2, 3. Mississippi versus Herrington. Hidden Love Murder Trial. What's the problem? All right, I'm going to try this. All right, let's try this. Let me see if this works. Yes, there was a delayed echo. Let me see if this works. Testing Mississippi versus Herrington. All right, let's try this. Let me see if this works. Yes, there was a delayed echo. Let me see if this works. Testing Mississippi versus Herrington. All right, let's try this. Still a delay. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Mississippi versus Herrington. Welcome to Trial TV Live. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Mississippi versus Herrington. Welcome to Trial TV Live. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. Mississippi versus Herrington. Welcome to Trial TV Live. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. All right, I am testing audio without me being on camera. Pivot! Pivot! Testing 1, 2. Let me know if there's an echo.
Why are you doing that without being on?
All right, I am testing audio without me being on camera. Pivot! Pivot! Testing 1, 2. Let me know if there's an echo. Okay, now we're going to, oh, it did eventually arrive. I'm going to try it with me being on camera. See if that's any different. 1, 2, 3, testing Mississippi versus Herrington. Okay, now we're going to, it did eventually arrive. I'm going to try it with me being on camera. See if that's any different. 1, 2, 3, testing Mississippi versus Herrington.
have no idea. Can you turn off your mic?
All right, testing. Welcome to Trial TV Live, testing our mic. Hello, hello. Testing echo or no echo. All right, we're testing this one more time. Trial TV Live, coming to you live from not so sunny Florida. Testing the microphone. How are we doing? All right. I think it was I think because we had another computer on. You're muted, so I can't hear. Oh. Yeah, I think because we had another computer on in the other room and it was picking that up, so we turned that off. So, all right. Anyway, I think we're good. Let me know if you hear the echo or not. I got my volume down there. You have ears like a dog, Mandy? Brat, no echo. Cool. Julie, no echo. All right. I think we're good. But yesterday you had that computer on. You were listening to me without an echo, weren't you?
No, I
or
wasn't. No,
you weren't.
It's impossible. That microphone picks everything
It picks up. Yeah. We have a really sensitive microphone, so no echo this time. Okay, cool. Thank you, little miss. Say something. Something. Pivot. Pivot means nothing was wrong the whole time. Pretty much. Pretty much. Pretty much. For some reason, we're running behind today. I got up at 6:30 and I'm still running behind. I don't know why. It's one of those days. So, as we wait for trial to begin. Do you guys have any questions? Any questions, chat? Let's see. How's everybody doing out there? Brat, there's no echo in my pizza. Friend, shout out. What if you slowly turn the camera so we can say hi? What if you slowly turn the camera so we can say hi? I don't understand that. Father. Slowly turn the camera which way? You weren't even live? Oh, Mandy. So you have to go through all of that? Pivot! Unbalanced. Glad you could join us. How are you today? My dear friend. Tea time yet? What's it, about 3 o'clock your time? Oh, she wants to say hi to Aaron. Yeah, Fala, you did say hi. Aaron is not going to get on camera. Widespread panic. Anyone else think the evidence against Tim is overwhelming? Well, what's our... Did you guys all take the poll? We have how long will it take the jury to deliberate? Under 1 hour, 4%. 1 to 3 hours, 58%. 3 to 6, 33%. And a hung jury, 4. Erin isn't real. That's right. She's just a figment of my imagination. God, my hair is a fucking disaster today. Sorry for swearing. Fala, to our right, your left. But yeah, to our right, your left. Yeah, no, Erin is not going to get on camera. Sorry, guys. We don't believe she exists. Yeah, well.
You can hear me.
Oh, there you go. She gave you some audio. She gave you a clip of audio. Wait, did I just throw my voice? You can hear me. Say it again so you can hear me.
You can hear me.
Well, therapists you know, Julie and OnlyFan and Brat have all met Erin. But, yes, swear jar, but not visually, but audibly. Yeah, see, watch. Rachel, I just did my, you can hear me. No, nobody's ever seen Erin. She is, look, we started this channel to not be on camera. So this was never in the cards. We just wanted to chat and give you a clean stream and just chat. We didn't want to be on camera. We didn't want to be like everybody else where you see us and we're talking over the stream. We did not want to do that.
Shows, yeah.
We didn't want to do that. But YouTube had different plans for us. Listen, we didn't want to. We didn't want to become like everybody else, and now we are like everybody else. Yay, YouTube. All right, I got to get off the snark. Sorry, guys. So anyway, YouTube beat us down. Here we are on camera, using the screaming goat. Pretty much like everybody else.
I will not get a pickle.
Yeah, no pickles. So, I feel like a little kid, you know, like you're 4 or 5 years old and you're like all full of life and you go through the system and you just beat down, and you become like...
Seated everyone, and thanks everyone for being here. Is everybody ready to proceed?
Yes, please.
All right, then show the jury in. We agreed on 45 minutes. Anybody want any 2-minute warnings? Half and half, 2-minute warning, okay? I'll give you that. You got it. Good morning. You know, nothing personal. Y'all seem like really good people, but I hope today's the last time I tell y'all good morning. Yesterday, I trust no one had any problem with the court's instructions not to discuss the case, not allow anyone to discuss the case with you, not form or express an opinion, investigate the case in any matter. If you had any problems in the trial of the case in that regard, speak now, forever hold your peace. I trust you have it. Yesterday, when we were breaking yesterday afternoon, I let you go early because I knew we had to get jury instructions together. I debated on whether to just keep y'all a while and see if we could get those done quickly and let y'all start the deliberations yesterday evening. But about 9:30 last night, when we were finally leaving the courthouse, I think I made the right decision to let y'all go home. But we have worked hard getting these together. We apologize for the delay to you, but as I said before, this is important. We want to get it right, and I appreciate y'all's patience with us. This morning, I am going to read you the jury instructions. You will then have closing arguments by the attorneys. Like state since it matters about burden of proof will go first. The defense will then have its closing argument, and then the state will have its closing. On the record, other than the objections previously stated yesterday when we were having our jury conferences, are there any objections to the instructions given? Any additional objections? All right, here we go. Pay attention. I will say this. It's going to take a little while to read, bear with me, but you'll also be given written copies of these jury instructions, but still pay attention. All right. Members of the jury, you have heard the testimony and received the evidence introduced in the course of this trial. The court will presently instruct you as to the rules of law which you will use and apply to the evidence in reaching your verdict. When you took your place in the jury boxes, you made an oath that you would follow and apply these rules of law to the evidence in reaching your verdict in this case. It is therefore your duty as jurors to follow the law which I shall now state to you. On the other hand, it is your exclusive province to determine the facts in this case and to consider and weigh the evidence for that purpose. The authority thus vested in you is not an arbitrary power, but must be exercised with sincere judgment, sound discretion, and in accordance with the rules of law stated to you by the court. Both the state of Mississippi and the defendant have a right to expect that you will conscientiously consider and weigh the evidence that apply the law of the case, and that you will reach a just verdict regardless of what consequences of such verdict may be. It is your duty to determine the facts and determine them from the evidence produced in open court. You should not be influenced by bias, sympathy, or prejudice. Your verdict should be based on the evidence and not upon speculation, guesswork, or conjecture. You are the sole judges of the facts in this case. Your exclusive province is to determine what weight and what credibility will be assigned to testimony and supporting evidence of each witness. You are required and expected to use your good common sense and sound honest judgment in considering and weighing the testimony of each witness who has testified. Although you, as jurors, are the sole judges of facts, you are duty-bound to apply the law as stated in these instructions to the facts as you find them from the evidence before you. You are not to single out one instruction alone as stating the law, but you must consider these instructions as a whole. Neither are you to be concerned with the wisdom of any rule of law, regardless of an opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be. It would be a violation of your sworn duty to base your verdict upon any other view of the law than that given. Arguments, statements, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you understand the evidence and apply the law but are not evidence. Any arguments, statements, and remark having no basis in the evidence should be disregarded by you. The evidence which you are to consider consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits offered and received. Production of this evidence, courts, is governed by rules of law. From time to time during the trial, it has been my duty as judge to rule on the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourself with the reasons for the court's rulings, since they are controlled and governed by rules of law. You should not infer from any rulings by the court on these motions or objections to the evidence that the court has any opinion on the merits favoring one side or another. You should not speculate as to possible answers and to questions which the court did not require to be answered. Further, you should not draw any inferences from the content of those questions. You would disregard all evidence that was excluded by the court from consideration in the course of the trial. You are not bound by any rules of parliamentary procedure in your organization or in your deliberation, but the court suggests that you choose a person to speak for you. You may vote on your individual's belief either by show of hands, secret ballot, or any other method you choose. If in stating the law to you, I repeat any rule, direction, or idea, or if I state the same rule in a different way, no emphasis is intended, and you must not draw any inferences therefrom. The form of the verdict is suggested in another written instruction or instruction. Your verdict may be in one of the suggested forms, and it should be written in the handwriting or printing of one of the individual jurors on a separate sheet of paper furnished to you for that purpose. None of the individual jurors has to sign your verdict. The order in which these instructions are given to you and the manner in which the instructions and exhibits are numbered has absolutely no significance. You will have with you in the jury room all the papers and evidence applicable to this case. Although during the trial other papers, documents, exhibits, or charts may have been mentioned to you, once you have entered the jury room for deliberation, no other documents, papers, exhibits, or charts may be given to you. Transcripts of the trial testimonies or parts of the trial testimony are not available. When you enter the jury room for deliberation, the court suggests to you that you discuss the facts of the case and review these written instructions before you begin voting or attempting to decide the case. The burden of proving the defendant guilty of every material element of the crime with which the defendant is charged upon the state of Mississippi. The law makes no distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence. It requires that before you return a verdict of guilty, the state of Mississippi must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty from all the evidence in the case. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of a crime to be innocent. This presumption places upon the state of Mississippi the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence attends the defendant throughout the trial and prevails at its close unless overcome by evidence which satisfies the jury of his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to offer any evidence at all. The verdict of the jury must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it will be necessary that each juror agree thereto. In other words, all 12 of you must agree on a verdict in this case. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate in view of reaching an agreement, if you can do so without violence to your individual judgment. If each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if convinced that your previous opinion was erroneous, but do not surrender your honest convictions as to the weight of evidence or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of reaching a verdict. Upon retiring to the jury room, you will select one from among your number to act as a foreperson. The foreperson will preside over your deliberations and will be your spokesperson before the court. If it becomes necessary during your deliberations to communicate with the court, you may send a note by the bailiff. During deliberations, no member of the jury should ever attempt to communicate with the court by any means other than a writing, and the court will never communicate with any member of the jury on any subject touching the merits of the case, otherwise in writing or orally here in open court. Bear in mind also that you or never to reveal to any person, not even me, how the jury stands, numerically or otherwise, until you have reached a verdict, unless asked by me in open court. The defendant has the constitutional right not to testify on his own behalf in this case. You are not to make any conclusions or inferences of guilt about the defendant as a result of the defendant exercising his right not to testify on his own behalf. You will not consider in any way during your deliberations the defendant's decision not to testify. Each person testifying under oath is a witness. You have the duty to determine the believability of the witness. In performing this duty, you must consider each witness's intelligence, the witness's ability to observe and accurately remember, the witness's sincerity, and the witness's demeanor while testifying. You must consider also the extent to which the witness is either supported or contradicted by other evidence, the relationship the witness may have with either side, and how the witness might be affected by the verdict. You must consider any evidence of the witness character. You must consider any evidence of the witness's character for truthfulness. In weighing a discrepancy by a witness or between witnesses, you should consider whether it resulted from an innocent state or a deliberate falsehood, and whether it pertains to a matter of importance or an unimportant detail. You may reject or accept all or any part of a witness's testimony, and you may reject part and accept other parts of a witness's testimony. After making your own judgment, you will give the testimony of each witness the credibility, if any, as you may think it deserves. The weight of the evidence is not necessarily determined by the number of witnesses testifying as to the existence or non-existence of any fact. You may find that the testimony of a smaller number of witnesses as to any fact is more credible than the testimony of a larger number of witnesses to the contrary. Any fact in this case may be proved by either direct or circumstantial or evidence or both. Direct evidence is direct proof of the fact, such as testimony by a witness about what the witness personally saw, heard, or did. Direct evidence is a testimony of someone who claims to have actual knowledge of a fact. Direct evidence is simply evidence which, if you believe it directly proves a fact. An example is a witness testified that he saw it raining outside and you believed him. That would be direct evidence that it is raining. Circumstantial evidence is proof of fact or facts from which you could conclude by your reason and common sense that another fact exists, even though it has not been proven directly. Circumstantial evidence is proof of one or more facts from which you could find another fact. Circumstantial evidence is simply a chain of circumstances that indirectly proves a fact. An example is if someone walked into the courtroom wearing a raincoat covered with drops of water and carrying a wet umbrella, that would be circumstantial evidence which you could conclude that it was raining. The law makes no distinction between the weight to be given to either direct or circumstantial evidence. You as a jury should decide how much weight to give to any evidence. Deliberate design means an intent to kill without authority of law and not being legally justifiable or legally excusable. Deliberate always indicates full awareness of what one is doing and generally implies careful and unheard consideration of the consequences. Design means to calculate, plan, or contemplate. Deliberate design to kill a person may be formed very quickly and perhaps only moment before the act of killing the person. However, deliberate design cannot be formed at the very moment of the fatal act. The court instructs the jury that a killing occurring while engaged in the commission of a kidnapping includes the action of the defendant leading up to the kidnapping, the action of the kidnapping, and the aftermath of the kidnapping. The court instructs the jury that inveigle means to lure or entice through deceit or insincerity. Inveigling has no component of force but only coaxing. Acting with a depraved heart is when a person acts in a highly dangerous way, which shows that the person does not care for the safety of human life Even if someone does not intend to kill any particular person, he can still be guilty of murder if he acts with a depraved heart and a person is killed as a result. Culpable negligence is negligence of a degree so gross as to be tantamount to a wanton disregard of or utter indifference to the safety of human life. Negligence is doing something that a reasonable, careful person would not do under similar circumstances, or failing to do something that a reasonable, careful person would do under similar circumstances. Second-degree murder and culpable negligence manslaughter are distinguishable simply by the degree of mental state of culpability. In short, second-degree murder involves a higher risk of recklessness from which malice may be implied. The defendant, Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr., is charged with the offense of capital murder. If you find from the evidence in this case beyond a reasonable doubt that Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr., on or about July 8, 2022, in Lafayette County, Mississippi, did unlawfully and feloniously without authority of law and with or without any design to effect death, killed Jimmy Dale J. Lee III, a human being, while Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. was engaged in the commission of the crime of kidnapping by, with or without intent to secretly confine, inveigling Jimmy Dale J. Lee III with the intent to cause Jimmy Dale J. Lee III to be confined against his will, then you should find that Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of capital murder. If you fail to find the defendant, Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of capital murder, then you shall continue your deliberation to consider the crime of first-degree murder. If you find from the evidence in this case beyond a reasonable doubt that Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr., on or about July 8, 2022, in Lafayette County, Mississippi, did willfully, unlawfully, and with deliberate design to effect the death of Jimmy Dale J. Lee III, killed Jimmy Dale J. Lee III, a human being, then you shall find Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of first-degree murder. If you fail to find the defendant Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of first-degree murder, then you shall continue your deliberation to consider the crime of second-degree murder. If you find from the evidence in this case beyond a reasonable doubt that Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr., on or about July 8, 2022, in Lafayette County, Mississippi, did willfully, unlawfully, and feloniously kill Jimmy Dale J. Lee III, a human being, without premeditated design to effect the death of Jimmy Dale J. Lee III, while engaged in the commission of an act eminently dangerous to others and evincing a depraved heart, regardless of human life, then you shall find Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of second-degree murder. If you fail to find the defendant Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of second-degree murder, then you shall continue your deliberations to consider the crime of manslaughter, culpable negligence. If you find from the evidence in this case beyond a reasonable doubt that Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr., on or about July 8, 2022, in Lafayette County, Mississippi, unlawfully and feloniously killed Jimmy Dale J. Lee III, a human being, with culpable negligence by engaged in dangerous sexual activity with Jimmy Dale J. Lee III, then you shall find Sheldon Timothy Herrington guilty of manslaughter, culpable negligence. If the state has failed to prove any of the above listed elements beyond a reasonable doubt, then you shall find the defendant not guilty of capital murder, first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and manslaughter, culpable negligence. The court instructs you that all 12 of you must reach and agree upon a verdict. If the court instructs the jury that if all 12 of you reach and agree upon a verdict, you shall return the verdict to the court in one of the following forms. If you find Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of capital murder, the form of your verdict shall be as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. Sheldon Timothy Herrington guilty of capital murder. If you do not find the defendant guilty of capital murder, then you shall continue your deliberations, consider the lesser charge of first-degree murder. If you find Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of first-degree murder, the form of your verdict shall be as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of first-degree murder. If you do not find Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of first-degree murder, then you shall continue in your deliberation and consider the lesser charge of second-degree murder. If you find Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of second-degree murder, the form of your verdict shall be as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of second-degree murder. If you do not find Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of second-degree murder, then you shall continue in your deliberations and consider the lesser charge of manslaughter culpable negligence. If you find Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of manslaughter culpable negligence, the form of your verdict shall be. We, the jury, find the defendant Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of manslaughter culpable negligence. If you do not find Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. guilty of manslaughter culpable negligence, then the form of your verdict shall be as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. not guilty. Your verdict must be in one of the forms written above. You should write your verdict on a separate sheet of paper. It does not need to be signed. Did the court read the instructions that were okay? Did the court read the correct jury instructions that have been decided by the parties?
Yes.
From the defense, did the court read the correct jury instructions?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. As I said earlier, these jury instructions will be available to you when you begin your deliberations. This time for the closing arguments in this case. When we start here, we're probably going to be probably an hour and 10 minutes for the first two rounds anyway. If you don't think you can stay that long, once we begin the closing arguments, I don't want anyone coming and going or moving around in the courtroom, okay? All right. Y'all got the door back there. Don't let anyone in once we start these closing arguments. I'll take a break after the defenses have to let anybody come and go that wish to, okay? All right, you may argue for the state, and here's your instructions if you want them, okay? Let me give me a copy.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We've been here a long time. Make no mistake about it. This case is about the death of Jay Lee. Jay Lee lived his truth. Jay Lee, you heard all about him. Through the course of this trial, and I don't have very long, so I'm going to try to get to everything. But what the state has proven is that Tim Herrington lived a lie. He lived a lie to his family. He lied to Jay Lee to coax him over there, promised him to do something with him. That's what Jay Lee thought when he was going over there. If he'd have thought that he was going to be strangled to death, do you think he would have gone over? Ladies and gentlemen, that's embezzlement, that's coaxing. Not only did he lie to his family and his friends about his sexuality, being on the down low, they all thought he was into women. But we know there was a secret that he was keeping in his life. He lied to them, he lied to his church, his family, his friends. He lied to Jay Lee to get him over that night because he had a problem that he had to fix. Then he lied to the police about everything. deception, lies. He had to protect that lie. And what did he do to protect that lie? In order to protect that lie, he had to get rid of the jail. And that's what he did. Now I want to go through and remind you about the proof. And before I do, you've heard four different, you've been instructed on four different crimes. Capital murder, first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and manslaughter. Manslaughter and second-degree murder is negligence. The actions that were taken by Tim Herrington to protect his lies is not negligence. Those don't apply. Mr. Horan said that we were going to offer all those and throw it all against the wall and hope something sticks. That's how the proof is shown, and that's not what we attempted to do. This is capital murder. That's committing murder in the commission of kidnapping. And I can tell you, in kidnapping and embezzlement, where it says, you read about confining someone against their will, you heard another instruction that said that could be a bait switch. Coaxing someone over is a deception, insincerity. That's what happened. That's what we proved. Now, earlier in the trial, when it first started, we put on a series of witnesses that told you about Jay Lee, about his life, about the truth he lived. When he was alive, he was on social media, he dressed fashionably, his life was vibrant. And how do we know that he is dead? Because the signs that his death left behind. You heard from Jennifer Buford. If you remember, she was the University of Mississippi advisor for his internship. He said that he had graduated. He graduated in social work, and that he was involved. That's the last thing to consolidate that degree was to complete that internship. And she told you that she had a lot of contact with him, and then it was stopped. And she was like, that's not normal. You heard from Jose Reyes. He described how that they were good friends, that they had the same interests, they gone to see area in Grenada, that he was living his truth, that he was unapologetically fashionable. He talked to you about that there were things that he loved. He loved his Pomeranian. I don't know if you recall, but he had a Christmas card that he had done with his Pomeranian where they both dressed up in pajamas. He had things that he loved, interest. He was vibrant and happy. You heard Khalid Fears talk about his relationship just within the time they met at the park until July 8th when he heard from him that morning. He described him as vibrant and happy. That he, didn't plan to go anywhere, and he was not depressed. He was not dealing with any psychological issues. And then you heard from Stephanie Lee. And if there's one thing that the state has proven, beyond a reasonable doubt, through Stephanie Lee, is that she knew that her son was dead. Because on July the 8th, 2022, it was her birthday. And you heard about their relationship. They spoke multiple times a day, morning, her lunch break, and at night. And this was her birthday. She woke up at 7 o'clock that morning to a message that Jay Lee had posted earlier in the morning and said, "It's your birthday." You can tell from her testimony about her son that her son loved her. She loved him. They had a special relationship. And she said he wasn't planning on going anywhere. If he had planned to go somewhere, she would know about it. You heard testimony from all these witnesses about things that he cared about. He cared about his car. It was a unique car. He loved it. Had, the Ford Fusion 2014 with the golden stripe on it. It was unique. You heard them testify that he couldn't have gone anywhere without any kind of financial means. Everything was there, the credit cards, the debt cards. You heard them all testify how he used social media every day. You heard Jose Reyes say he was a little celebrity. People followed him on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat. And then after the morning of July the 8th, dead silence. You know from Jennifer Buford that he had the fundraiser project for his internship. He was still receiving packages of gifts for the children that were involved with CPS that were coming in after his disappearance. And you heard how much he loved that dog. And when that welfare check was conducted on his apartment at Campus Park, the dog was there. And Jaylee's car was there. He loved that dog so much that he had a dog bone on the back of his car, sticker that said, "I love my Pomeranian." And then we're going to get to what Miss Stephanie dealt with on her birthday. Not only her birthday, but now a day that she will forever, for the rest of her life, know as the day that her son was born. Talk about the welfare check on Jose Reyes. No activity of any kind on social media. You heard the condition of his apartment when UPD gained access to the apartment. There was nothing packed, no clothes missing, prized possessions still there. No indication of Jaylee leaving or planning to go there. And he had not had a history of ever doing that. Now then we get to the elements of capital murder. Timothy Herrington is charged with capital murder. The court has instructed you on the elements. The elements are, we have to prove that Timothy Herrington, the defendant, identified by multiple witnesses from the stand and compared to evidence in the case, photographic and otherwise, testimony. If you recall the video surveillance from Molly Bar Trails of the individual with the hoodie coming out, and then moments later, the video surveillance from Rockets, Keziah Carter said, that was Tim Herrington. Tim Herrington admitted in his interview to being picked up by Keziah Carter. Had to admit it because all those convenience stores had surveillance. Keziah Carter was a witness, knew him, admitted it. On or about July 8, 2022, all the evidence you have centers around that day. July 8, text messages, silence. The silence after 6:03 a.m. from the last message from Sheldon. In Lafayette County, Mississippi, you heard the chief of police say that all of that evidence within that period of time occurred at Lafayette Police. So, proving date and location, Lafayette Place Apartments, where all of these activities took place. That is in Lafayette County, state of Mississippi. So we've proven that. Proven Lafayette County. The killing of Jaylee, that's a lot of evidence. That you have to take into account everything, all of this. And you begin with what? You begin with Timothy Herrington got a problem. What was that problem? Jaylee says in the message, I just wanted to be able to say I had you on the down low. And he left because of a disagreement. He left after that first meeting. Jaylee was not happy. Tim Herrington knew he wasn't happy. because you'll see the nature of their text indicate that. The judge instructed you to use your good common sense and sound honest judgment. That's what it's talking about. All your life experiences collectively to be able to evaluate what this conversation is about. The problem was that Jay Lee was leaving unhappy. He was living this life loud and proud. Timothy Herrington was living a lie. All of that was in jeopardy. Just graduated, had plans to be somebody. Had plans to be somebody. He didn't want anybody to know his secret. Jay Lee heightens that problem by blocking Tim Herrington. Tim Herrington has no way to solve the problem. So what does he do? He goes into another account that Jay Lee didn't know, Red Eye 24, and he heard from Ben Douglas about how he identified who Red Eye 24 was. Major break in the case. When you access Jay Lee's account, it sees these messages coming in on Jay Lee's Snapchat. When Red Eye 24 makes contact with Jay Lee says, "Who the TF is this?" He doesn't know. Good common sense and sound honest judgment. And then, this is where we learn about it in school. And over here on the right side, Jay Lee tells him, "You wouldn't do what I wanted you to do." And that was not a good thing. And so, it continues on. You tried to do some questionable shit. That was too much. Have a good night, Tim. Tim still has a problem. Even Jay Lee thinks that, hey, you may just be trying to get me back over there so you can beat my ass or something. Coaxing, luring, enticing. Where it says me, you tripping. I feel bad because we cool. So I ain't trying to end it like this. I'm trying to get them back. Jay Lee says, "How are we cool?" Right under that, hooks and luring says, "I'm saying you're a cool person." It's flattering Jay Lee. And right there, Jay Lee stops talking about the problem that they had earlier and starts talking about sex again, which is what they meant for. They quit talking about the problems and they started talking about fun. And right here in the message, Jay Lee says, "The only way I'm coming over it is if you do something for me." It was conditional. And so what does Tim Herrington say? All right. More importantly is the timing of this. Because right after the conversation switches to the condition, you look at it, it's 5:45. And I do want to say where it says, "Why do you keep deleting that?" I think when somebody's typing you a message and you see it deletes. Why do you keep deleting it? And Tim says, all right, so Jay Lee says, "All right, I'll come back, but later tonight." Tim says, no, don't wait later, come now. Jay Lee says, LOL. In response to Lori coaxing insincerity, right there on the bottom right of the message, possibly later tonight, Tim Herrington, LOL. Trying to reduce the disagreement and make it from there. Jay Lee responds with LOL. Then at 5:54 a.m., Jay Lee says, "I'm coming over. I'm going to come over." 5:54. That's consistent with the campus walk video reports where we see Jay Lee leaving in the road with his key in his phone. Then, after 5:54, we know what Jay Lee's doing. What is Tim Herrington doing? Tim Herrington is searching. How long does it take to strangle someone? Right after this conversation. And then right after that, he talks about how quick it is for testosterone. That this is the Google search. You can see the time, 5:57 a.m., July 2022. How long does it take to strangle someone? Then, 6:03 a.m., message from Jay Lee, Tim Herrington. It says open. It's at the door. And that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is the last message Jay Lee ever sent. Why? Dead silence. Now, Tim had a problem. Jay Lee blocked him. Red Eye 24. Now, Tim Herrington's actions after Jay Lee sends that open message is proof of his crime. And you've heard, you've got jury instruction on there about luring. You can take into consideration what in the commission of a crime means. A continuous crime from luring them over there to the actual act, and then what happens after. So he lured him over there, he killed him. How do we know? He searched him, and then he staged all of the evidence after that. So what were his actions? Well, in the interview, he lies to the police, number one, about the nature of the relationship that he had with Jay Lee. He says, oh, he just came over to give me a gift. We told everybody I'm leaving. You know, big man on campus, he was just going to bring me a gift like everybody else. Maybe sat in his car for a little bit, and that was it. Lied to the police about the nature of the relationship. He also says in the interview that when, even in the second interview, he said, oh yeah, we just had a hookup and he left, you know, everything was fine. It wasn't like he left mad or anything. But they said, did you go anywhere else? And he said, yeah, we left at the same time and I went to Walmart. Well, if you look at the Walmart video, you look at the Walmart receipt, he checked out at 6:49. What did he buy? He bought duct tape. You've also seen video surveillance of him looking at a big trash can, rolled trash can. He has no need for it. Lafayette Place Apartments got the dumpster. He says he's moving to Dallas in a few weeks. There's no need for that. Then he goes from Walmart in his Ford Escape, goes to the Links and gets a box truck when he doesn't have a job to do. Tyson King said we didn't have a job to do. His witness, his best friend, Ken from Grenada, said if we had a job down there, it included it. There's no digital footprint, no messages of any job whatsoever. He gets the box truck, comes back out, and going back to that place. And then he stages the car. And if you remember, he told the police that he went for a run. That was the only place he went. He never said anything about going to Grenada. And investigators mapped out the back road run, 7.2 miles from 7. He was in Polybar Trails at 7:34, and he was driving by Hood Nose in the box truck almost 30 minutes early. There's no way to make that. Lied to the police. Not only that, he's deceptive. He's trying to keep them away from looking at Jackson Road, which we've proven right here, that at 7:02, Jay Lee's vehicle goes by Rainbow Cleaners. And not only that, what's tracking with that car? Jay Lee's phone. And then it tracks all the way to Molly Bar Trails at 7:25, 7:26, Jay Lee's phone is silent. 7:26. Then we have 7:34. The video footage of Tim Herrington running out of Molly Bar Trail apartment. And we have that connected to the surveillance of him getting in as our Carter's car, which he did. One of the most important things is on July 10th, UPD issues a press release that's out on social media. And if you look on the right side of that screen, Tim Herrington searches Molly Bar Apartments. In that press release, Molly Bar Apartments is not mentioned. Not only that, law enforcement is not even aware that Jay Lee's car is at Molly Bar Apartments. But Tim Herrington is. He's already searched. Then he searches the Alec Costiel case, and then searches for Tony Freeze. We talked about it daily. And throughout the next few days, he searches Jeannie Lee. Body found in water. All those searches. And if you remember, he searched for police appreciation. If you remember that during this time that he's doing those searches about Jay Lee, Jeannie Lee, but he never contacts the police to tell them, hey, you know what? If he really appreciated the police, he would give them the information. You know why he didn't? He was being deceptive. To me, this is the most important image. This is an image of 5:58, Jay Lee leaving the apartment. In that picture, you can see a key to his car. You can see the phone where he was talking to cleared theaters. And you can see Jay Lee in his robe and slippers. The last person to ever have custody and control of those keys is Tim Herrington. The last person to have custody and control of that phone is Tim Herrington. You know that by tracking that car to Molly Bar Trails apartment where that phone goes through. We know that key was there because you had to have the key to drive the car there. The last person to ever have his hands on Jay Lee is Tim Herrington. And you know what? Because of Tim Herrington's actions, nobody was able to find the key to the phone or Jay Lee. Because Tim Herrington didn't want to. And I submit to you that he should not get the benefit of getting rid of those keys. He should not get the benefit of getting rid of that phone. He should not get the benefit of getting rid of Jay Lee's body. Ladies and gentlemen, proving our case beyond a reasonable doubt. And we're going to ask you to go back in the jury room, do your duty, and find Tim Herrington guilty of capital murder and ending Jay Lee's life to protect his own future. All right?
All right, you ready? You may. What now? All right, don't take a minute. And if you're taking a minute to set that computer up, if anybody needs to leave now, they can do so while they're or come in now, they can do so while they're shutting the computer up. But if you leave if the door's shut when you come back, you just out. Could you bring me some business, Sheriff? Have y'all got something out of Calhoun County today? I think y'all may have a plea out of Chickasaw County. Might be Chick.
All right, looks like the state has finished their closing argument for now. Hey, DNIC, how are you? Thanks for joining us. Yeah, looks like the judge is taking a quick break. He likes his comfort breaks. So our poll, 7% not guilty, 93% guilty, 0% not sure. So everybody has a pretty solid understanding of the way they would vote. Excuse me. And we thought 8% thought under an hour for the jury to come back, 55% thought 1 to 3 hours, 29% thought 3 to 6 hours, 8% thought hung. Interesting. So there's a few of you out there that think he is not guilty. All right, fair enough. Hey, JM, how are you? Thanks for joining us. You're a Cantonite. Numbers are at least one off. No, that's 100%. 94 and 6% or 93 and 7%. That's 100%. How are they one off? I don't understand. DNIC, so happy to be here early today with y'all. This chat's my happy place online. Thank you. I appreciate that. We appreciate that. Oh, father accidentally voted not guilty. Okay. Thank you for letting me know
You
that.
said 4 minutes, didn't you? 4 minutes.
Oh boy. Wow. Did you guys hear that and see that? That was. We're getting some pretty big lightning here right now.
Like Mr. Creekmore said when we started this case,
I'm hoping that we don't lose power.
anticipated.
So far, so good.
Put on evidence. And then tried to.
Yeah. That was pretty.
This number of options.
That was pretty close.
Say as one of those. At the conclusion of his argument indicated the only evidence that you should consider, only verdicts that you should consider capital murder. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about 4 options that they claim are in the instructions, but they're really 5 options. 4 options are capital murder, murder, first degree, second degree murder, manslaughter, and the 5th option, quite naturally, is not guilty. I want to talk to you a little bit about kind of where things started in this trial and go through a lot of different things. I'm going to try to make it through all the information that I have in 45 minutes, and that's not a whole lot of time to go over everything that I want to go over, because there's a lot of questions that I have in all these notes that I'm going to lay out for you that I think there's problems in the state's case. Now, if I say anything or I represent anything that's not factual and you disagree with me, please say to yourself, hey, Mr. Horan, you were not paying attention to that testimony, or you misheard something. You remember what you remember that came from that witness stand and you saw on that screen. Not what I tell you, not what they tell you. Just like when Mr. Creekmore told you that my client made the statement he was a big man on campus, that just wasn't said in this court. He did not make that statement. That's just an example of what I'm talking about. You remember what you heard, what you saw. And also, what you can do is consider your verdict or lack thereof based on a lack of evidence. And that includes whether or not certain things that you felt like you should have heard, but you didn't. We're going to talk about those things right now. We're going to start, first of all, and I've got so many questions on this pad, and ripped off 2 or 3 pads. I'm not as computer savvy as Mr. Creekmore, but I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the things that we have problems with. Why in the world would an agency who spent $30,000 not on technology as far as the computer stuff, all that's taken care of. Mr. Baker's training to do those things. They spent $30,000 and running, according to the chief, on collecting evidence of Timmy Herrington's apartment, Jay Lee's car, and also from Tim Harrington's car. $30,000. Not only did they collect this evidence and did something they've never done before. Never done before. Sent it to a lab out in California for the sole purpose of making sure they can extract every possible bit of evidence from Timmy Harrington's apartment. Timmy Harrington's car, Jay Lee's car, but obviously not, for whatever reason, Jay Lee's apartment. And it's not that big a deal, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, that they didn't go to Jay Lee's apartment initially. They needed to go over and get his toothbrush so they could compare his deal. But later on in the investigation, as the days traveled on, it seems to me that they would have gone over and said, hey, look, let's go in here and try to figure out whether or not somebody had been here after they interviewed all these people and said that Jay Lee was having strangers and hookups coming into his apartment. Now look, folks, I'm not telling you they would have found anything over there. Not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, on January the 21st, Timmy Harrington became a suspect. That stopped all the other investigations. On July the 10th, 2022, they should have treated Molly Bar Apartments like a crime scene. They didn't do that. No indication whatsoever moving forward to September the 5th, 2024, when they got this lab report, that they should have gone back to Molly Bar for the purpose of drawing DNA evidence. No, that's not what I said. What I said was that they should have reinvestigated their case after September the 5th, 2024, when this laboratory told them there's no evidence. Should have at least gone back to Molly Bar like they did when they went down to Grenada and went over to the bed place. That's the whole purpose of that piece of examination. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to go down a few things real quickly before we move into some slides. You know, he indicated on his opening statement that my client was deceptive. Let's talk about deception in this case. Jose Reyes, he indicated, hey, look, I can't tell you anything about his personal life. Don't talk to Janelle. Again, what I'm trying to establish here, I want you to understand here, that during the course of this investigation, they should have broadened their scope a little bit more and say, let's look at these things going on in Jimmy Lee's life. Let's look at some of the other people outside of this direct circle. Let's look and see what's going on. What about Tyler Maddox? You know, he's the individual that not only gave deceptive information, he's the individual they eliminated by virtue of the fact that his ping location was at his house. said he was looking at porn. In testimony here, the phone doesn't put the person there. Again, I told y'all, and I told the officer, I'm not saying Tom Mathis committed any offense whatsoever. All I'm saying is that information. Why in the world does Colin Mathis get the benefit and not Timmy Herrington get the benefit? Paying location, providing deceptive information. Why is the standard being applied differently to Timmy Herrington in that circumstance? Philippe Pierce had to show him an exhibit on the stand
I'm trying the master.
he was shown on the stand the conversation that he had with Mr. J. Lee about what? Choking conversation that they had between each other. That conversation pretty succinct, pretty detailed about what you like, what you don't like. That happened in June, shortly before J. Lee had this encounter with my client. Khalid Fears was an associate, apparently, of J. Lee, and must have been pretty good friends because they were talking at 5:58 in the morning, 3 or 4 minutes. And if you remember the conversation that we fought over in the courtroom, y'all heard us arguing about it, about what happened that particular morning, the conversation. Fears indicated from the stand that they had a conversation, and the gist of that conversation was what? Y'all remember? J. Lee told him he was going back over to a place that he had been before, hooked up before, and they were going to have some fun. Now, I'll tell you that what's important about that conversation is, if you look at it, and the conversation is on the screen pertaining to Mr. Fears, he testified that he remembered this conversation. Not only did he remember the conversation, he identified the conversation in the exhibit. This is exactly what he said. I like to go tap to tap. Fear. Okay, I'm not crazy. I feel like you are into BDSM, lead during sex. I enjoy a little mutual aggression. Correct. Oh, you like to choke and be choked. Now, that's not Fear. That's J. Lee. What he testified from the stand, not only did he identify the message, he stated that he remembered that conversation specifically. Heavy on that. Do you have any kinks? I don't think so. I like to be aggressive and also put in my place. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I asked Brian Baker, Detective Baker, whether or not he had investigated or looked into the Snapchat history or the Instagram history of Mr. Lee and even my client to determine whether or not there was any similar type conversations between them in the history of Mr. Herrington and J. Lee consistent with this conversation. And I don't remember exactly what he said, but I think what he said, I didn't look. But wouldn't that be important to this investigation if they're going to claim that my client lured him over there for that to have occurred. But look back at things. According to Mr. Herrington, they've known each other 2 or 3 months. When you look at their history to see whether or not J. Lee, T.B. Herrington, had any type of conversation like that, or subpoena didn't go back that far, according to what we have in the cell phone. All right. I want to talk to you a little about the first conversation, the first time that night, J. Lee and T.B. Herrington, there was any potential communication between the two. The first time was from not T.B. Herrington. It was from J. Lee. It said, "You and Austin," on the screen. "You and Austin." That came from J. Lee to T.B. Herrington. The conclusion of that text, that snap, what happened then? T.B. Herrington didn't respond to that message. J. Lee is the individual at the time of that text. It says at 2:24:44, T.B. Herrington did not respond. Now I'm going to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, first thing I'm going to say straight up front. We introduced the lock audit report, and the state was slamming and going crazy about it. That's not reliable. Well, this is what they gathered in their investigation. And I thought it was quite odd every time that there's a piece of evidence that supported the defendant, it's not reliable. The lock audit, the burglary report, y'all had both of those reports. You remember what Detective Baker said about the burglary? I'm going to speak to the burglary real quick. I mean the lock audit. Go back to the lock audit, then I go to burglary. You remember what he said on the stand when he identified the document? We got an email telling us that lock audit report wasn't reliable. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to let you decide. It's in evidence. I'm going to let you decide if it's reliable or you can consider it. But this is what we understand happened through the lock audit. And it appears to be, according to the evidence that they got on the search warrant, they got a search warrant on July the 22nd, the same day they went in Mr. Harris's apartment. They got it for the lock audit for the resident key of his apartment. Search warrant returned for Timmy Harris's lock audit. The door opens July the 8th, 2022, 6:41. Door opens July 8th, 2022, July 8th, 6:45. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all take that lock audit, put whatever weight and credibility that you want on. But they didn't spend $30,000 or $3 trying to determine whether or not that was accurate. He just said it was unreliable. We said from the stand, said he had an email from somebody that said it wasn't reliable. It was never introduced in the evidence, folks. Never was. Now, getting back to conversations that morning, I asked the chief what conversations were in there that showed that the whole theme of this case had been proven that my client was getting out. Now here's two guys, young guys, talking to each other. Nobody's looking into their world at all. You would think that you would have all kind of conversations where 3 days ago or the last time they hooked up, there would have been some beginning of some problem with their relationship. So you go to the next message, the Instagram message, where J. Lee this word say, according to the chief, one word in the Instagram message number 4. I just wanted to be able to say, I had you beat dead. Now, Detective Baker, as you recall, when I specifically asked him, I said, Detective Baker, you can't tell us what the context of these conversations are. And I made reference to the conversation in the bottom of the Snapchat pertaining to something about, like to try to hurt me or something like that. He said, we have no idea what their prior conversation was about. That's exactly the point, ladies and gentlemen. We have no idea what these two young men talked about when they had a 14-second Snapchat conversation before we came over. We don't have any idea. But right here, Chief of Police, Oxford, Mississippi, when asked, what information you have that supports the idea that he was about to out him? I just wanted to be able to say, I had you beat DL. Again, fun to have been the first guy experiment over. What does that tell you? What it tells me, and the reasonable interpretation is that Jay Lee's making a comment to Timmy Harrington, hey, you had an experiment over. I don't know exactly what they're talking about, but it didn't sound to me like Jay Lee is making any type of threat to Timmy Harrington that he's going to out him. That's what the state wants you to believe. But this man killed Jay Lee over this one word. He said, say. That's what he testified to under oath. You go down to the remainder of it. He said, also, I nutted on your floor, so you should get that up, by the way. Oh, and the nude was fake too. Back to block now. He's blocking Mr. Harrington, according to this, again. Put anything in evidence that he had even blocked him that particular night. He said, back to block. Hang up on him. Our conversation is over. Now we go to the next Snapchat, and I'm going through these because I think it's very important. I've talked about the 14-second call. But I go down to the next one where the Snapchat red eye. Who the TF is this? Now think about that red eye account. Ryan Baker admitted that he had testified under oath previously that my client created that account for this transaction. We testified to, I showed it to him, his prior testimony, and he admitted, created that. I testified to that. Fundamentally false. I don't know if he had bad information or he misread it. I don't know. But that's a critical part of their case, whether or not this young man created this account for the sole purpose of luring him over. I'm not saying he didn't reopen it. That's not the point. They admitted on the stand, they do that all the time. Who the TF is, that's a response from Jay Lee to an invite from Timmy Harrington. He's accepting that, is what he's doing. The next Snapchat involves basically, he says, what did you delete? These are conversations, if you read them in context, what you can understand is Jay Lee is the one controlling this conversation. It's clear from that. Jay Lee is controlling the conversation the entire time through this Snapchat history. He says, what did you just delete? You made it like this. And when you get over here, you wouldn't even eat my ass 1 hour ago after I cleaned and everything. Then you proceed to nut in my mouth. Think about that. I hate to talk about this stuff, but this is what the facts are. Think about what happened later on in the Fears statement when he says that he's going over there to do something we've never done before. It can't be that Mr. Herrington is going to give him oral sex. It can't be. This conversation right here contradicts that. Then he goes into all this information about effing nobody raw. Then he says, I'm going to stop harassing you now and that you want to stop blinking. You know how much of an asshole move that is. What he's saying is apparently he's upset because Mr. Herrington is telling him, maybe we're not going to look up anymore. Right. Now, the snap conversation next is the 14-second call that we talked about a few minutes ago. 14 seconds. They had a phone call and asked Mr. Baker about it. Nobody knows what that conversation was about. Nobody has any idea whether that conversation referenced any prior conversation or something they talked about when they got together earlier that night. Who knows? And I talked to y'all when I did open statements talking about speculation and wonderment, drawing conclusions, making the quantum leaps. That's what the state wants you to do. That all this conversation, they want to connect the dots with speculation, no facts to support, because we just don't know what they were talking about. Now, if you look at the next Snapchat we're going to talk about, it's number 8 in my list, questionable stuff before. Try not to say cussing in here. Like you done did some questionable SHIT before. But that was too much. Do we have any idea what they're talking about? Absolutely not. There's nothing else in that in the text string tells you whether or not they were talking about our sexual activity, doing anything moving forward, or anything that they'd done 3 months ago. It's not in there. We don't know. Remember Ryan Baker's testimony. We had no idea what they're talking about. And here we go. I'll come if I get head in front of her. Jay Lee is controlling the entire conversation between these two individuals. It's obvious and apparent from this conversation. You move on down to the conversation that they continue to have that night. All this is in evidence. You'll be able to look at it. But if you move on down and you look at some of the conversations that they had, it continues the same way. Have a good night, Tim. Only way I'm going to see you if I get head up front. And you keep going down, and Tim says, okay. Why do you keep deleting? And that's just okay. Tim says, I'm sorry, I misspelled something. And okay, I'll do it. That's Jay Lee telling Timmy, what are you deleting? He's the one that's being the dominant actor in this particular conversation, not my client. You know, if you do that, it won't end up good for you. Where in that conversation that they just had warranted some kind of comment like that from Jay Lee? Does that mean he's scared? No, he's the one saying, I may or may not come over there. If you look at the remaining of the text, he's the one that makes his comment. What prior to that warranted that? My client says, what do you mean something fast? Like hurt me or some shit. Where's the threat there from Mr. Harrington? Where is the alluring aspect of this conversation? Timmy says, I know. And J.D. says, possibly tonight. But then he goes on to say, puts conditions on it. He continues to say, basically, I'll come later on tonight. And Timmy says, I told you I'm leaving later today. And we know that's true. Because if you go back to the prior text message about the screws, we do know that Mr. Herrington, all this is in evidence, talk about his trucking company, he's talking to Tyson, he's talking to Mr. Love, Darius Love. He says on here, says to Tyson, I'm going to need those screws tomorrow. They go through this. I left them at Love's house. You're going to have to go get them. I'm in Hattiesburg. Then he talked about the tool bag. I'm going to leave around 9:30. He's telling Mr. Lee, you coming over? I got to go somewhere tomorrow. If you come, I'm letting you know. When Mr. Lee says, I'm probably coming, I am not going to be here throughout the day. If you come on. Now, I kind of skated over this, but y'all remember that Mr. Lee, the first time, 4 o'clock, goes to Mr. Harrington's apartment completely unannounced. Ryan Baker admitted to that. Completely unannounced. Second time he comes over, after 14-second phone, had a 14-second conversation, the last thing that happens at 6:03 is the Snapchat of open. No doubt about it. That does not mean that's when Jay Reed went in the apartment. It says open. At 5:54, he says, I'm coming. And he says, what's that mean? Apparently, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lee consensually went over to, obviously consensually went over to Mr. Harrington's apartment. And we're going to talk just a little bit about how long does it take to strangle. Nobody ever testified that the context of that search was how long does it take to strangle someone. Now, if you recall, again, Mr. Baker, Detective Baker, testified August the 9th, 2022, that was the search. And he admitted when he testified to that was not factual. The search was, how long does it take to strangle? Do we know what context that was? Absolutely not. Do we know whether or not that was based on something that Mr. Lee had said to Mr. Harrington, consistent with the conversation that he had with Mr. Fears about what he'd like to do? Absolutely not. But there's a possibility there, ladies and gentlemen, and more likely, probably. Because how do we know that Mr. Herrington wasn't taking that very seriously? Because 7 seconds later, point in time, that got to type it in for Detective Baker. He was looking at something else. He was on Instagram. He would no more paying attention to that man in the moon. Agree with Detective Baker? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go through some of the questions that we have about this case. Why in the world would these exhibits we talked about not sent to the lab? Why wasn't George Shiro here? You're not going to hear, you didn't hear from Mr. Shiro, but you heard from some of the stuff in his report. Why
Mr. Shiro about
Mr. Shiro,
I'm always going to follow.
Mr. Shiro's report said they did not request fingerprints. Request condoms, didn't request keys, latex gloves to be tested. None of those things were tested. Y'all heard that. I want to go through some more of the things that we have some concerns about. Think about this right here, folks. After the lab report came in, and they got it, and no doubt they at least had a preliminary report before, they go down to Grenada and start searching 2 locations. Lincoln Road, where they've been before, and they go down south of the Herrington home. We don't have any idea if they took drones down there, people down there, what they took down there to do those searches. We don't have a report. When they did the initial search, the Molly Bar, do we know whether or not they searched it with men, drones? Who went out there and searched Molly Bar trailers? Nobody. We don't know. We don't know how many people went out there and what they did, because we just don't have a report of those things. Ladies and gentlemen, answer this question right here, if you can. Why in the world, Detective Mr. Porter would not provide a report on something they did 4 weeks ago? Why would they do that? Why would they not provide that report? The Berlin report is in evidence. I want to talk a little bit about that. The Berlin report provided Mr. Lee's car, the door open and closed, another fight in this courtroom about that particular item. The search warrant returned for the Ford Fusion burglar report. At 7:34 a.m., driver door open, closed. 7:34:48 p.m., the passenger door open. That's the burglar report that was introduced into evidence. You will have it. I encourage you to look at that page in that burglar report. 7:34 is what time, ladies and gentlemen. That's the time they claim Mr. Lee's car, 7:25, went in, 7:34. My client, close proximity at that time, sitting on camera, running away. 9 minutes from the time the car went in, the time that my client, it can't be both, ladies and gentlemen. It can't be both. He can't be running away, and also he can't be opening and closing that door. Can't be. Now the burglar report, again, testimony from an officer that said, hey, look, you can't depend on that report. It's unreliable. Now, he didn't tell us why it was unreliable, how it was unreliable, or what mechanism they proved that it was unreliable. All they said, it was unreliable. I want to talk to you a little bit about what happened in Herrington's park and the times and things that they claim happened in the park. 6:03. They claim Mr. Lee at least said open the door. And later, maybe a minute later, maybe 3 minutes later, showed up Mr. Harrison's park. Went inside. Something happened. Think about the fact that he's in Walmart at 6:41. He's in Walmart. Checks out at 6:49. If they'd gone in there and talked to the attendant to say, you know, he was looking at this garbage can, what he would say to you? They didn't do that. And why would Mr. Herrington be getting a garbage can in his car? Why would he be doing that? And think about this. question that I've had ever since we started this case, and they did me the discovery in this case. It's like ours before. How is it that Mr. Lee is at Mr. Harrington's apartment at a time when the lockout report says activities going on at that location? Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to look at that. I've got two questions that I want you to consider. Maybe the biggest two questions in this case. First one is, over 22. How does the state establish beyond a reasonable doubt that Jay Lee was not alive with Timmy Harrington when the car arrived at Molly Bar Church? No one's testified that they identified Mr. Herrington driving the car or Mr. Lee. Think about the fact that fingerprints that were found in his car were Jay Lee's fingerprints. Think about the fact that Mr. Harrington's prints were not found on the driver's side of the car or anywhere in the car. I know.
Facts are evidence.
Testified to, Your Honor, by the officer.
Like the JD's prints, nobody testified to that.
I'm going to let him make his argument. You'll have the opportunity to rebut.
The second question that we have, and probably the more important question, is how does the state establish beyond a reasonable doubt that Jay Lee was not alive when Timmy Harrington left for Walmart and returned? Timmy Harrington got back in his apartment at what time? 7:02, something like that. He left Walmart, 7:09. He left Walmart 6:49. Why would he need a boxcar? Why would he need the garbage can? Didn't have a boxcar, box truck that was at the links. He drove back. There's no evidence whatsoever that Jay Lee was not alive at that time. Think about why that's important, folks. It's because they haven't proven anything in the apartment to fire, hair, DNA, saliva, anything like that. If he was not alive in that apartment, he got back in Walmart. Now, think about this prospect. We talk about possibilities because the state laid out possibilities. Let's assume, given the state the benefit of all their evidence, that when he left Walmart, Jay Lee was alive. Let's assume he left Walmart and Jay Lee was alive. Let's assume that Jay Lee was still in his apartment. Because if you look at the ping information that we had to introduce into evidence, not the state, we had to introduce into evidence the ping locations 7:15.
You have 4 minutes.
Thank you. 7:15 on. These are the ping 7:21. These are ping locations that basically tracks the area to Molly Bar Trails from Mr. Harrington's apartment. How can they establish Jay Lee wasn't in that car? How can they establish that he was not alive at Timmy Harrington's apartment during that time? Mr. Harrington possibly, we're talking about possibilities here. If you believe that Mr. Harrington found his way to Grenada, if you believe the theory that they got that he found his way to Grenada with a body, you believe it. If you find that, how can they state or prove that when Mr. Herrington went to Walmart Mr. Lee wasn't still in the apartment alive. I'm asking him. Teddy Bear. He went back to Walmart, 7:49. When he got the boxcar, which we know he had a reason to get the boxcar because the screws were there. How can they say he didn't walk up the steps, open the door, and Mr. Lee was there alive? Maybe, because we got the pin location stuff that leaving the apartment. What if Mr. Lee was there? Dead. Nothing in evidence that support that. Here, that he could possibly been alive. And Mr. Herrington came back. Because he know, we do know this. He wasn't going to hold up that car in the back of that car in the parking lot of Walmart. It made more sense. He'd have got the box car and brought it back to Walmart. Box truck, brought it back to Walmart first. The court hasn't instructed you that if Mr. Herrington walked in that apartment, found Jay Lee, look at the lock, resident lock door. When the door's open, the door's closed, and that again, look at it. You cannot eliminate the possibility. Jay Lee was alive. He left to go to Walmart. He came back. He wasn't. That's a possibility. They got to eliminate all the possibilities. Not us. They did. They have to eliminate the possibility that Jay Lee got in his car with Jim Lee. They got to eliminate the possibility that didn't occur. They can't do that. Steve Herrington, we're not ever denying the fact that he was running away from the car. We never made that a point of contention. They made it a point of contention. Having photographic evidence that both of those men were not in that car at that time. It's a possibility. I'm not saying we have to prove that. I'm saying that's a possibility. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got to look at the burden of proof in this case. The burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt on all four of them.
Your time's up. Wind it up. Time's up.
You got to look at four options. The only option that's possible in this case, if you take the state's case, everything they have most favorable to them. Most favorable to them is manslaughter. That's the best option with them, ladies and gentlemen. The most reasonable verdict, and the one that's supported by the lack of evidence, is not guilty. Thank you.
We got about another 20 minutes. Y'all good? Y'all gonna need any time to set up, or y'all good to go? All right. Anyone wishing to leave now, you can. We're going to have about 20 minutes of testimony once we get started.
Okay, Chet, what do you guys think so far? Think the state has proven it, or do you think the defense has proven it? I know we took a poll, and we have 91% guilty, 5% not guilty, and 2% we're not sure still. And then we have 8% of you think that it's going to come back under an hour. 1 to 3, 55% think 1 to 3 hours. And, big stretches from Gwen. Gwen with a big stretch. She's like a kitty. Gwen just took a big stretch. She's wearing her convict whites today. So where was I? Oh yeah, 8% were under an hour. 55% 1 to 3 hours. 29% 3 to 6 hours, and 8% think it's going to be hung. All right, so 90% think he's guilty, and 55% think it's going to be between 1 to 3 hours. All right. Mandy, you change your vote to 1 to 3 hours. Cool. Oh, is there a hot mic that I'm missing? Sorry, guys. Just working on my audio. Yep. Sorry about that. How's my audio? Apparently I was too loud there. How's my audio, chat? Let me know.
Oh, just give it a second.
Just working on my audio.
Better.
Yep. Sorry about that. How's my audio? Apparently I was too loud there.
It's
How's my
better.
audio, chat? Let me know. Let me get rid of my gain. I had my gain on. I had my gain on because they were walking around the court. All right, so we got 20 minutes to kill. Let me see here. So the state opened up with Tim was living a lie. The state proved that Jay is no longer alive through the mother. There's no more financial transactions or social posts after July 8th. His dog was still in the apartment, and we all know that Jay loved his dog, Lexi. They're asking for capital murder, which I think goes with kidnapping as well. Well, you know what? You guys all heard that, so I don't really need to recap. I want to do this instead. There was something that I found yesterday that I thought was pretty cool. So September 23rd, 2022, I found this article, and I'm going to read it to you. It's pretty interesting. So a superintendent, a country singer, Grenada County Sheriff were among the 69 friends, family, and local officials who wrote letters last month asking a Lafayette County Circuit Court judge to release Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr., the University of Mississippi graduate charged with the offing of Jimmy J. Lee. As nearly a dozen protesters outside chanted so loudly they could be heard in the second floor courtroom on August 9th, the letters from many of the people who sat behind Herrington advocated for a different outcome for the nearly 6-hour hearing. For Judge Gray Towson to release the 22-year-old to his parents. One family friend put it this way: "Truthfully, I cannot think of anything negative when speaking on behalf of Sheldon Timothy Herrington." The letters to Towson, all written before evidence was presented at the hearing, described the Herrington that his community in Grenada knew. Not Tim, but Timmy, the soft-spoken son of an influential family who wore glasses in high school, sang in the choir, played guitar at church, and always called his teachers sir and madam. I think that he was definitely repressed. What do you guys think? Thank you, Gina. Thank you for that. Oh, there's an echo again? Is there an echo, chat? I think we got rid of it, but let me know if there's an echo. Just let me know if there's an echo and we'll deal with it. I'll keep reading and just let me know if there's an echo. He was an excellent student and worked extremely hard toward reaching his educational goals, wrote David, the superintendent of the Grenada School District. Timmy is well respected by his fellow classmates and teachers. It's typical for friends and family to write character letters to help their accused loved one obtain bond. No echo? Okay. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. In Herrington's case, the amount of letters is notable and reflects the esteem his family has in Grenada, a small town of 12,500 people, about an hour's drive south of Oxford. To Tevin Coleman, Herrington's half-brother, the number of people who wrote letters is demonstrative of his brother's innocence. So we did not hear from his half-brother, Tevin. We did not hear from Tevin. I mean, you've seen the people that got up and the people that have known him since he was a child all the way to now, Coleman told Mississippi Today. When it comes down to it, we're all in shock. We're all devastated, and we're all looking forward to proving his innocence. Now here's interesting. I dropped this in the chat the other day, and some of you knew about it and some of you didn't. Despite these pleas, Tollinson denied Herrington bond after the prosecution presented evidence that he was planning to move to Dallas and had the day before Lee was off looked up flights to Singapore. So only fan he was going to come your direction. He'll wait in the Lafayette County Detention Center for a grand jury hearing, likely sometime next week. Don't dark. Radio silent.
All right, all aboard that comes aboard. All right, y'all can go ahead and close those doors now. Show the jury in. Are you ready? You ready?
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Yeah, you got 20 minutes. Looks like everybody's back, and you may begin your final close.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have a short time to talk to you, so I'm going to jump right into some of the points the opposing counsel brought up. He just came up here and attempted to mislead you. I'll start with the lock audit before we get back into the actual timeline of events, because the timeline matters. So, let's look at that lock audit. It's in evidence. You'll be able to take that. The opposing counsel showed you just the times of 7:34 a.m. But what he doesn't talk about is all the other times, or that this says Stephen Union on it. You remember, I believe Detective Baker testified that the lock report was not accurate, so it couldn't be used. Well, we know, according to the timeline, which is in evidence, it's in that jump shot, we'll get to watch it. Oh, look, 6:45 a.m., he unlocked the door. He's at Walmart at 6:49. Say, he got back at 7:02, he unlocked the door. And then, remember, by 7:34, Mr. Herrington has to be all the way over at Boulevard Trails to run out. And according to his interview, he ran over there at a 4-minute mile. So, why is the next time 7:06? And then the next time the door is unlocked It's in evidence. Because when you really look closely at everything, because we're not afraid of the data, when you really look closely at everything, Tim Herrington's story doesn't line up. Ladies and gentlemen, he also attempted to mislead you when he talked about inveigle. He kept saying force. He said he was not forced to go over there. You will have these instructions in the back, and the judge read them out to you. What is the definition of inveigle? Ladies, gentlemen, inveigle means to coax. It means to convince. It's going to be this jury instruction that you'll have with you. The court instructs the jury that inveigle means to lure or entice through deceit or insincerity. Inveigling has no component of force, but only coaxing. Now, we heard those text messages, and we'll go through them. But the Instagram, that's where we first find out what happens. Because in the Instagram message, Jay Lee writes, after leaving Tim Herrington's apartment for the first time, 4:36 a.m., he texts, I just wanted to be able to say I had you beat DL. Again, fun to have been the first guy. Experiment over. Now, opposing counsel states that that's not Jay Lee threatening him. It's not our position that Jay Lee was actually threatening him. It's about how Tim Herrington perceived it. As someone who is deeply closeted, who's on the down low, who doesn't want people to know. You heard his family, none of them knew. Tim Herrington wasn't publicly out. Look through his Google search history. You'll see the kind of things he Googles. It's all finance. It's all celebrities or rich celebrities. Things that he's aspirational to be. Until this happens. Then all of a sudden, he's either into true crime or Googling how long it takes to strangle someone right before the person he strangled shows up. So that first message, he sends that, and then he blocks it. And then he reopens the message. He says, all right, noted on your phone, you better clean that up. Back to block. Jay Lee did not re-engage that conversation. The only reason it happened again is because Tim Herrington contacts him over an anonymous account. Now, it's never been the state's position that Tim Herrington created the account just to contact Jay Lee. He has another account. He couldn't contact Jay Lee on the account he was blocked from because he was blocked. And we know that Jay Lee didn't know who it was because he says, who the F is this? They want to mislead you. They want you to read things that are not there. Just read the messages. They speak for themselves. We don't have to make anything up. We don't have to pretend or read anything into it. I think who the F is that speaks for itself. And then what happens? What happens after that? Let's right. Tim Herrington doesn't respond, hey Jay, it's Tim. Since we're in a good place, we're in a good relationship and everything, he tries to call him 3 times on FaceTime. After him. Over and over. You know why? Because he didn't want to put it in writing. That's why he's using an anonymous Snapchat account. And then what happens? After Jay doesn't answer his 3 calls, Jay says, well, actually, I believe that's actually when the 14-second Snapchat call happened. And when you look at our timeline of evidence, you'll see that. That's when the actual Snapchat call took place. That was 14 seconds. That's how Jay knew who it was. So they pick up with their same conversation over again. And Jay Lee says, what did you just delete? You made it like this. And what does Tim say? Come back. He asked him to come back. Now, opposing counsel wants to say that Jay showed up unannounced. And truth be told, we don't know how Jay got to the first encounter, but we do know Tim didn't mind because look at his interview. They want to skip over what he told the police. I mean, after he lied the first time. The second time. In that interview, he says he came over like usual and he gave Tim Herrington oral sex like usual. Watch that interview. You'll have all that. He could have said that he showed up unannounced, I didn't know what was going on. He forced me to do these. No. But he said, like usual. That's what they usually do. So then, the conversation continues. Now, remember, Jay knows who this is. What did you just delete? You made it like this. Come back. Jay Lee doesn't respond within a minute. You come in or not. And what does Jay say? He says no. Opposing counsel wants to frame this as if this is not obvious what's going on. Someone is asking someone to come back who was just in a fight with them. That's very clear. From the Instagram messages where it was blocked. And then as we go on, we find out what the fight is about. And Tim asks, why not? Well, Jay tells him, you wouldn't even eat my ass 1 hour ago after I cleaned and everything. Then you proceed to nut in my mouth. Hopefully you ain't been effing nobody raw. And then ask if I'm going to stop harassing you now and that you want to stop linking. You know how much of an asshole move that is. That's what happens the first time. It's right there. Jay Lee is upset, not just because Tim wouldn't reciprocate, but it's all the other actions. He treated him like crap. They had a sexual encounter. Tiffany Herrington was satisfied, and then he said, okay, you need to get out. And you need to stop contacting me. We're not going to link anymore. And Jay Lee says, do you know how much of an asshole move that is? He tells him he's foul. And then they leak. Ladies and gentlemen, the defense would have you believe that Tim Herrington, or that just is being pursued by Jay Lee in these messages. The messages literally speak for themselves. And then you have to ask yourself, when we're looking at this, inveigle means to lure, entice through deceit or insincerity. Only coaxing. Coaxing means to convince. Jay Lee has said no once. And Tim, he told him why too, because you treated me like crap right before this. And Tim proceeds to convince him. Jay Lee says, you've done some questionable shit, but that, treating me like that, was too much. Tells him to have a good night. Second time, Jay Lee tells him, no, have a good night. The next thing, Jay Lee says, yeah, now it seems like you're just trying to lure me over there to beat my ass or something. And why is that important? Because think about the earlier conversation right there in the text messages, where he told him how he just treated it. You just treated me like crap. You told me you don't want to see me again. You told me to stop contacting me. Now you're asking me to come back? Why? That's unusual. You're trying to lure me. Of course Jay Lee feels like he's trying to lure him over there. He just treated him horribly. Then, Tim says, you tripping. I feel bad because we're cool. So I'm not trying to end it like this. Again, telling him he doesn't want it to be over. He doesn't want to end it like this. There's nothing more to read into that. It's right there. Jay says, how are we cool? You barely want me to text you. Opposing counsel skipped over all these messages when he was going back through because he doesn't want you to see the real conversations. He wants to make it look like Jay Lee was inviting himself over. Jay Lee was pursuing. Jay Lee is asking Tim, how are we cool? You you want to stop blinking. You just told me to stop harassing you. Now, you're acting all different. That's obvious. Then, Tim says, you're a cool person. They go on to talk about when was the last time that Tim had sex. They had that conversation. And what do we see? Jay says, because he sees Tim trying to invite him over, and he clearly likes Tim. And so he says, okay, I'll come over if when I get there, I'm gonna have oral sex. You're gonna give me oral sex. And Tim, rather unenthusiastically, I might add, says, okay. So much so that Jay doesn't even know what he's talking about. He says, just okay? And Tim later says, I'll do it. See, that's important because that's the lie and the deceit. Think about Tim's interview, which I want you all to watch. The defense says that we don't know what the thing that's ever been done before is. Tim told us what it was in the interview. Tim says, oral sex. He says, I've never done that before. He says, he invited him over to make it up to him because he's never done that before. That's the thing. And it's very obvious from the interviews, from the text message, and from what Jay even said. Opposing counsel put that 14-second phone call. He wants to put it where he thinks it should go to help his story. But where it actually went was right after Tim called Jay 3 times. He didn't answer because Jay didn't know who it was. And then the 14-second Snapchat call. That's what actually happened. And the truth matters. The timeline matters. Then, again, Jay Lee says, you know if you try something fast, it's not good for you. And Tim says, what do you mean? And Jay says, like try to hurt me. Because you know why? He's still suspicious because Tim is acting different. He says, you barely ever want to text me earlier. He says, this is a man who just told him to get out of his apartment. He didn't want to leave anymore. Who just told him that he should stop harassing him. And all of a sudden, he wants to invite him over to do something, to give him oral sex, which he has never wanted to do. And Tim has never done. And so, of course, Jay is suspicious. To lure or entice through deceit or insincerity. And how do we know it's insincere? Because right after Jay agrees to go, which again, he says possibly later tonight, that's not good enough for Tim. He said, I told you I'm leaving today. Jay still wasn't going to come right then. So Tim had to convince him to come. I told you I'm leaving later today. So Jay then, he says, I'm coming. And once Jay agrees to come, you'll notice Tim never responds. He just needed to get Jay there. And right after that, he makes that Google search. How long does it take to strangle someone? Now, when Detective Baker testified, he was clear. He's not saying that Tim intentionally Googled how long it takes to strangle someone. We will never know. What we're saying is that he typed in how long it takes to strangle, and when you type that in, once you get to the end of strangle, the options, like on Google, trying to predict what you're going to say, Gary Petito's the first one. So if you're moving fast, you either type that out or you click it. search is logged. That's why it's a search. Otherwise, it wouldn't be logged. They say that Instagram activity. Detective Baker testified about that too. We don't know if that was a notification that popped up from Instagram. It just says Instagram activity. You can't tell if he actually moved to the Instagram app. You just know it's activity. And since it is such a short 7 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, you can deduce that it was probably a notification that popped up. Because that's what makes sense. Opposing counsel wants to talk about possibilities, but we are not here about possibilities. We're here about reasonable doubt. A lot of things are possible. It's possible that elephants could rain from the sky. It's possible that anything could happen. To say anything could happen. Reasonable doubt does not mean all doubt.
You have
It's
2
about-
minutes.
Thank you. It's about what is reasonable. He asked 2 questions. How do we know Jay Lee was not alive when the car arrived at Molly Bar Trails? And we know that because at 7:28, the phone shuts off. And that's right before he gets to Molly Bar Trails. And by shuts off, we don't know if it was broken, we don't know if it was damaged. But we also know that from the testimony of Jose Reyes and Jay Lee's mom, that he never let anyone borrow his car. Jose said he don't let his car let him go get some gas to gas him. So we know that. We also know that when the car is found, all his things are in it. The things he would need to move on, to live a life. He says, 2, how does the state establish that Jay Lee was not alive in that apartment when Tim returns from Walmart? Tim Herrington says in his interview that Jay Lee left a little bit before him. That Jay Lee left before him. Watch Tim's interview. He says he left, Jay Lee, and then Tim left. And then after that, he says he went to Walmart. We also know from witnesses that said that Jay Lee never had any reason to be at Molly Bar Trails. In fact, he didn't really know anybody over there. They talked about talking to people over at Molly Bar Trails who said that Jay Lee was never over there. And one big point.
That's not
Is
my
that-
ring, to be sure, but I was gonna ring if you didn't. You can wind up real cold.
I will. One big point we know for sure is that how did Tim Herrington get to Molly Bar Trails? When we asked those 2 questions that he asked, Jay Lee was not alive, and Jay Lee never left or was alive when he returned to the apartment. You heard the testimony. There's one way in and one way out of Molly Bar Trails. One way in and one way out. You never see Tim Herrington run in. Not only do you never see Tim Herrington run in, you do see a few cars go in. But if a few cars go in, if Tim Herrington was in one of those cars, why didn't he just tell that to the police when he talked to them? And if that's the case, when he got out of the car to pretend the job, why did he catch a ride immediately after running out of Molly Bar Trails to get into another car to take him home? Because none of those cars dropped him off. It's not about possibilities. What is reasonable? Sometimes the obvious answer is what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, July 8th has always been a special day for the Lee family. Stephanie Lee's birthday, and she testified that every year her son, Jay, calls to sing her a happy birthday. She's never going to hear that again. She's never going to call again.
Just wind
But
it up.
today, it's Tim Herrington. Tim Herrington Herrington Day. It's time for him to be held accountable for what he's done. So when you go back there, look over all the evidence. Take your time, dive into the data, and find the only verdict that justice demands. That's guilty.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, can't y'all go to work? As I told you when we came up there, we had some spares, so we're going to be here a while. And those alternate jurors will be William Fargo. I don't know if you got that lucky or not lucky, Mr. Fargo. Denise Cole. Given to you, not if you have a verdict, okay? But y'all three all come back out when you get your personal belongings. All right, if somebody would, if that's an exhibit that's been displayed there, let's make sure you gather up all the exhibits before you go. Y'all, all right. All right, I'm not going to say, well, let's wait to get the door closed. I know I told you was going to ask a lot of you, and we have. You've been away from your home and your family for a good while now. If you wish to discuss your jury service with anyone, you can. If you wish not to, tell them you don't want to, okay? I don't think you'll have any problem with them persisting, but if we do, let us know. Your guess is as good as mine as when this jury will reach a verdict. If you want to hitchhike home or something before then, if you got somebody that could come this way, when the jury reaches a verdict, we will carry a bus back. You're welcome to stay in the courtroom. You can move around Oxford. If you decide to leave and move around Oxford, I guess your belongings are all still at the hotel. If you want to return to the hotel, you're on your own to do what you want to do. Your courtroom is open to you. Your hotel room is open to you. Go and do as you see fit. As I mentioned, if you want to talk about your service, have it. If you don't, don't. Okay. But thank y'all, and I'm going to let them come back through around here and come out through my chambers area here. Wait this way. Okay. Yeah, the three here. Make sure we've got all the instructions and the exhibits together, okay?
Make arrangements for it.
Back to the hotel, have at it, but since I can see it from here, I think you'll probably be okay. What's that? Make sure you got all the counsel in their use any exhibits that were marked exhibits in your presentation.
I did not.
Okay. Did the state?
Yeah, he getting back to me.
Okay. Everybody make sure all the exhibits are marked. All the instructions are back together. We need to talk about has there been any thought given to in the event that I'm sorry. Lynn, if you would shut the door, please. Shut the door, please. Has any thought been given to, in the event that the jury wants to view any of these videos, do we have some device that's not contaminated with anything else that can be used?
Your Honor, I think, Mr. Busman has that taken care of.
What have you got, just for the record? It's already back there? Is it clean of any, is it a clean computer?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to let the clerk have a computer back there anyway. If they need any help starting or anything, Lynn, let us know and we'll make arrangements, okay? All right. Go ahead and get these exhibits back and the instructions back. I will say we've got a pretty good crowd gathered here today. I know everyone here is interested in the outcome. I know it's important to everyone. In all likelihood, sometime today we'll have a side that they feels that they've won and a side that feels they have not won. I don't know, have any idea more than y'all, anyone else do. Anybody here has heard the same testimony that I have. I will say this, whether you consider your side having won or lost. I've been in this business a long time, you can tell by my gray hair. But on both sides, I think that the evidence was gathered, the cases were investigated, and the case was prosecuted and defended as thoroughly as any case that I've ever dealt with. So whether you win, your side's win or lost, I assure you that they put on their best game and their best performance. And I appreciate you attorneys working so hard and getting the facts out there. And I'll say that. That being said, you're free to go. You're welcome to stay, okay? Court being recessed till we have a verdict.
You heard the judge. Court will be in recess until we have a verdict. All right. Let me see what... We do some fun things here. Let me try this. Oh, and he's back. All right. Sorry, guys. Yay! Audio is back. I was signing there. Lip reading. Read my lips. Let's see. Let me go back through those. Okay, so Little Miss, will we start a new stream when there's a verdict so we can get a notification? No, we're going to stay here. Brett says they seem to have just dismissed them. When I was an alternate in Washington, they told me I was on call until the end for that reason. They didn't say anything about that this time. In fact, they said if anyone could come pick them up and take them home, they could go. They just didn't provide transportation. Yeah, it's really odd because it's almost 5 hours from Hattiesburg to Oxford. So if they let them go, if somebody picks them up, what happens if a juror gets sick or can't continue? I don't understand that. I would say, only fan nutted. I would think that I would think you would want to keep the alternates around. All right, so let's get back to Gwen. She was awesome, right? She was wearing her white sequin. Gwen Agho. She was wearing her white sequined power closing argument suit. All right. I want to continue reading this. This is from Mississippi Today. Okay, so we're going to pick up on this again. No. All right. So in a letter to the judge, so this is Fair. This guy's name is Fair. What was his first name? So we heard from Coleman. All right, who is Fair? Oh, Roland Fair. Okay, the sheriff, Roland Fair, wrote a letter. Okay, so the sheriff of I guess of Oxford. He wrote a letter to the judge as well. This was during Tim's bond hearing. So the family, the Herringtons, have been pillars in our community and in our church, in the church. Sheldon and Tina Herrington are members of various organizations that have helped and changed so many people's lives. I've also known Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr. since he was a small child and never had any problems with him. This is when Tim was 22. This is when he was arrested in jail seeking bond. Sheriff Fair, yeah. Yeah, Pammy, Sheriff Fair. So Lee's offing has garnered national attention and sparked a movement called Justice for Jay Lee. So we were kind of wondering about why this jury was sequestered. Here's why. To keep his legacy alive by protesting outside Harrington's hearings and pushing for more protections for LGBTQ people in Oxford. I think I read that four people from the community this year have been, well, now the year's almost over, but four people within that community have been offed. Braylon Johnson, a member of Justice for Jay Lee, who was his roommate in college, also knew Herrington through campus organizations like the Black Student Union and the Student Government Black Caucus. She said the evidence against Herrington does not sound like the person she knew, but that the disconnect did not make her believe he is innocent. It was cryptic to me as somebody that had been around Tim for all these years and had been acquainted to him. Those messages did not seem like they came from Tim, but from, I don't know, John Wayne Gacy, somebody weird, meaning the Google, how long does it take to strangle someone? So at the preliminary hearing, the prosecutor, Tiffany Kilpatrick, who is not Gwen, argued Herrington lived a double life unknown to his family and friends. I think that's the gist of this all. Yeah, so we heard from his grandfather, James, who's the pastor / bishop. We heard from him. Multiple letters describe Harrington's family as exceptional and God-fearing, a reputation that comes in large part from Abundant Life Assembly, Christian church. Yeah, found it 40 years ago by the grandfather. Interesting. So James wrote that he was praying not just for justice for his family. He was praying not just for his family, but for Lee as well, Lee's family. If the judge granted Herrington bail, James wrote, with his influence. So again, grandfather is, they wield a lot of power in this town. Small town, 12,500 people. He knew his grandson would comply with any stipulations. Yeah, Mandy, did the sheriff know Tim's secrets? I don't think anybody knew. Yeah. Dream of Landry, money talk, sadly. I think Tim was, I think he was repressed. I think he grew up in a strict religious environment. I don't think he could come out, Unbalanced equation. I hate the term double life. Compartmentalize it much better. Yeah. I think he couldn't come out because he would be, I think, unbalanced. You may have said this the other day, that if he did come out, or no, because I think it was you. We were talking about just if he's in jail, he's going to be in prison. If he's out of jail, he's going to be in prison. So either way, he's kind of in a no-win situation. But he could always just leave the family in Oxford and go to California or whatever, just completely move away from Mississippi. But then you were saying that he'll get cut off by his family, which that could very well be. And he's 24. Does he want to But his family yesterday in testimony, right? His dad and his grandfather, both, well, at least his dad still loves him. He says he doesn't care what his sexuality is. Yeah, Fox 13, real happy. I am actually on. I've been keeping an eye on them as well. So let's see. Several members of Herrington's family work in the school district. We heard about that. His mother, Tina, is an administrator in the central office, and his uncle, Reginald, is assistant principal for the elementary school. So we heard from, who did we hear from? One of the neighbors. What was his name? We heard from the neighbor, Thomas Klink. We heard from Thomas Klink. And they were kind of intimating that he was maybe bullied, or he didn't want to come forward with testimony because of how strong the family's reach is. An unbalanced equation. His notoriety will be difficult to overcome. I think if you go far enough away, I don't know. I think if you go far enough away, like people in New York, do they care about this? I mean, they're dealing with Luigi right now. Do people in Michigan, Wyoming? Not that he's going to go to Wyoming, but unbalanced equation. His dad said that on the stand. I don't believe it for a second. That he loves him, yeah. He was just saying that, I guess. Because what's he going to do? Get up there? Because that's the other side of the coin. What's he going to get up there and say, oh, I hate my son? He's a... Because then the state would have called him up. If he was going to throw him under the bus, the state would have called him up and say, oh, he was living a lie, right? His teachers noted Herrington had never been in trouble before. Again, he sounds like a really upstanding citizen, but he was living this life. And did he purposely off Jay, or was it, a sexual encounter gone bad? But then why would he have, okay, little miss, thank you. Why would he have Googled how long does it take to strangle somebody? Like 5 minutes before Jay showed up. I don't know. That's interesting. So unbalanced equation. Here's another thing to note. Herrington's family's reputation is proof he would not flee the state, a former elementary school counselor wrote. For generations, the Herringtons have worked hard, studied well, earned college degrees, chosen admirable careers to make a true difference for others, and establish successful lives in their community. Their accomplishments do not make their child a flight risk. Yeah. Yeah, I would not be wanting to drive 5 hours. Only fan, no way. That's yeah. Well, they were brought in from another whole nother part of the state because there was a lot of. It's a small town. Oxford is, like I said, it's only 12,500. It's a small town, and a lot of people. And these Herringtons have been around for. This is the third generation. They've been there for at least 3 generations. You know. The grandfather's a pastor, 42 years or something. He's been a pastor. I mean, these people, and they own 50 rentals. Oh yeah, that's an interesting thing. Grandfather owns 50 rentals, and the dad, I think, was 7 or 8 rentals. So, if you're looking to dump a body, that might be a place to do it. But now the member for Justice for Jay Lee said she feels like people in Oxford who had initially defended Herrington stopped talking about the case once they saw the evidence from last month's hearing. She says that when communities ignore cases like Lee's, it contributes to continued violence against queer people. These aren't the type of stories that people should be using for a wow factor, she said. These are the type of stories that should be used as an example so that actual change can happen. So that I found was interesting. I got that. Shame can destroy so much, therapist. I know. Gramps looks like some Dynasty character, only fan. Yeah, he kind of looked. I thought he and his son looked so much alike. Like they look so similar. All right, so we're going to run over this timeline. This is from the Clarion Ledger. So at July 8th, this all happened on July 8th at 2:54 a.m. Jay sent a text message to Tim asking you in Oxford. At 4:01, Jay's phone pinged at his residence at Campus Walk. So they, let's see. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Okay, so then so surveillance captured Lee. I guess he was leaving. And at 4:05 and 4:14, Lee's phone pinged near Tim's residence, the Lafayette Place Apartments. At 4:36, Lee arrived back at his apartment, so that's when they had their encounter. Was 4 to 4:30, and I was confused by what Gwen was saying, that Tim orgasmed and Jay wanted him to do him, and Tim said no. So Jay left, and then they were both upset at each other. I wasn't sure. I thought Jay orgasmed as well, because he said he nutted on his floor. So I was a little confused about that. Then he wanted to get some more. Yeah, good on you. 4:36, Jay arrived back at his apartment and messaged Tim on Instagram. I just want to be able to say I had you. Be the DL again, on the down low again. Fun to have been the first guy, experiment over. So I think somebody was asking, Tim was, that's his first encounter with a male. Jay was not. I'm sure he was experienced probably since he was 15 or 16. Yeah, 4:53, Jay says, I nutted on your floor, so you should get that up. So he says he did. So then why was Gwen saying that Jay wanted Tim to reciprocate? Man, this is confusing. I'm still confused. And he also wanted some... So it seems like Jay did orgasm, but then Gwen was saying that he wanted Tim to reciprocate, and they were both mad because Tim didn't. And apparently there was a nude, because Jay says, oh, the nude was fake too. Back to block now. Yeah, I'm still a little confused as to what happened at first encounter. And then the second encounter, it was... that's it. That was the end of it. He wanted it badly. Yeah, I guess, Pammy. Yeah, Little Miss, I'm pretty sure Jay was experienced, and Tim, that was his first. Do you guys have any questions? Okay, let me show this. All right, trial junkies. You explained it earlier. Jay was on his knees. Yep, and then Jay was on his knees giving Tim oral. Jay. Okay. So they, I gotcha. And then, okay, so then Jay wanted oral from Tim. Okay, all right, that makes sense. Yep, there you go, Dreama. All right, I can get with that. Rachel, I came back here. I just came back here, yeah. Any pre-trials or interviews? Well, I don't want to lose the feed here in case they come back, so I'm going to stay on that. I'll probably just going to bounce off, have some lunch. I'll leave everything up, so if they do come back, they've only been gone for about 24 minutes. Let's see. Tonight we're going to have Sneaky Side. Lady Sneak is going to be on our show tonight at 8. And we're going to talk about Luigi Mangione, and we're going to talk about drones over New Jersey. Pretty interesting stuff. All right. I am going to go get some lunch. I'm going to leave everything here, and we'll be back in a little bit. Lady Justice Verdict Watch. You guys want to watch that? Let me see if Hey guys. So something happened with the feed. What's that, Polly? We got redirected to another. Maybe the jury might have come in or something. So that was interesting. So the feed got redirected to another feed because of something with the jury. So we thought maybe the jury might
It
have.
seems like the judge said one of the jurors' names.
Oh, okay.
So that's why they're,
So they killed it. Okay.
I don't know, maybe they'll take it down, I don't know.
Yeah. All right. So I think the judge said one of the jury's names. All right. There's talk on another channel that there may be a verdict, but trying to find a court reporter. Let's see. My lunch always gets interrupted. I was right in the middle of eating. Timothy Herrington trial. Can you guys hear me? Just give me a heads up if you can hear me. Is the audio okay? Am I muted? Just let me know.
If you're muted, they can't hear you.
Back in time already. Can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. Is the audio okay? Can hear? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Little Miss. Thank you. Okay, the Hattiesburg American. Are they going to tell us anything? Oh, do you want to go out? Come on. hear you perfect. Okay, cool. Audio is good. Thank you. Thank you, Julie and Lil Miss. We're not quite sure. There's some chatter in another feed that's saying... What? No, shoot. Yeah, they may be back, you guys. So that was the administrative assistant. She popped in there. Thank you, Unbalanced Equation. We're not sure, Rachel. It's only been 52 minutes unofficially. But there was... So the court feed had to kill one feed and switch to another feed.
The camera was jiggling.
Yeah, and the admin popped in. So something with the jury. I guess the judge said a juror's name. So they had to kill that feed, and then they popped up on this feed. I didn't hear the juror's name, but that feed may be forever gone, and we may be only the ones to have it. That'd be cool. Crystal Limited Edition, did they have time to fill out the forms? And lunch, too. Don't forget about lunch. Now, they are an hour behind, so it's coming up on noon. Maybe they want to get out of there before. It's a 5-hour drive home. Or they have a question. Jenny, yeah, they could have a question. That's always a possibility. Or it could be nothing. It could be a lot to do with nothing. But I'm ready, just in case. I still have to eat my my lunch. I was right in the middle of... I had like 2 mouthfuls and... So Crystal Limited Edition, he announced 2 jurors' names when he excused them. I heard them. Ooh, okay. I hope they don't want us to take our feed down. That would stink. No, miss, they're supposed to go back through all the evidence list. Oh, evidence first. This tells me they didn't do that. All right, it seems like okay, somebody heard the name. I'm not going to say that name when he turned to address the jurors. All right. So he did, Krista, yes. So he announced, you said 2. Here's one of the jurors' names. So we're not going to say that name. Tracy Poole, am I the only one that can't hear you? Can you guys hear me? Everybody, am I okay? Tracy can't hear me. Oh, there I am. Okay. You can hear me now? Can you hear me now? This may be a false alarm, guys. I'm on Twitter and nothing's coming in. Fox 13, which is local, out of Memphis. Well, they're actually not local, but I guess close enough. Audio is fine. Thank you, Julie. I'm at the Hattiesburg American, and they haven't said anything yet. 54 minutes ago, they were just talking about closing arguments. Audio is fine, thank you. All right, Tracy. Sorry to say it's you, but you say you're okay now. All right. Thought it was the alternates. Apparently it was a juror's name. Someone said lunch just got there for the jurors. Capri Law, who is saying that, and where are you hearing that? Are you on another feed? Because I'm there too. And I'm on X. Hey, Gilly Pud, turn it off and on again. I'm on X and I'm not trying to find a court reporter or somebody in. see. Herrington trial. Okay, WTVA 9 News, breaking jury deliberation is underway. 41 minutes ago, Betsy said jury deliberation, Hattiesburg American, prosecution delivers closing arguments. All right, I'm going to go with these guys, WTVA. 29 minutes ago, I'm going to go with them. If they'll break it first. Someone on LC, so who knows, yeah. That's what I'm watching too, Capri Law. All right. I still want to go have my lunch. It's probably cold by now. All right, I'm going to hang out on WTVA 9 News. They're out of Tupelo, Mississippi. So they posted 29 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, jury deliberations underway. Even though they've been, my unofficial start is they started at noon Eastern, so it'd be 57 minutes or so. Trust CTV over LNC. Are they covering it? Are those guys covering it too? Let's see. Oh, they're probably on their, what do you call it? Their website. Let's see. They're talking about Joseph Ferlazzo. Go eat lunch. Yeah, I think I may. Let's see are they in verdict watch over here? Okay, so yep, so 56 minutes, 56 seconds. So I wasn't too far off. Mississippi versus Herrington. They're at 57 minutes. I figured 58. So we weren't too far off. All right, so I've got CTV on. I've got LNC on. Yep. All right, so we're on it. We are on it. I'm going to go keep eating my food. I'm going to make this big so that we don't get, all that copyright strike YouTube-y. Oh, here, maybe Rafa will keep you company. Little Rafa Bean. Hey, buddy, you going to stay and keep company? You can stay there? Good boy. You can stay there. I leave you with Kitty Cam. Yeah, that's a good boy. Yeah. You can stay? Okay. Okay, good boy. All right, I saw a camera move, so just wanted to pop in and see what was going on here. Move the camera. Yeah, there was definitely some movement. Can you guys hear me okay? Let me know if you can hear me. I tried a different mic approach. Just let me know if you can hear me. Yep. Okay, cool, Brat. Thank you. Hey, Sneaky. All right. Yeah, I tried a different... sorry. A different mic adjustment. So we'll see if that's any better. All right. Thank you, guys. So we have some serious mic movement there. I've been following on Twitter, Krista. Still nothing on Twitter. I'm following WTVA out of Tupelo. Thank you, Rachel. I'm also following Fox 13, and they're not saying anything either, but that was some serious camera movement there. maybe the camera person's just like it. Dwayne, you got hit in the chest with a purse? Really? Dwayne, you got to go back and watch Gwen's closing. She was rocking some cool white outfit today. She was like little sequins on them. I just put some DE on my cat, so I may have white on me. I do. I got some DE. So I got white all over me. We're kind of having someone knocked around by accident. Yeah, it could have been. It could have been. We unfortunately have like a little flea infestation going on right now. Poor Super Ball. She's got at least 3 big ones on her that I could see. The problem is the little ones go out, they bring fleas back in, and we put stuff on them, but it's just it's a never-ending battle with them, and I'm getting chewed up too. So that was possibly that may have been a false alarm. Bummer. All right, well, in the meantime, hey, Sneaky is going to be joining me tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern. We're going to talk about Luigi Mangione, and there were some drones sighted over New Jersey, big drones, like the size of like VW buses and SUVs. And it's been going on for like 3 weeks now, and there was supposed to be a hearing today. Senators are getting upset. Homeland Security committee members are getting upset. Public is getting really anxious and upset. Apparently there's some sort of high-tech military base up there, Pickaninny, I think it's called. This is in Jersey. So, yeah, join us tonight, Sneaky. I'm looking forward to that. We're going to have fun talking about these drones and Luigi. All right. Oh, yeah, who's up in Rachel, you're somewhere in that general area. Are you hearing anything about that? You have a lot to say about him? Okay. Yes, that is crazy. Yeah, you have a chance to... You have to change brands of flea control about once a year because fleas become immune. Yeah. Yeah, we have discovered that. Right now, we're not...
We didn't have any because she didn't have fleas.
Yeah. We discovered that with our dogs, and it's a long story. But Dwayne, can't wait to get home and watch the closings. I can't wait to see how Attorney Horan will spin this one. Please tell me that he didn't talk for over 2 hours. No, actually, he didn't, Dwayne. Yeah, I know, widespread. I got all excited too. The camera spun. All right, yeah, Horan. How long did he talk for? Let's see. He came on. Let's see. He came on around about, say, 4 hours ago, roughly. 4 hours ago. 4 to 3. He only talked for about an hour, Dwayne. Rachel, yeah, I haven't heard anything other than what you heard. Well, we watched like 5 or 6 YouTube videos yesterday. Even the White House press secretary was talking about it, and they're just saying that the general, you know, the president's aware of it. We're doing everything we can, and it's really funny because the FBI is saying, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." But if you have any information, contact the FBI. Homeland Security isn't really saying anything. DHS, they're not really saying anything. Yeah, Mandy, the struggle is real, especially here in Florida. So yeah, I'm looking forward to talking more about these drones because it's pretty interesting. A lot of people are wondering what the heck is going on. I'm surprised people aren't shooting them down, to be quite honest. I guess if it was Texas or somewhere else, they probably would be shot down. But these drones are huge. They're not like small drones, and they seem to be going out to the ocean. And people are sending up their drones. This one guy, he's got a YouTube channel, and he sent up a drone. And as it approached this other drone, his drone went silent and dead, and battery died, and it fell out of the sky. So it's pretty interesting. You think unbalanced? It will be those pesky Canadians? I don't know. Could be. Rachel, Sneaky's going to bring compassion to the Luigi case. Could be military, yeah. That's what. Well, see, Julie, that's the thing. It's like they want us, meaning the government, wants us to feel like we're safe and they got us all under control. And then when something like this happens, it's like, oh, we're taking care of it. Don't worry. Or it could be, and people are saying, oh, it could be the Chinese. It could be this. It could be that. A foreign actor. Well, if it was a foreign actor, where's the military that's supposed to be taking care of us? I mean, seriously, these things, and it's a lot. It's not like 1 or 2, and it's not been going on for like one night. There's like 7, 8, 9, 10 of them, and it's been going on for 3 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. So I always think that's a conundrum, if you will, a dilemma wrapped in a riddle, encompassed with a conundrum, where they're like, oh, don't worry, everything's under control. But we have no idea what this is. I don't know. I think you guys do know what it is. You're just not telling us. So, all right. That was a big false flag. Nope. False alarm or a false flag. Yes, remember the Chinese balloons, Care Bear? Yep. People were out there trying to shoot them down. Yeah, I know. I remember that. These aren't like 10,000 feet in the air. These are like, they're saying, like hovering right over like treetops. And there's one video, there's this house, pretty big house, and there's a drone flying over it. And I'm like, oh, maybe it's just perspective, but then the drone goes behind the house, and that drone is like literally a quarter of that house. I mean, if the house is this big, that drone's like that big. These drones are big. They're not small drones. And you can hear them. It's like a lot of people are taking video of it. So anyway, Sneaky, I'm looking forward to talking to you about that. Maple syrup smuggling, unbalanced. Could be from Vermont. All right, so I put out a poll. What are we covering next week? 75% want to do Vermont versus Verlazo. I think they're in day 3 right now, so by the time we get to it, it won't be till like day 4 or 5. We'll see. I mean, I don't know. Is it he like stabbed his wife 18 times, shot her twice, claimed self-defense? I think he's a tattoo artist, right? And she's a nurse. I've just barely scratched the surface on that one. But as always, and I think Scott's covering it. Yeah, Scott's been covering it. So I'm sure people are over there talking about it. Yeah, trying to find something different, off the beaten path a little bit. Cover what some other people aren't covering. So tomorrow is a huge day. We got Corey, we've got Chloe, and we got Karen. Not necessarily in that order. I think Chloe Driver, join us tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So at 8:45, right? So 8:45 tomorrow, we're going to cover Chloe's sentencing. Chloe Driver's sentencing is tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So we'll be covering that. Celeste Owens, I would want to watch the baby trial. Talk to me. What's the baby trial? And Celeste Owens. Are these... I want to find something that starts on Monday. What's starting on Monday? Yes, the baby trial is Celeste Owens. All right, let me look up Celeste Owens. What's the deal with Celeste Owens? And who is not covering it? That's the other thing. Celeste Owens. We try to cover trials that other people are not covering. Because if you have like 30 other YouTubers covering it, it's like, what's the point? Oh, Georgia. Oh, little girl was beaten. Oh, that's terrible. So it's day 1 today. And the audio is okay with that one? Whoever's watching that? I'll be in court. We'll have to watch it later. Oof, Chloe, yeah. Yeah, we're going to follow that one to the end, Rachel. We were there from the beginning, from gavel to gavel. I want to see her sentencing. So how's the audio for Celeste Owens? Is it okay? I'm not going to play it because it'll cause all kinds of problems. So let me know how the audio is. The video looks like an interesting shot. Oh, the judge is wearing blue robes. Blue and silver. Interesting. Angela Duncan. So that audio is good? All right. All right, so I'll put her as a potential. Celeste Owens. So we have Celeste Owens. And we have, what's his name? Ferlazzo. So Ferlazzo. So that's Georgia. And we got Ferlazzo. All right. Ferlazzo. Yeah, I may want to pick up on this because it's only day 1, so we'd only be 3 days behind, Thursday and Friday. So this is another child. Seems like we cover a lot of children getting unalived. We had Cerveza, we had Chloe, baby, I'm forgetting all the other ones. We've had like 3 or 4 in the last, since we've been on. Today's day 2 of Owens. All right, so we'd be, okay, so day 2 would be today, 3, and we'd be on day 4. We'd be 3 days behind. See, the thing is, like Monday comes around and I'm always like, well, there's nothing to watch, and all of a sudden, there's like three trials that pop up. All right. All right, I will throw it out to the masses. Let's end this poll, and we'll do, let's see. We'll do another poll. Next trial. Georgia v. Owens. So that a mother? I guess that's a mother that Celeste Owens is accused of malice in the death of 8-year-old Amari Hall. Okay. Vermont v. Ferlazzo. Okay, next trial. All right, you guys let me know which one you prefer. I should have put a third option up there. Here, let me put a third. Well, we'll go with those 2 for now. Let me see which ones you guys prefer. So Amari's mother, Brittany Hall, was also indicted in the grand jury on identical charges. Brittany Hall and Celeste Owens were in a romantic relationship. Wow. Okay. Interesting. So 2 women were in a romantic relationship and they beat this poor girl? Is that what? Oh, and she had autism? Oh, man. Jesus. You guys. That's terrible. All right, let me know which one you want to cover. One is a tattoo artist who stabbed his wife of 1 year 18 times and shot her twice and claimed self-defense. The other one is 2 women beat a young girl with autism. Jesus. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm just gonna kind of pick. Let's see, which one am I closer to? Nope. All right. And that was just totally by random. All right. Seems like Georgia versus Owens. We're going with the poor little girl with autism that was beaten. Can it get any worse, Mandy? I know. Oof. Updates on Naresh Bhatt. Oh yeah, I wanted to cover Mamta, right? They're not airing that one. I really wanted to cover that one. That one looked. She disappeared, and her husband is indicted. Owens is another one in the area I live. Ah, that's right, Georgia. Yep, widespread. So that's close to Chloe and what was his name? Bira. Those were all right around there too. You know what? Did I choose? Who did I choose? I think I may have chose Vermont. Only because we've never done a trial in Vermont. Well, we've done a bunch in Georgia, tons in Florida. All right, 67% want Georgia versus Owens, 33 Vermont. You know what? We can always go back to Vermont. Either one we choose, we can always go back and do the other one, because once kind of Christmas and New Year's come around, we're going to need trials. So I have them both. So fear not, chat. If you voted for one, we'll cover it at some point in the near future. Especially if they're only like 3 or 4 days. Jenny says, bot is one local to me. Defense filed a motion to not have cameras. Ah, bummer. Yeah, Mamta bot. Wait, Mamta? That's in West Virginia?
Yeah, it's in Virginia.
No joke. Wow.
PHATT bot.
Yeah.
Mamta.
Okay, yeah, I really, really wanted to cover that one. So many rotten people, so little time. So true, Julie. Yeah, I really wanted to cover the bot one. That's a shame. Also Luigi, but New York doesn't have, plus it's going to be a federal crime, I think. They don't have cameras, or it's very limited. Generally, New York does not stream their trials, which is a shame, because there's a lot of crazy going on up there. I know that.
Yeah, tell everybody about it.
Oh, an hour and a half from you. Yeah, okay. He waived his right to a speedy trial. Owens' case is 2 different trials, Care Bear says. One for Celeste now, the other for Brittany. They separated defendants because they were blaming each other. Yeah, that's kind of like the Louisma one. His co-defendant, Kimpton, whatever his name was. Oh boy, there was a fire truck. Yeah, there was the Louisma trial. He was supposed to go on trial this week, and he kicked it out to, when did he kick it out to? April, I think? Kimpton rescheduled it. Yeah, April. He was supposed to go on trial. We would have covered that. He was supposed to go on trial yesterday, but he kicked that out to April. So Jenny says it was just concealing a body. Now it's been charged with unaliving and defiling. And is that the Owens one? But they won't necessarily get the motion to not stream the Mamta one. Louisma, yeah, remember there was there was 2 of them. Well, there's 3 of them, and one actually didn't go through with it, Julie, but the other 2 did. And it was Kimpton, I think his name is. Kimpton. I forget his first name, but yeah, Kimpton. He was supposed to go on trial yesterday, and he kicked it out to April. Did he just say Louisma? Yes, I said Louisma. Who's he?
Louisma, really?
Isn't that his name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
McKinley Louisma.
Yeah. The other 2. Yeah, the other 2, well, it was Kimpton, and I forget the other guy's name. Don't make me go look it up. Where's Mr. Louisma? No, I don't want to play all. Stop. All right, McKinley Louisma. It was Van Patten's trial is scheduled for March 3rd. Logan William Michael Kimpton. He was the one that was supposed to go December 10th, but that got kicked out. And Van Patten. Who's Van Patten? What's his first name?
The other kid.
Dakota Van Patten. Yeah, his trial is scheduled for March 3rd. He was pro se with help. Louisma is the defendant. I'm thinking we watched that. Yes, we did. We were doing another trial because I was not really in that trial. I was watching, maybe, was that Chloe? When did we do this? We did this November 14th. I was doing another trial mostly. Maybe that was Chloe we were doing.
Yeah.
I think I was doing Chloe. We were dual streaming, back when we could dual stream. Louisiana sounds familiar. Yeah, it was McKinley Louisma. He's the one, Melody Hoffman. They just tortured that poor girl. She was like in her 20 or something. He's 23. I think she was like 20 or something. And she may have been pregnant. And there were 3 of them, but the one chickened out. They went to Walmart. They picked up all the stuff. Do you guys remember that one? Yes, unbalanced equation. You were definitely in Louisma.
Yeah, the clock.
And the clock, yeah. With the clock. Remember the clock with the
Cornucopia.
the cornucopia clock?
Exploding. Gross. Whatever.
Melody Hoffman, yep, only fan. So Jenny says, back case they found large pools of blood and drag marks from bedroom to bathroom. DNA came back as hers. He was seen at several different dump sites and trash compactors. Yep. You know who's been covering that is Grizzly. We watched her coverage of that, and that's what piqued my interest. I'm like, oh wow, there's a lot. They never found the body, I think, right? They still haven't found the body.
No.
The colon clock. That's right, unbalanced. It was the colon clock. Wow, so we're almost coming up on 3 hours, guys. Another 7 minutes or so. Under 10 minutes. We're going to be 3 hours and counting. And who amongst us voted for, let me see, where's Timothy? Verdict time. We have under 1 hour, 8%, so that's gone. 1 to 3 hours was 55%, so that's almost gone. 3 to 6 hours, that was mine, 29%. So I'm coming up on 3 to 6 hours, and then 8%. So 29% of you said 3 to 6 hours. 8% said hung. 55%. You guys thought it would be a quick verdict. Little Miss, 3 to 6. Yep. Jenny says, I'm following that one close. I get updates from the courts on the dates, and no body yet. Yep. No body, no crime, but we know that is no longer the case, as we are now discovering in Timothy Herrington. If you have proof of aliving, then that's all they need. That's all they need. All right. So it seems like we're going to do Georgia versus Owens. Drama or Dreama? Do you say Dreama or Dreama? Dreama? Like a dream? Dreama Landry? If I say that fast or slow, will that spell out something? Dreama Landry? Dreama Landry? Jenny says, if it weren't for her coworkers asking for law enforcement to check on her, no one would have known. Really? Because she... Like her family? I thought her family was asking about her. Like her family wouldn't have said, what's up? Dreamland, maybe? Oh, yeah. Dreamlandry? Dreamland? Dreamlandry? Of course, I can only think of that. Dream, 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 dream. Is that like the Everly Brothers? Yeah. Oh, all I have to do is dream. Who does dream? Dream, 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 dream. Yeah, I think that's the Everly Brothers. Yep. Yes, like dream. Okay. Dreama. That's nice. Dreama Landry. Very nice. Jenny says she hadn't shown up for work, no family in the USA. That's right. Dream a little dream of me. Yes. Everly Brothers. Yep. Yep. I love that song. Yeah, it's a nice song. It's a pretty song. I agree with that. I do not know how to play it, but I'm sure it's fairly easy. And I'm not going to even attempt to try to sing it. Especially right now, my throat is really hoarse. I need some water. Dreama. Puffy Friedman, how you doing? Good to see you joining us today. Coming up on 3 hours, chat. Where is this verdict? Still deliberating. No news yet. You need a Camelback. Oh, yeah. I'm not like RA, where he says he can sit for hours and hours and not use the comfort breaks. I don't know how he does that. I had some for my meal prep. I do mushrooms. I made this on Saturday or Sunday. Mushrooms. And these are all like stir fried, if you will. Mushrooms, onions, red peppers, and some chickpeas that we had made the week before. And then I have a can of red sauce and make all that. It was very tasty. You're welcome, Puffy. Great to be here. I'm glad you're here. No way, Regina. There's a new 28-page Sarah Boone letter. I did not hear that, but of course there is. Well, tonight, Squeaky and I, or Sneaky Side and I will be going over Luigi's. We posted his manifesto, if you will, but it wasn't really his manifesto, that 3-page thing. Yeah, it wasn't really his manifesto, but it was something we posted on the community page. And yes, way. So we'll be going over some stuff that Luigi wrote. I wonder if he's going to be like Sarah. I think he's way more intelligent, different kind of intelligent. I'd be interested to see more about him and his writings. Yes, way. 28-page. So what's the gist of it? All right, Aaron's going to go grab it. So tonight at 8, we're going to, Sneaky and I are going to be talking about these drones over Jersey. And Luigi, going to talk about him. There's a lot to talk about him. Sneaky and Squeegee, yep. I almost said squeaky. Squeaky and sneaky. Sneaky and squeaky. Sarah Boone and her letters. She did the same thing in her divorce case. Yeah, we have those, Jenny. We have. We were going to do a Rachel and therapist. We still have to do that. Her divorce letters, her alimony letters. We have that already, but I don't want to sit through and sift through, 3 hours of Sarah Boone letters. Her way of trying to stay relevant, Care Bear. Her alimony case is still ongoing. Sneaky, can we go through the Boone buffoonery? Buffoonery might be fun. We'll see how much time we have.
28 pages? I don't know.
28 pages? We could.
You guys have 3 hours? Okay.
I could do some speed reading.
Here, let me download it.
Yeah, Aaron grabbed them. Too bad we couldn't put those into ChatGPT and do a synopsis. Or can you?
I'm turning it into a PDF, so
Yeah. All right, we can throw that through AI and do a synopsis. That'd be funny. Sneaky side, squeaky side. It's a combination of Haley, Mouse, and I. No worries. Squeaky side is a oh, okay. Oh, because a mouse squeaks. Squeaky side. Sneaky and squeaky. Sarah complaining about ineffective assistance of counsel. I'm not sure, Puffy. Does she have a headline?
What? It's to Judge Cranick.
Oh, it's to Judge Cranick. She wrote to Judge Cranick. Sarah Boone's son has a YouTube channel? I have to look it up again? His name's Lucas. Serious? All right, we're looking that up. Lucas with a K. Lucas Boone. Is it Boone? Lucas makes eggs. No Is that really him? Holy crap. There he is.
Oh my.
Wow. Yeah, here he is. He's making eggs. Here, I'll drop this in the chat. I believe this is Lucas. There, go check it out, guys. He's making eggs. Lucas makes eggs. Has 28 views. Oh my gosh, can you imagine if we give him thumbs up, he'll have like 100 thumbs up. How many people are in the chat? 35?
She's calling out Judge Cranick.
Oh, Sarah's calling out Judge Cranick in the...
Black robe disease.
Oh, black robe disease? Oh, yeah, all right, Sneaky. We'll definitely cover this tonight. All right, we got Sarah Boone on the docket too, chat.
He will never admit many judicious errors.
Yeah, we have so much material, we do.
28 pages of... Oh my god. But...
Yeah, Sneaky, we have a lot of material. So this is...
So the first few pages are her bitching at Kranig and I'm a survivor and all that.
Yeah.
And then the rest of it is her statement.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
All right. So Sneaky, the first 3 pages are her calling out Judge Kranig, and then the rest is her statement. So we can at least cover her first. I'll read 1 page, you read another, and then, I don't know, we'll read them together or something. Yeah, so that's Lucas. Lucas makes eggs. That's so funny. He only has one, 4 years ago. Do you think that's him? He has 3 subscribers. AI speed read that, yeah. Oh my gosh, can you guys go and subscribe at Lucas's? He has 3 subscribers.
oh my God, are we gonna bomb? Are you sure it's him?
I don't know if it is him. You guys tell me. You guys tell me if you think that's him or not.
Do you want to play it?
How can I play it without?
Add another browser to your thing.
All right. No, that's weird because we're in Verdict Watch.
No, well, it gets weird in verdict.
All right. Should I play it? 1 video. Should I play? Should I play it?
Yes, yes, yes.
All right. I'm gonna play it.
I'm going to show you. Hello, my name is Lucas Boone, and I'm going to show you how to scramble an egg my way. These will be the things that you need, plus 1 bowl. First, turn the stove on to low heat. Get a pan, put some butter in the pan, and let it melt. Crack your eggs. But try not to get the shells in there, like I did. Accidentally got another one in there. Add some milk. My favorite, Crystal's hot sauce. Salt, sea salt, and fresh ground pepper. Add a little more milk. Stir completely. Add your eggs to the pan. Then stir. Keep on stirring. Give them a minute to thicken up, then stir again. Add your shredded cheese and stir. Now put your eggs on the plate and they're ready to serve. always seem to impress myself.
All right. So what do you think? Was that Lucas? Do you think that's not Boone's song, Boone's son? Do you think that was Lucas? Yeah, Colby is Lori Vallow's son. He's like 26, 5, 6, 7 even. Do you think that was Lucas? No. The hair color is similar. He looked like he could have been about 16 or 17. But 4 years ago, he was 12. So he'd be 16, and that was 4 years ago. That video was from 4 years ago. So yeah, I don't think that was him. But that was fun. At least now we know how to make scrambled eggs. Looked like he had a pretty decent egg. You know, did he put salt in? I don't think he put salt in. Got to put salt in. Lucas is 14 now. He was 9 at the time. Okay. Does that kid sound 14? No, I thought maybe he could have been like 16 or 17. But Lucas is 14 now. Okay. And that was 4 years. That video was from 4 years ago. Can you imagine having the same name though, Lucas, and spelling it the same? Right? He spelled it with a K, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's him. I mean, how many other Lucas Boones are there out there?
Yeah. Yep, Lucas with a K. Very interesting. Well, let's see. Let me do some more searching for Lucas Boone. How many more Lucas Boones are there? Oh, wait a minute, guys. Oh my. I think this might be him. This could be him.
Yeah.
I think I found... Oh, this is 7 years ago, though. No way.
Wait.
Because he looks like he's 7 years ago. Oh, no. I think I found him. I think I found him. He's been around since 2016. Has 128 subscribers. He's a gamer. Should I play this one? I don't know. Should I play it? Oh, he did add sea salt? All right. All right, you tell me. Here, I'm going to drop this in the chat. You guys tell me. You tell me if you think that's him or not. He joined in 2016. I'm getting rejected from 7 years ago. Could be him.
How many subs?
128 subs. Tell me, chat. Tell me if you think that's him. Got stuff to do. Well, if Brian picks him up, then we'll know. 17 views 7 years ago. So if he's 14 now, 7 years ago, he looks like he could be... this kid looks like he might be 8 or 9. That's the one I found too. All right, Krista, what do you think? Do you think that's him? Oops. Yes, Jenny, always, the victims always get forgotten. How many, and I have this conversation all the time, we always remember, you know, the perpetrator. We rarely remember the victims. 100% agree. We just went down a rabbit hole. We went down the Lucas Boone rabbit hole. I think that could be him, but with his age, I think this might be where I stop. So if he's 14 and this was posted 7 years ago, he'd be 7. Does that kid look like he's 7? Maybe. I would go more like 9 or 10 maybe. So maybe that's not him. But 7 years ago, Sarah would be, can you imagine, God, oh my God, can you imagine if we see Sarah pop up? Can you imagine if we see Sarah pop up? He's like, hey, Mom. And then there's Sarah. And she's like, that's my name. Don't wear it out. Is that Brian? I don't think that was Brian. I don't think it's him. Look for the Ghost Peppers video he made. All right, it's okay. I don't need to continue. I don't even know how we got it. Oh, because of Sarah Boone's letters. All right, we can. I don't need to continue on. But that's fine. Yes, George was the victim for sure. No, he cannot help who his mother is. That is for sure. All right. I need some water. I gotta get some water. Real happy 33. We were talking about Sarah. She just dropped 28 pages. 3 of them lambasting Judge Kranick, and we're going to talk about that tonight at 8 o'clock. Sneaky and I will talk about that, among other things. But then we were talking about Sarah Boone, and somebody said, have you seen his YouTube channel? Kitty cat trying to get out the window. Oh, yeah. That would be, that's Rafa. Do you need to go out? Taking a bath before he takes a stroll. All right, I'm going to go grab, I'm going to need some water. Dying here. You want to go out, buddy? Oh boy, is Sarah hot. I can see her abusing George in this letter. Oh, are you guys looking at it? You didn't post? Did you post it? Or
I'm
no?
getting it ready.
Oh.
I can't move that fast. So
Nobody's saying anything negative.
Well, people are asking for it, and I'm trying to prepare it. I'm writing a post right now.
What's the email address again? Oh, for us? Yeah. Info@Trial TV Live. Jenny says, he's still a victim because he was a part of the whole thing. I researched both sides of the coin, but yes, we need to learn more about George and his family too. All of these things in a good way, of course. Yeah, Jenny, he was no angel. I don't think. I think from the moment I really kind of understood what happened, I think somebody's life was gonna end that night. I think if he had gotten out, I don't know if he would have necessarily offed her, but he would have probably not been happy. And I think he did have a streak. You know, I think he could get upset. You know, So it could have gone bad for her too. Hey, Spartan Nana, how are you today? Julie, Curvy. Curvial, your new name is Curvy. Oh, it's really windy out. All right, I'm going to go back to the verdict watch woman, and then I'll pop on a little bit later.
You shut off your mic.
All right, I'm getting notice that they've reached a verdict. Possible verdict has been reached. I saw the camera move. Possible verdict, guys. Possible verdict. We're here for it. Possible verdict, guys. Possible verdict. No confirmation yet. Just some other chats chatting. No credible news has said it yet.
And she even addressed Kranig as Mr., not Judge.
Wow. No credible news station. Hey, if you guys find it, let me know. I'm searching as well. If you find a credible news station that says the verdict is in before it actually hits here, let me know. Yeah, Mr. Kranick, OnlyFans. She didn't even say judge. Oh, you know who I need to go to? Let me see. All right. They moved the camera, but I'm not really finding any credible corroboration on that. I don't know. I think that's just another chat throwing me off. Oh wow, Sarah Boone's son in a suitcase. We'll have to look at that later.
Really?
Kerrville. Oh, let's see. I think that may have been somebody in another chat that said something false. All right. Does not seem like there was a verdict. Doesn't seem like there's a verdict yet. Oh, come here, buddy. Come on, it's chilly out there. Come on. Come on. Come here, little man. Oh my goodness, come here. Oh, it's a good boy. Come say hi to the people. You're a good boy. Hi. You're a good boy. Okay, where do you want to go? Want to go up here? Yeah, it's a good boy. I don't think you want to go that way. Okay, come this way.
Go see his,
Go see your sister.
his nice sister.
Yeah. Nope, you want to come this way, really? Or do you want to come sit with me? Hi. Hi. You're a good boy. Can you hear him purring?
ASMR.
All right, let me know when he does.
Guys, all right.
Well, I bet I can see when he does. right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the bailiff has passed me a note that says, what if we can't agree on a verdict? Question mark, anyway. At this time, I'm going to ask that this note be made a part of the file. If somebody please take care of getting that done anyway. I'm going to read you the court's instructions in this regard. I know that it is possible for honest men and women to have honest difference of opinion about the facts of the case. But if it is possible to reconcile your differences of opinion and decide this case, then you should do so. Accordingly, I remind you that the court originally instructed you that the verdict of the jury must represent the considered judgment of each juror. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate in view of reaching an agreement. If you can do so without violence to your individual judgment, each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberation, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if you are convinced that it is erroneous. We do not surrender your honest convictions as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purposes of returning the verdict. So please continue your deliberation. I would ask that this be made a copy and that this written instruction be sent back to the jury room, okay? I'm going to ask y'all to continue. I know you're giving it your best, but I ask you to continue your instruction. If you'll get a copy of it and let me have my original back and send that copy into the jury room. All right, I'm going to get this instruction in writing back to the jury. Bring me my copy back, and court will be in recess until we have further word from the jury.
All right, so they just asked, what if we can't come to a verdict? What if we can't come to a decision? All right, I got to show you this. This is really cute, you guys. Look at little Bean, little Beano, purring up a storm. Little Beano. Hi. So they asked, what if they can't come to a verdict? So they're not hung just yet. Kind of, but not quite yet. Has he been in jail or out on bond? 13th juror. He is out on bond. He was in jail and then he posted bond. Yes, Capri. He's sweet. He's like on his back right now. All right. We'll give you some kitty cam action. Chocolate boy. If I could leave it like that all day, I would. Now I gotta fix my camera. I just futzed with my camera. There. Sorry, guys. All right. Something like that. All right. He is a cutie. He is a cutie, for sure. Okay. That's a little bit better. Cleanest cat around. You should get his own little chair. Yes. Well, I've got one on either side of me. Super Ball's over there. Polly's over there. Rafa's right here. He's so cute. You are so cute. Trials Junkies United. They want unique coverage. Could the cats give an opinion on cases that could give you a break? Yeah. So, Oh, you know what? Maybe I could interview him. So, Rafa, what do you think about that? Is the jury hung? Is the jury hung or not?
He's just proven.
What's your opinion on the jury coming back?
He doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
Sweet boy.
Possible about the nobody, nobody, no crime, no crime, no nobody, no crime. But they did proof of non-living. Oh, 8-ball, is the jury hung? Careful there, Julie. Just because someone is a pillar in the community, Herrington was very conflicted and probably scared about coming out. I bet you people are exhausted watching me do everything. Is the jury hung? I bet you people are exhausted. Cat holds his tongue. Thank you for your opinion, Rafa. Much appreciated. Yes. Yes. Little Bean.
The link to the letter is on our community page.
Oh, okay. I'll put it in the... All right, so Aaron posted Sarah Boone's letter. Sneaky and I will be going over it tonight. But in the meantime, if you guys want to check it out, it's in our community page. But let me get a link for you guys. Did you just post it? Zoom.
It's on X as well.
Oh, you posted.
And I posted.
Only fan. You're too quick. Yes, real happy. 33. Thank you very much, Aaron. Father Rafa, we first saw him at the end of June, and he was like a wee little lad. So he was probably born in May sometime. Maybe he was probably 4 to 5 weeks when we first met him. So July, August, September, October, November, December-ish, 6. Yeah, he's probably 6, 7 months.
Say Polly.
Rafa. Oh, Polly's like, yeah, and then Polly's maybe a couple weeks older, maybe 3 weeks older. Trial Junkies United. I think it's going to come down to those who might have an issue with someone that is gay and then this choir boy they painted. Yeah. Yes, put your warm coats on. Yeah, we had a blast of winter come down here to Florida. It was like 70-something this morning when I woke up and 63 right now. It was 71 this morning, now it's 63. And trust me, that's not what I'm talking about. Tonight, it's supposed to get down to 36. So it went from 71 to 36. So that's pretty chilly. I know all things are relative, but 36 is pretty cold. You posted that on X, on Twitter?
And Blue Sky.
Okay,
And
cool.
the community, and I can't get onto Facebook because there's an error message when it shows up. So.
Okay. Oh, there it is. I see it. Holy moly, Sarah's letter. Yep. It's 33 here right now. Take gloves too, yeah. Well, we're supposed to get to 35, little miss. Oh, you have an April 2024 kitty too, honey? Oh, that's cool. Can you guys hear him? I don't know if I can. I don't want him. No. I can't get the mic close enough. But he's just crashed out right now. All right, so it took them 3 hours. It took the jury 3 hours to come back with what if we can't come to a decision. So they may be at it for at least another 2 hours, I would think. Do you hear it, OnlyFan? Do you hear him purring? Is the microphone picking him up? Because he's pretty far away. He's probably about 2 feet away. But if you can pick him up, that's cool. Wow, we already have 5 reposts. 12 minutes of Sarah Boone. We already have 5 reposts, 75 views on it already. It's funny. 4 comments. Sarah she is the gift that just keeps on giving. That's wild. It's cold down there. I'm 65 in Virginia Beach. Really? It's 65 up there. So has the cold front not hit you? Because if we're getting it, Puffy, you've got to be getting it. That's why I'm always like, if it's 35 down here, I know it's like 20 degrees up north, where my kin are from. All right, let me... Oh, it hasn't come through yet. Puffy, that's why. Norfolk. What is it, Norfolk? 65 in Norfolk, yeah, so... Yeah, it hasn't come through. That's really funny. We actually have had... We have the cold front before you. That's really funny. But in Lynchburg, it's 44, so Puffy, it's coming for you. It's coming for you, brother. Rocky Mountain at 63, yeah, still. Greensboro, 47 in Greensboro. Charlotte, it's 50. That's not too bad. Yeah, it's 36 up where I grew up. So, Puffy, it's coming for you. 59 in Lower PA, 46 in Atlanta. Louisiana yesterday was 74, 46, low was 33, yeah. I have family in New Orleans. New Orleans. I was there as a kid. I need to get back there. My nephew, who has unfortunately is no longer with us, he kept inviting me to go visit, and I never did. Yes, Jules is telling us about Sarah Boone letter. Yes, we know, Jules, we know. Boone's handwriting is really messy. Is it? I haven't even looked at it. Let me look at it.
That's what I said. It's very messy. It's hard to read usually.
Usually it's...
You can read her handwriting pretty good.
We could do a compare and contrast. You want me to reply to Jules?
Well, I'll tell her.
Mr. Michael Kranick. I am enclosing, please, my complete statement?
Yeah, her
What?
handwriting's a mess.
It doesn't even make sense. Wait, I do not want to do that. Oh, are you kidding? How do I get out of this? But it doesn't even... Okay, this is Sarah Boone's first sentence. Mr. Michael Kranick, I am enclosing, please...
Oh, I couldn't... That's what I said.
Please, hey, complete statement to you and the world as I partially read during my sentencing hearing. I am enclosing... It looks like please, my complete statement. That would make sense. I'm enclosing my complete statement to you. But what is that word, please? Oh, Sneaky, if you're still in the chat, we're going to have all kinds of fun tonight. $68 in Arizona, Capri, nice. North Louisiana, it's 57. 58 in West Texas, not too bad. $47 near Memphis. Therapist says she started adding in the word please in a lot of her sentences when she was representing herself. I'm enclosing, please, my complete statement. I get that, therapist, but that's a weird place to put it, isn't it? The way I'm reading it, and you tell me if I'm wrong, guys, if you guys are reading it too. I am enclosing, please, my complete statement to you and the world as I partially read during my sentencing hearing. I am enclosing, there's no commas either. I am enclosing, please, my complete sentence.
Yeah, she's a mess.
That's her version of being nice, maybe? OnlyFan? Yeah. I get that. I mean, I can see her, trying to be nice. I understand that. But
She's not trying to be nice.
but it would be, please, I am enclosing, or at the end, I am enclosing my complete statement to you.
She's calling him out. She's not being nice to him.
It's 100% grammatically incorrect. Yeah, it is, therapist. Please find. I think that's what you usually would start off with. Please find my enclosed complete statement. You would start it off like that. Enclosed, please find. Not I am enclosing, please my complete. Enclosed, please find my complete statement. Sorry, Sarah, I'm going to beg to differ on your choice of putting that word please in that particular sentence. Page 5. Oh, is page 5 even better, Julie? Let's see. Let me get to page 5. 3, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, where on page 5? Anywhere, or? It's the only time she's nice. I'm going to start driving west. It's warmer there. Her motto is the more the merrier when it comes to writing. At the store, everyone out. Widespread panic. I very much get the idea that she has no understanding of what the word forgiveness actually means. Ooh, I'm going to get blasted by the sun soon. But I don't want to get up. Poor Rafa. Which means to repair with gold in this tradition. Okay, that's the whole ceramic. This is the wisdom of Kinesukuro, right?
It's that gold.
Yeah, the Japanese. You break it and then you fill it with gold. Oh, thank you. It's the other. Yeah, that one. Thanks. Thank you, darling. Oh, you're the best.
Yep.
You're the best. I have the best
I
wife.
didn't disturb Rafa.
I have the best wife in the world. I don't want to disturb Rafa.
It's all about the cat, honey. It's all about the cat.
Second from the bottom. Social media, scoundrel detectives, infamy, maybe, defamation,
statement.
ongoing constitutional rights violation, second degree, forced into being pro se. Judge Wooten and Kranick, Orange County Corrections Department, social media, scoundrel detectives, infamy. Is that what you're? Yeah, I stopped reading there. Second row from the bottom. If I'm on the right, is this the right page? Am I on the right page? Oh wait, there's only 5 pages. Is there only 5 pages to this?
No. If you go to the link where it says read the full letter,
Oh,
that's the whole 28.
okay.
But on
What-
Instagram, no.
I know, but
YouTube and Twitter, and
I'm on YouTube right now. Yeah.
you can only post 5 images.
Okay.
Post.
Oh, okay. So I'm on the wrong. Okay.
You just gotta get to the link. It's in the.
Okay, Julie, let me get there. Okay, there's page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, page 5, second. Forced into being pro se. How was she forced? Oh, forced into being pro se.
Hey, thank you to our last subscriber.
Whoop, whoop. 5126. These 4 words. Okay, forced into being pro se. Yeah. She feels that she was forced into being pro se. Jenny, there was a lady that worked at a post office and she would say it's money, whatever the amount is. Please, thank you when asking for money. She would say it's whatever the amount is. It's $2, please, thank you, please, thank you. Yeah, some people are really nice. I noticed Dwayne says thank you a lot. I appreciate that. She only had 11, I know. Bet Owens is glad he's out. Unbalanced, yeah. Although he did say he's not an appellate lawyer, he's not going to do the appeal, but if she does win the appeal and she gets another trial, he said he would do it. He also said he didn't get paid. His words, he said he did not get paid. Widespread panic. I love how she's lecturing an experienced judge. She's lecturing an experienced judge on how to perform his duties. She didn't even go to college. Therapist. Her actions are other people's faults. Other people's actions are other people's faults. It's her world. We're just living in it. Yeah. Paulette Kelly. Disgust in her because she's an outspoken woman. I mean, it's one thing to be outspoken. That's another thing to just be a Sarah. Is she now going to become a? Would that be a verb? Don't become a Sarah. Or is that an adverb? Don't become. Become would be the verb. I don't know. Help me with my. I hated English. Unbalanced. What would be if I said don't become a Sarah? What would Sarah be? Is that an adverb? I hated English, and I absolutely full stop on verbs, adverbs, adjectives, prepositions. What would the word Sarah be in this sentence? Don't become a Sarah. Unbalanced equation. I'm counting on you. A noun, don't become. Isn't the noun you? You don't become a Sarah. Sarah is describing what you would become. Don't become a Sarah. So Sarah is the noun in that case? All right. Noun. All right, everybody's saying that's a noun. Okay. See, now you know why I hated English. Hated English. Hated English. Loved to write, loved to read. Just hated English. I hated the structure of it all. I was more from the school of Kerouac and just let it flow. What else? Bap. I think Owens thought her DV pics would mitigate more. Then she opened her mouth and basically forced any sympathy away. You know what, Bap? I think that ship sailed when they showed the one video of her berating poor Jorge, and he's in the corner, and he's like, Sarah, Sarah, and she's like, yep, that's my name, don't wear it out. Then that was the rebuttal, and Mr. J, man, he brought it so good in the rebuttal. And then, of course, the actual night that George passed, the exact same thing. Sarah, Sarah. And she's like, that's my name. Don't wear it out. Oof. Amber waves of grain. What don't you become? Sarah. Noun. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to officially say that don't become a Sarah. That's going to be my new saying. Don't become a Sarah. It's kind of like Karen, I guess, but I don't want to go there either. It would be more like berating. What would that be? It would be like don't become a Sarah. Is Sarah the new Karen? Jesus. Oh my gosh. Please come back with a verdict. Therapist, you're using it in a form of an adjective too. It could be argued. Thank you. I'm cracking up here. Same Chris never liked English class. Yes, Paulette. Down with English class. I know, it's funny because I had the same view about guitar. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to, because I had music, I learned piano. I had 7 years of classical piano training. And when I started to play guitar, then I got in my 20s, I was like, yeah, I don't want to take lessons. But then I realized, well, you have to learn the rules before you can break the rules. So I guess that's the same thing with English. You have to know the rules before you can break the rules. Trial Junkies, she is the Wade Wilson of females. If she had someone to call, we would have to listen to her. Yeah, that's true, all of her jailhouse calls. She wrote it to the judge in the world. I thought she hated the world. Puffy, squeegee, diagramming sentences was the worst. I know. I mean, I know what adjectives and adverbs are, but I just hated it. But I get it, you have to learn. I hated the grammar and the spelling. Spelling I was good at. I was good at spelling because I was always a reader, so I was always good at spelling. But the grammar, and obviously I can talk, and I love to read. I just didn't like the structure of it. I always got C's and D's in English. But then in 11th grade I had a writing. That was more writing, and I got A's because I love to write. I'm still in touch with that my 11th grade English teacher on Facebook, believe it or not. Real Happy 33, grammar is not my thing either. I'd rather work a calculus book than write a paper. So you're the math whiz in the chat. Amber Waves of Grain, if you say don't act like a Sarah, Sarah is still a noun. You just don't know how Sarah acts. You just know how Sarah acts. Fair enough. Hey, I'll give it up to you guys. In that case, it's a noun. BAP, if y'all are going to show the Georgia versus Owens trial, you might want to make sure ahead of time that you work on the audio because it is low. Okay. We have the technology. We can definitely bump things up. Curviel, agreed. Squeege, stupid rules that no one follows. And remember having to cite all those sources, and now apparently we don't have to double space after A. Yeah. I know, the English language is like out the window anyway with slang. And, Urban Dictionary and all that stuff. It's so funny. And why is it called urban? That sounds like it might be a little racist. Trial Junkies United. I can't, the suitcases are in the attic and I can't climb the steps. Right? That's funny. You still double space after A out of habit. Wait a minute, double space after A. Why would you double space after A? I'm not following that. I took typewriting as well. I'm not following the double space after A. Before double space after A. So if you're saying, all right, put that in a sentence. Curviel, I never heard about double spacing after A. Yeah, put that in a sentence, Curviel. Because that visually would just look weird to me. A period. Maybe the period isn't showing up. No, the period is showing up. So, okay, so I went to a store to buy a hamburger. So let me type that out. I went to a store to buy a burger. Double space after a period. I went to a store to buy a burger. Double space after a period. After a period. No, we don't do double spaces. That's like old school typewriting. And I still have a client that still does that, and I hate it. Not that I hate it, but that's old school. That's like real old school. They did away with that, I think, in like the 90s with once computers came on. Y'all are trolling him now. Who are we trolling? Therapist. You need a swear jar. I think you are a blonde, Squeegee. I am a blonde. No, I don't like the double space after periods. That stopped, I think, with the advent of computers. That was in typewriting and typesetting and newsprint and all that stuff, but that went out. Double space doesn't come after a period anymore. It does not. Again, that stopped after, that stopped after typesetting kind of was on the out. Once computers kind of came in, double spacing after a period went out the window. And I do have a client that sends me a lot of work that double spaces, and whenever I flow it into WordPress or somewhere else, I always have to get rid of those double spaces. Let's see, what else? What else? What else? Honey 1312, I cannot stand the double spacing. I still work with people that do that. I have to always go behind it and edit it. Yep. Unbalanced. Another Americanization. First you drop the U, now the double space. You guys still double space? Unbalanced? Does the UK, do you still double space? Curvio, Squeege is going to make a macro. Find, yeah, yep, replace with. Therapist, you know, oh, sweet angel, baby Chris, you're pure as a driven snow, but you said F earlier. Amber waves of grain. I always double space. Is that not a thing now? Oh, Amber. They got rid of it. I don't know why, but I remember working in the 90s and typesetting newspapers. It was always double space. And then once computers came along, they just did away with it. Let me see. Why do we not double space after a period? We don't double space after a period anymore because this practice originated from the use of typewriters, which were monospaced fonts, which every character took up the same amount of space. So it was all with typesetting and you know, typewriters and typesetting and newsprint. And then once computers came along, that was gone. 2 spaces after a period does not improve readability. Okay, the extra space was needed to visually separate sentences, but modern computers use proportional fonts where letters take up different amounts of space, making the extra space unnecessary and considered poor formatting. So, those that still double space, do not double space anymore. That's like from typesetting and, you know, typewriters and typesetting and newsprint. But with the computers and in the 90s, I remember when that happened. I was there. I was there at the ground floor. Should I be taking notes, Professor? Yes. Do I need a pipe? And now we know. Remember that? The more you know, for those that remember that. Unbalanced, you use double spaces? Well, Mandy Strong, that makes sense. I'm so thankful I just learned that. Yes. I learned something new today, yes? Krista, Aaron still uses double spaces. Do you really? No, you don't. Amber Waves, I didn't know that. I learned to type that way. Yeah, we all did. If you took typewriting, which I did in high school, it was all double space, because the fonts, you know, the way the key would hit the paper, you know, was just for readability. I grew up that way too, and then I went into the work world. Computers, you know, were in full swing at that point, and they're like, nope, don't do that because it takes up space. You know, you're printing out. I mean, it makes sense if you have like a 100-page manuscript and you have double spaces. That could add, you know, that could just add a lot of extra space you just don't need. So it's not wrong if you do it, but you don't have to do it. Oh, here's Microsoft. Okay. Why Microsoft Word now considers 2 spaces after a period an error. Traditionalists, 2 spacers can still disable the function. All right, this is fun. Aren't we married? Yes, we are, but I don't remember you putting two spaces. 4 hours of deliberating, I know. Is ChatGPT an app? It's a yes, it is an app. It's a website if you want. It's also an app. You can get it on your phone for sure. I have it on mine. One of the greatest debates in typographical history is arguably an empty one. It centers on the idea of nothingness, specifically the number of spaces found between the end of one sentence and the beginning of another. And what a difference a single keystroke can make. Virtual wars have been waged over that humble second space. Some maintain that 2 spaces between sentences make paragraphs easier to read. And then Slate's Farhad Manjoo, who wrote in 2011 that typing 2 spaces after a period is totally, completely, utterly, and inarguably wrong. There you go. As the crux of the great spacing debate, we know this is a stylistic choice that may not be the preference for all writers. Still, the truth of the matter is that double spaces are a rapidly disappearing demographic. That's like writing cursive. ChatGPT costs money. It does on, I think on your app. I forget how much it is. You can get, I think, a premium. I think you can do it for free, but then you also can do a premium. I don't know how much it costs. All right, so two double spacers or two spaces, you guys are a dying breed. Just like the people that can read cursive, read and write. Chat GPT cost. Paid subscription is $20 a month. It provides access to ChatGPT at all times, faster response times, and priority access to new features. So I think there's a free version, but it's $20 a month. Unbalanced. It's just a race to the bottom. Standards don't cost or don't count. College always wants double space format. Therapists, do they? Interesting. Even on, I'm assuming you're not using a typewriter. I'm pretty sure you're using a computer. They still want double spaced. Yes, we pay the $20 a month. Thank you, Trial TV Live. Oh, no, here, OpenAI is saying it's $25 per user, billed monthly, $30 per user, billed annually, it's $25, billed monthly, it's $30. Huh, it's funny, AI Overview says it's $20 a month, but we pay $20. All right. Oh, Kerrville, did you used to write for a newspaper? So the great space after debate. Camera shaking, maybe some action coming into the courtroom. So it was like, I think around 3:30, right? 3:35 when they broke. Oh, interesting. So Verlazo, I'm not going to say what's going on right now, but I'm watching it. But we're not going to cover that. We're going to cover the Owens one. Puffy, no, but I will not agree that anyways and regards are grammatically acceptable. Man, do you use Microsoft Word for your resume? And now that I think about it, remember, didn't like the double spacing. I just went with it. Maybe not need to edit resume after all. No, leave it, Mandy. It's fine. Don't. Yeah. It's acceptable. Don't lose sleep. Yeah. Oh, you're going to lose sleep over the Boone letter. Mississippi versus Herrington. They're saying 4:01, 4 hours and 1 minute. I have it at about 4 hours. I said it started at noon Eastern. Irregardless drives me nuts. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't pause either. Unbalanced 407. I did not pause for that. Do they? I guess they consider that when they pause, they're no longer deliberating. Yeah, therapist, I don't know. There should be no space after the word and the punctuation. Supposedly, Pacifically, that's another one. Pacifically. Or Pacific, yeah. There's a lot that goes on in the world. Smoke break or potty breaks. Supposedly, ugh. Nails on a chalkboard. Child Junkies United. Kids today, if you ask them to write a sentence, good to see you, be right back, LOL, diagram that. Yeah.
Well, they get offended if you have punctuation or something.
Oh.
If you write a sentence.
If you actually write a sentence, they get offended by that now?
Yeah, I think so. I think I saw that somewhere.
Well, they can't read or write cursive. They can't read an analog clock. I understand they're not teaching that anymore. There's a lot that they're not teaching anymore. Capitalizing every word. Why? How long does that take you to type? I don't get it. Three commas irritates me. That's not an ellipse. That's not an ellipse. Do we do commas next? How do you guys feel about commas? I type the way I talk and break thoughts with commas or, periods or dot dots. I try to only capitalize proper nouns. Trials Junkie. We need to get Kerviel and Puffy Freeman onto chat. They both wanted to go to the FBI and didn't. Okay. That would be an interesting Wednesday night. Oh, and Trial Junkies, you're going to come on, right, in January. All right. Kerviel and Puffy, send us, I think, Puffy, you sent us an email. I believe this is you. I'm going to reply and say, is this you? Sorry. Yeah, if you guys want to come on, then email us. Puffy and Kerviel. Oh, sorry. I thought I turned that off. Sorry, guys. I'm so thirsty. Love to see you on Squeegee Show. You could talk about what it was like to work with FBI, not specific cases since they may be active. All right. Yeah, send me Kerviel and Puffy. Send me an email if you guys want to come on. We'd love to talk to you guys about your experience. Oh, thank you, darling. Thank you. Oh, I could do some ASMR there. Oh, Care Bear, you just gave away. I wasn't going to say that. Because we still, Curvio, really? When people type like this? If you get really quick at it, yeah. Care Bear, we still may cover that, so careful of the spoilers, because I did see that. I'm like, oh, and I was going to say something. I'm like, nope, nope, nope. Yeah, we still may cover it. I mean, again, once the end of the year, the courts are going to shut down, so we may end up covering Vermont, Ferlazzo. The bot didn't complain, so there. Oh, what did you send us? Oh, the Cash App guy. Child Junkies. Cash App guy. It's been going on this week. All right. That was San Francisco, I think, right? Don't know if it's televised locally or not. Might be something like, let's look that up. Oop, Cash App. Oh. Rafa. I got to show you Rafa. With his little paw. Oh, and his paw. Of course his paw just went down. Right when I wanted to show it to you, his paw went down. All right, Cash App. Cash App guy. Cash App M-word. Bob Lee, day 4. Nima Momini. Oh, stretchies. Oh my goodness, stretches. So Bob Lee is the Cash App guy. All right. Oh, put him down on the list. Oh, sorry, Paulie. Care Bear, I won't say anything about the other trials. No, that's cool, because we may still cover that. Trial Junkies United. If an EMP was to go off, the kids couldn't even read a map. Yeah, let's not talk about the zombie apocalypse. Yeah, aren't we living in the zombie apocalypse with the cell phones? Crystal Limited Edition. When you find out if you will, please let me know. I try and watch with Trial TV Live, and I'm not up for another poor autistic child. I know. That's going to be tough, you guys. That's going to be tough. All right, Cash App. That's going to be tough. But you guys want us to cover it. Cash App murder. That's why I may do the Vermont one. Probably. Maybe we'll do Vermont. I know you guys wanted Owens, but I don't know, that one might be tough. Every time I see typing like that, I think of the SpongeBob meme. Yeah. In the publishing world, we use one space. Yep. Yeah, we went through a whole thing with that, Little Miss, when it switched over. Trial Junkies. The lovely Erin making sure you have something to drink. Yes. I can't do child cases anymore. Real happy. I know. I'm on the fence with that one. I know you guys want to cover that one. It's going to be tough. We will maybe at some point. Maybe not. Maybe we'll do that Vermont one. I don't know. Or the Cash App one. Oh wow! It's day 4 of jury deliberations. What? Wait a minute. Here I am giving it away. Sorry, Care Bear. Here I'm saying don't give spoilers, and here I am giving a spoiler. Wow. Okay. Just don't cover YSL. No. Yeah, Little Miss. We were talking about that in the 90s, early 90s, is when I remember it switching over. All All right, trial junkies, I'm looking at that Bob Lee, the Cash App. And again, I don't want to give spoilers away, but wow. I guess we could cover it and just not, we could just obviously not have to sit through that. Yeah, MacBooks are, how much are MacBooks? You did some pricing.
This?
Mandy's, we're talking about getting a MacBook.
Well, we paid about 3 for ours,
Yeah,
and that was 3 as well.
yeah. Yeah, Mandy, they're just way too expensive.
But we need space and we need
Yeah,
speed.
of course.
We used to get the iMacs, and those were reasonable, but the
Mhm.
Mac Mini is like $500. The Mac Mini starts at like $600,
Mhm.
but you have to buy the mouse, the keyboard, the
All the
display.
accessories, yeah.
There's, you can Frankenstein a computer together, but
Right. Yes, Little Miss. Publishers use single space. I know. That's where I started out, at McGraw Hill. Your poor Doc came to bed early this morning. It was so cold. He said I had the blankets wrapped around me like a mummy. He had to get his own blanket out of the closet. Yes, MacBooks are awesome. We're Mac here. I've been Mac since since
long before
since
me.
90. 1990 I've been on a Mac. Oh, Broken Baker. Are you guys in the chat? Are we getting a muffin raid? Thanks for joining us, guys. I am going to be with Broken Baker on the 19th at 9 a.m. Thank you so much for inviting us, Baker. We really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to talking with you. And welcome all the muffins. Say hi, muffins, if you're here. Say hi. We're just talking about single space versus double space after a period. Jack Kerouac, how English language is on the decline. Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone's new letters are out. We're going to talk about those tonight. Me and Sneaky Side are going to go over Sarah Boone's letters. Aaron uploaded them to our community page. We're going to talk about Sarah. We're going to talk about Luigi. We're going to talk about drones over New Jersey. So that's going to be tonight at 8. Oh, Pernilla, hello to you. Thank you for joining us. Say hello, everybody. Yep, we're on Verdict Watch. Since noon, so 4.5 hours about. They did come back around an hour ago, and they said, what if we don't come back with a verdict? Or what if we don't all agree? And the judge read them the Allen charge and sent them back. So that's where we stand. But check in, muffins. Let me know that you're there. Appreciate you guys coming in. We're trying to figure out what the next trial we're going to cover is. We have Bob Lee, we have Georgia versus Celeste Owens, and we got Vermont versus Verlazo. 8 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Mountain, 5 p.m. Pacific. It's a new letter that has me fuming mad. Sarah Boone needs to go away already, Mandy. Yeah. I could put that up. For what? Have all the bakers seen the latest and greatest letter from Sarah Boone to Judge Kranick?
Do you want to put the creepy girl up? Or the jury girl?
You could.
Or you could put up the courtroom.
I could keep talking. Can I keep talking? Can they hear me or no?
Yeah.
Can you guys still hear me? Chat, let me know if you can still hear me. And I'll just talk behind the creepy verdict
There's
watch
no
girl.
sound on it.
Huh?
There's no sound on it.
There's no sound on what?
The verdict watch girl.
There's no sound?
On the verdict
Oh, yeah.
watch girl.
But can they still hear me? Yep.
Of course.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay. So is that creepy to hear me talking behind verdict watch?
No. Put you back on stage. Or put the courtroom on stage.
It's not. You guys can still hear me? Okay. Yes, you can hear me behind the creepy lady. All right. Yeah, we're going to read the letter tonight with Sneaky. Sneaky Side, Lady Sneak is going to join me at 8 o'clock on with Squeegee. 8 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Mountain, 5 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Central. Did I cover all the... I covered them all. Grass is green enough. Hello. How are you? We're in verdict watch for Herrington, Mississippi versus Herrington. They've been at it for 4.5 hours. They took a little, not a break, but they had a question for the judge about an hour ago. And they said, what if we can't come to what if we can't all agree? And the judge read them the Allen charge and sent them back. Yeah, Brat. She is just as repentant as always. So grass is green enough. Grass is green enough. Not the grass is always greener, but the grass is green. Oh, the grass is green enough on your side. Is that a play on that? Grass is always greener? So you're saying the grass is green enough? Hey, Dwayne. You just read Boone's letter of forgiveness to everyone except herself. Yep. May she serve her life sentence in silence. And Paulette Kelly, how are you? Good to see you. Audio's good and Pip Squeegee is back. Get a shot of Rafa. Little Rafa. He's so cute. That's my little Rafa. Sweet little boy. Yeah, he is. He is out, Julie. Out. They're all out. I got flanked by 2 cats and then Rafa. Everybody's sleeping. Yep, nope. I'm not sure what that means, trial junkies. Grass is green enough. Yep, took a while, but discovered what I've got is a good thing. There you go. Everybody out, we're home. Oh, okay. Yep, kicking us out. Dreama says, I agree, Dwayne, I can take away her paper and pencils. Yeah, well, unfortunately we can't do that as much as we would like to. Come on, jury. Huh, you guys ever hear of Hannah Kobayashi? She went missing in LA last month and she contacted her family and told them she is safe. She last seen entering Mexico on foot. She's from Maui. Puffy says, Squeegee, Kitty is better than creepy Lady Justice. I know, I wish I could have a kitty cam on him. That'd be cool.
But he doesn't sit still long.
What?
He doesn't sit still long.
Yeah, he does. Well,
usually.
he is sitting still now. Yeah, sitting still now. She contacted her family. Yeah, that's what I'm reading right now. This is breaking news. Hannah Kobayashi, Maui woman who went missing in LA last month, has contacted her family and told them she is safe. She was last seen on camera entering Mexico on foot. 4.5 hours. I agree.
Somebody's stuck.
It's sad. Grass is green enough. It's sad, but if she was found safe, is she okay? I mean, is that cool then? Wow, Ahmaud Aubrey, ex-prosecutor charged with meddling in Ahmaud Aubrey case, appears in court. She's charged with violating her oath.
Okay.
That was a flea that was just on me.
Okay. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. Hindering police. So I didn't follow this at all. Former Georgia District Attorney charged with illegally interfering with police investigating the 2020 offing of Ahmaud Aubrey. Made her first court appearance Wednesday, more than 3 years. Huh. She was charged with violating her oath of office and hindering police as they investigated his death. Wow, I did not even see any of this. I mean, I knew about him, but I didn't know about her. Her father self-deleted while looking for her due to... Oh, no, grass is greener. Grass is green. I'm sorry. Grass is green enough. That's terrible. That is sad then. Brad says, last I heard, the family said they were still looking for her despite the fact that she seemed to be crossing the border of her own free will. Curious to hear her version. Yeah, Aubrey case was sad. So she was voted out of office. She's charged, she's denied wrongdoing and said she immediately recused herself from her office. So she's going to appears in court ahead of trial. When is she going to? See, that would be interesting to follow. When does she go into court? That might be one to follow. Oh, it's supposed to start January 21st. It's supposed to take 2.5 weeks. Trial Junkies, you've been following that. That might be a good one to follow. Final pretrial hearing today. So Puffy says that's an interesting case. Yeah. Her father unalived himself while looking for an LA. Seven-story garage. Oh, that's terrible. That stinks. That's terrible. Yeah, I did not hear about that Kobayashi case until just now. Hello, Polly. Hello. Hi, sweet little girl. You going right into the lion's nest over there?
She really is.
The lion's den?
Sorry. I don't know what Holly you do to wake her up.
Come here. Come this way. Come on. Yeah, it's a good girl. Hi. It's a good girl.
She's on the keyboard.
Okay. So this is Polly. She's a little bit older than Rafa. Hi. Don't come there. Come here. I know.
She really, really, really wants to meet Super Ball, but
Stop.
Super Ball is not gonna be happy with that.
Come on, dude.
I know Super Ball. And Super Ball's sleeping, so.
Oh my god, this is so cute. You guys, if you can see Rafa, the way he's sleeping. Can you see him? And that's Polly and Rafa. They're so cute. Yeah, Julie, they still have time. They're an hour. Yep, it's only 3:30 there. Loomis, I think San Francisco. Polly, was it Gutierrez? Gaultieri? Yeah, Puffy, we get that because of her ears. She looked like Polly Gaultieri. At first we thought she was a bobcat. Hey, Lucy, snakes will hiss. How are you? You were at college finishing a math assignment. Your body's making sure to tell me. Child Junkies United, after people gave to the GoFundMe for the search for Hannah, they heard about her not catching her flight on purpose. The family was irate. We will hear crickets from them. Crickets now, she called fam. Polly. Yes, we call her Polly. Polly. Oh, yeah. We want to follow this one. Jared Bridigan. I think we were. Shannon Gardner. Yeah. Okay, so we were following this one too. So a new round of documents was released today, in what police have described as the unlive for hire to off Jared Bridigan. Documents released Monday center around bank accounts of Henry Tenen, Mario Fernandez, and Shannon Gardner. Definitely want to follow this one. So upcoming trial for Fernandez and Gardner. So this happened in Jacksonville Beach. I definitely want to follow this one. When is this supposed to go to trial? Oh, they're not going to go to trial till October 2025. Dang it. Oh.
She just did something to your keyboard. Oh, okay.
I think she stepped right on Rafa, maybe.
I don't care. It's Jill.
What now? I'm just saying it's hard to see when the... Is that me or you saying? What?
That was like 20 minutes.
I know Amber Waves 2025 is in a couple of days. It is, but October is. I may go to that one if that's. It's Jacksonville Beach, Jacksonville. I may go to that one. Shannon Gardner. We have. We were starting to work on it.
Right.
Yeah, we may go. I may go to that one in October. Mandy Strong. High-profile cases take 4 to 5 years in Florida. Why? I have no idea. Yeah, Pammy, we're trying to figure out our next trial. Georgia versus Owens, Vermont versus Ferlazzo, or the Bob Lee Cash App. I put a poll up and people wanted me to do the Owens, but that's an autistic 8-year-old girl. I don't know. I don't want to. Owens going to be. I don't want to not cover it, because that's not what we're about. We do cover everything. I'm trying to figure out what to cover first. Maybe the Vermont one. I don't know. Oh, we're up to 5130. Cool. Thank you to all the new subscribers. Appreciate it. Oh, what's up, little boy? You're in trouble. Sweet little boy. I know, Jenny. We've covered a lot of cases with kids, though. I'm not going to shy away from that, because we do cover. I'm not going to. We don't want to be a channel that shies away from stuff, just because of the subject matter. I don't want to become that I don't want to become that channel that does that. As terrible as it is, you know, I want to honor the victims too. I don't want to be like, oh, I'm not going to cover that, and because of the subject matter. Puffy Freeman, oh, Squeegee, there's an app called Catlock to help with kitties tap dancing on the keyboard. Oh. And that's for Mac? Mac Cap Lock. Oh, dude. Disable cap locks. Open system keyboard, select modified. Oh, okay. Click the pop-up menu next to cap lock. Choose new action. All right. All right.
Great.
Oh, little boy. Little boy. Oh, little boy. Little man. There's a little man. Look at him. He's all snuggly snugs. But I gotta get up. Dude. Oh, it's a good boy. Yeah. Oh, it's a good boy. You could stay there.
Cell phone.
Huh?
Oh, we're not.
Oh my goodness. Look at that little man. He's so cute. Hold out there, Polly. I'll pull him back far enough that they can see him.
He's watching you.
There. That's a good boy. Yeah, I think oh, let me turn off the All right, we may have a verdict, guys. Somebody said that they were in the courtroom and they said a verdict is in. Let's see if we can find a reliable
14.
source. Yep. All right, they're not. Hold on, we need to confirm it though. Not sure yet. Trying to confirm it. Trying to confirm it. Just trying to confirm it. Not saying that's confirmed yet. It is not confirmed yet. To be confirmed. To be confirmed. Have not found it yet.
And she says right here.
Another Allen thingy, maybe? Maybe
No,
unbalanced.
we do that once.
They just do it once? So if they come back now, that's going to be a mistrial. If they come
Or-
back,
Or a verdict.
or no, I mean if they come back and they're hung, then that's it.
Mistrial, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Judge Jumper. He had his sentencing the other day.
Yes.
Yeah, we got to cover that. All right. We'll probably tomorrow. No, Friday. We're going to do a lot of things that we're going to cover a lot of things that we didn't have a chance to cover today. And yeah, so Friday's going to be fun. We're going to cover we're going to do Chloe Driver tomorrow for sure. Depending on how long that is, we'll pick up on either Corey Richens or Karen Reed. We also have Donna Adelson. Yeah, Thursday is Corey, Chloe, Karen. Excuse me, Corey, Chloe, Corey, and Karen. And then we have the Judge Jumper. He was sentenced the other day, 2 days ago or something. A lot was going on. All right, I don't think there's a verdict. I'm not seeing anything that is from a reputable source.
Well, you just gotta hang tight.
Well, nobody's, no reputable source is talking about it, is what I'm saying, yeah.
Is your clock still going?
Yep. Yeah, 4:55 and counting.
Can you
think of the new music? Thoughts on the music? Corn music? What do you guys think? Some background music? Why not, right? Ohio Gin, yes, we are on Verdict Watch. Verdict Watch. Ohio Gin, this is for you. There. That is specifically for you. Ohio Gin. Coming up. For Ohio Gin. That's what we're on.
Did you shut off the music?
All right, here's everybody's present. We have a note from the jury that says, "We feel confident we are unable to reach a unanimous decision." I would ask that note be made a part of the court file and filed in the court file. The court's intention this time is to bring the jury back in and make sure I tell them, don't tell me how you're divided as far as towards guilty or innocent or which particular charge, if there's several charges they could pick from, about which charge you're talking about or which way one side is leaning one way or the other, but ask them if they can to give me a numerical division to the best they can. Depending on that, what that number is, may have some bearing on the court's decisions about continuing deliberations or not. If you would show the jury.
All right, Chet, so the jury's still divided.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have received your note that says we feel confident we are unable to reach a unanimous decision. I would like, you got somebody that y'all think can be your spokesman, but I'll just address the question to the group and go from there. But I want you to make it clear before I ask you the following question. Do not tell me whether you're more votes for guilty or not guilty. Don't tell me which count that you're considering. I know there are several options. There was capital murder, first degree murder, capital murder, first degree murder, second degree murder, negligent manslaughter, and not guilty. Don't tell me which one your vote's on. don't tell me which side is winning or losing, for lack of a better word, but can someone tell me, is there a particular numerical divide? What's the score, for lack of a better word, anyway? Can you tell me that? 11 to 1. Score being 11 to 1, I'm going to send you back. I understand you've got your difficulty, but I'm going to send you back to review the court's initial instructions I gave you earlier to examine your own thoughts and beliefs and continue your deliberations anyway. Okay? Thank you. Court being recessed.
All right, they're back at it, 11 to 1. I voted. I expected it to be guilty. I thought they'd come back as guilty. So one person is holding out, and the guy who you heard the person, where did you stand? What's the score? And he's like 11 to 1. So whoever is holding out, one holdout. Yep, there's one. It's 11 to 1. There's one holdout. Therapist, are you sure about that? I don't think he said which. He said make sure you don't say which way you're leaning towards. Just what is it? So let's. I'm pretty sure the judge said, don't tell us which way you're leaning. Just say what it is that you're leaning. Don't say if it's guilty or not guilty. Just say what's the score. Yep, 12 Angry Men movie. Yeah, totally. Yeah. That's your guess. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. So somebody's holding out. Yeah. He didn't say which was winning. Yeah. Oh, I never thought about it being the other way around. So you think... Oh, you think, so the other way around, 11 not guilty and 1 guilty?
It's 50-50.
Yeah, they said 11 guilty, 1 not guilty. If they said Timmy would be at the airport in the next 30 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you can't say 11 guilty or 11 not guilty because, yeah, that would be tipping. Told them not to mention which charge, yeah. I hope they know how to communicate in order to progress. Tim's balloon now must be twitching. Oh, unbalanced. Yeah, I cannot see 11 not guilty either. Yeah. But the way you heard him say, which way are they leaning? And he's like, 11 to 1. He did not sound happy. Whoever that person said. He's like, he did not sound happy. Hung jury after all this, Mississippi home of the hypocritical holy rollers. Yeah. There's one holdout. Oh man, I hate to be that one person. They're gonna pounce on him or her. Well, the makeup was 12 jurors, 3 alternates, so we don't know who was sent home, but it was 7 men and 8 women. 4 of them were black, 11 were white. So we're not sure who was sent home and who stuck around. But 11 to 1. Julie D. Could be, but watching this trial, it seems it would be 11 guilty, 1 not guilty. There are some people that believe you can't charge someone with murder if there's no body. Right, but that law has changed. They've changed that law. There's a stealth juror, and they are going to hold strong. The makeup was Jay Lee's. Unbalanced, yeah. There's a stealth juror, and they're going to hold strong. Oh man, one juror. Jenny says they need to push that last Snapchat exchange and the fact Jay wouldn't leave that dog. Yeah. Well, the Google search, that's pretty damning, pretty telling. Well, let's revisit. Let's revisit some of the. Let's revisit the timeline, if you will. I'm going to go over. Gwen, sorry, was thinking about there. we're going to go over her final rebuttal while we wait because we have time. So she talked about the lock audit. She was countering what Horan said. Horan. So she said it was unlocked at 6:45. Herrington was at Walmart 4 minutes later. But Detective Baker, let me just read this. I'll just read this straight up. All right, Detective Baker testified that the lock report was not accurate and couldn't be used. Agho said that the report, that's Gwen, said the report shows the door was unlocked at 6:45. Herrington was at Walmart 4 minutes later. By 7:43, Herrington would have had to have been at Molly Barr's trail running his 4-minute mile. But the lock audit report shows activity at 7:06. Gwen argued that the state was not hiding the report from the jury. When you look closely at everything, Tim Herrington's story doesn't line up. All right, let's get to... So she doesn't go over the timeline here. Green-eyed cat. So you really got convinced by the state's case after opening arguments? You seem to think it was going to be very hard to prove this no-body case. You really got convinced by the state's case after opening arguments. I was convinced at the time of, once I heard, I think it was day 4, Shane Fortner. Lieutenant Shane Fortner, day 4, came in with the text messages. That's what spun it for me in the Google search. That's what turned it for me. That's when I turned, I'm like, at 6:58, he searched, how long to strangle somebody. And then 6:03, Jay's texting him, open. And that's what turned it for me. There's always one moment, and that testimony, his testimony brought in a lot of evidence. And he brought in all the text messages, and among the biggest one for me was that Google search. And then Jay telling Khalid, actually texting Tim, I'm not going to come back over there. You're going to beat my ass, basically. Yeah, Capri Law. Send your timeline to that one juror. All right, let's review Capri Law's timeline. She was kind enough to make this timeline. So the 4 a.m. time slot. Jay Lee leaves his apartment at Campus Walk at 4 a.m. He comes back at 4:40. A new account made by Tim contacts Jay Lee at 5:17. He asks Jay Lee to come back at 5:25 a.m. At 5:56, Tim Googles how long it takes to strangle somebody. At 5:58, Jay Lee leaves his apartment. At 6 a.m., there's a video call between Jay Lee and Khalid, and he's telling him, "Hey, I'm going over to this person who I blocked." Kind of giving him a heads up. At 6:03, Jay texts "open," and again, that's so close from 5:58 to 6:03. It's 5 minutes. They lived very, very close to each other. At 6:12, Jay Lee's Snapchat pings at Tim's apartment. At 6:41, Tim is at the Walmart looking at trash cans, and duct tape. At 6:51, there's a Chevron cam that Tim's car goes by. And at 6:57, there's a box truck that goes by. 7:18, Lee's car is captured on CCTV. I'm not sure where. I'm not sure where that was captured. But it's got to be in that area. So then 7:25, Tim's pulling into the Molly Bar Trail Apartments. At 7:34, Tim's seen running from the Molly Bar. And Gwen addressed that because there was like 4 or 5 other cars that came in. And she said, if Tim was in that car coming in, why was he seen running out? And nobody knew Tim in those other cars. There was no correlation between those other cars coming in, because that's what defense said. Oh, there was like 4 or 5 other cars that came in, but nobody could identify who those other cars were in relationship to Tim. Everybody could make a direct correlation back to Tim because of Jay's car coming in. Circumstantial, but I don't know. That's some pretty heavy evidence. 7:38, Tim is picked up at the gas station by Kazia Carter. 7:41, they get pulled over. So that's the timeline. I think if I was the 11 jurors trying to convince the one, if it was 11 guilty and one not guilty, I'd be look at the Google search, look at Jay's text back to Tim about you're just trying to get me over there to beat me up. I mean, he literally texted him that. Those would be the two things that I would say. Just wrap your head around that. If you got, okay, chat, what would you say? If you could say one thing, what one piece of evidence? What's one piece of evidence that you guys would say to that one juror? I'm the one juror, convince me. Give me your elevator pitch. I'm looking for you guys, if I'm the one juror, tell me what one piece of evidence you would tell me to convince me that Tim did this. Meza, thank you. The Google search. Pammy says open the door. Mandy says the Google search. Ask the one juror that doesn't prove he did it with intent. Oh, whimsically chaotic. Thank you for joining us. Open. And the text after Jay left. Lucy says, luring Jay back. He wanted control. Jenny says, yeah, the Google search with the Snapchat timeline. The one thing I would say, yeah, I would say the Google search. That's probably pretty damning. Capri Law, why did he hide his car? Why did he initially lie? Yep, and say he went on a run. Why did he try to leave the U.S.? Yep, he's trying to go to Singapore. Trying to go to he was going to move to Dallas. Why was Jay Lee afraid of him? Why did he buy the duct tape? Yep, all. He has luring Jay Lee back. Thank you, Lucy. Lure 8 NV. Yes, luring. Yeah, the Google search is huge. I mean, that's big. How do you, there's so many things. I agree, Pammy, but if you had to say one thing, I'm trying to distill it down to one thing. Real Happy 33, I do think he had some help somewhere in all of that. Well, his grandfather had 50 rental properties and his dad had 7 or 8. So that's like, nearly 60 rental properties. Now, were those all in the country were they city? I'm not sure about that. Like, were they apartments or were they, maybe housing where there was some backyardage? Whimsical chaotic, yeah, missed the part about him leaving the country. Yep, he was going to move to Dallas and he was searching plane tickets to Singapore. Pammy says, I know, I was agreeing with Capri Law. Honey 1312. Didn't he search body found in water too? Something like that. Yeah, there was an Ole Miss student that had been offed, a woman, I believe. Yes, she was found in a lake. So he was searching for that. He was searching for just Oxford police, Ole Miss student. Yeah, Molly Bar Trails apartments. He was doing all the searching from July 10th until the 22nd. So he was trying to figure out what was going on. Yeah, again, I mean, there's so much evidence. Julie sounds sus to me. I agree. Jenny says, did you find out about the funeral home? Was it family owned? No, we never did. That did not come out in evidence, so we can't really say anything about it. Real Happy 33. Did they address bodies of H2O between here and there? There were divers. Yep, they were talking. Yep, the captain, I think, chief, I think he was on yesterday. He was talking about the 27 law enforcement personnel were searching. They said they searched the woods around the family. They were searching the family, woods, ponds, lakes. They were doing everything. Yeah, I don't think there was a funeral home. That's a great rumor. I wish it was true, but. So the Singapore tickets were admitted into evidence? No, honey, 1312. They never were. That did not come in. That was from. That did not come into evidence. That did not come into evidence. That was on a news channel or a news article I was reading. Let me see. Let me try and find that article. When did it come in? Let's see. Timothy Herrington. All right, so this is from August 10th, 2022. They were trying to bring exhibits in, so they were trying to bring in exhibits. So the most damning evidence was the Google search. This is back in August 10th, 2022. This was a judge hearing evidence. So he was indicted by a grand jury when? I have that in the description here. He was arrested, okay. Yeah, in March 2023, a grand jury indicted him. So in August of 2022, a judge heard the evidence, and the most damning evidence was the how long does it take to strangle somebody like Gabby Petito. So that was the most damning evidence. And I guess if you're on the other side of the fence, if you're on the other side of defense, you would say, well, there was no trace evidence, there was no DNA found at the apartment. So that's kind of big. I could see, I could see that. Little Miss says, I think it was just a search for travel to Singapore. I don't think he bought the tickets. Yeah, I don't think so either, but I think he was going to move to Dallas. I'm trying to find that because I read it and I read it to the chat, and I'm trying to refine that. Oh, you know what? It was a bond hearing. Was that where it was, the bond hearing? He attempted to write off Harrington's travel searches to Singapore. All right, it's in the description, but I can't find... All right, it's got to be in here. Let me read this again. All right, so it was at a bond hearing. They denied his bond because he was posed a flight risk. I know he was trying to move to Dallas. Dang it, I can't find it now. All right, must have been at, looks like it was at his bond hearing. All right, so it was at his bond hearing. So Kilpatrick was the prosecutor at that time. So this was his bond hearing back in August of 2022. So a judge back in 2022 found police had probable cause to arrest him. And so Tiffany Kilpatrick was is the district attorney. So she argued back in August of 2022. She said it's in 2022 you do not need a body. Kilpatrick said in her closing statement, it's not the 1870s. So this was his bond hearing, and they said Herrington was a flight risk, noting that a forensic search of his MacBook showed he had searched for flights from Dallas to Singapore. Oh, from Dallas. I thought, because he was trying to move to Dallas. He wanted to move to Dallas, and then he was searching for flights from Dallas to Singapore. So no, it never made it into evidence because he was just searching. I don't know why they didn't put that in. I guess they felt they had enough. All right, so that took me a little bit of time, but there you have it. All right, what did I miss in chat? Anything here, guys? Bless you. Bless you. I tried to hit it.
I know, sorry.
Couldn't get it. With that internet search, this is a very strong circumstantial case. Yeah, a lot. So much of it. So much goes back to his searches. You know. I don't know. And I don't know, just the straight up text messages. Honey 1312 and Pammy say bless you.
Thank you, thank you. Got something in my nose. It's itchy.
Oh, Jenny, are you turning your husband into a true crime? Did anybody watch the Menendez documentary on Netflix? I didn't really follow it because I was not into...
You didn't know me.
I didn't know Aaron back then. I was heavily into other things at that point in time. And I mean, I knew it was happening, but it just wasn't interested as much. But my attitude to them has completely changed. Oh, therapist, I'm saying bless you out loud to Aaron.
Well,
Therapist says bless you.
Thank you.
Aaron says thank you to everybody. Has anyone else checked out that Menendez Brothers documentary? Capri Law, yeah. There's a couple, but this is an actual straight up documentary. I think it's just called the Menendez Brothers. Yeah, it's on Netflix. If you guys have a chance, definitely check it out. What do you guys think about the Menendez Brothers? What do you guys think? I didn't realize there were two trials. Jules told me there were two trials. And the second trial, the judge kept out like everything, pretty much everything. It was literally designed to convict them. Literally designed to convict them. Is she filing her nails, peeling carrots? This is a very powerful mic.
It's not supposed to pick up. It sounds like that.
She is filing her nails.
I did. I hit a snag.
She's filing her nails.
I hit a snag.
How it changed, I'm curious. I didn't, because Capri Law, I didn't really know much about it. Like I said, I didn't follow it. And I just knew they were in jail, and I'm like, okay, and that was it. And then I watched it, and I'm like, I had no idea they were abused. I had no idea their dad basically ran RCA. He was head of finance of Hertz. And there's
OJ?
there's the connection with OJ. I had no idea that they were, abused. I had no idea about any of that. I had no idea. I thought they should have just gotten, I think, manslaughter and maybe 5 years, 10 years, maybe 10 years tops. That's where I'm landing right now. Not life, no way. I'm glad it wasn't death penalty. You have supersonic ears, therapist? Are you like a dog? You have ears of a hawk? No, eyes of a hawk and the ears of a rabbit? Something like that. Meza says, I think it's awful the judge refused to admit SA evidence because he didn't believe males could be victims. Yep. Yeah, it's really interesting that a lot has changed. And then they were saying, and that prosecutor, wow, she was amazing. She was definitely a pit bull. She was after them for sure. And she's like, TikTokers, if you're around, I've got guns all over. Check out that. I wanted. We were talking about doing a rewatch of them. I think it's like 30 days or 28 days or something. They deliberated for 30 days. Right. Yeah, it's a good documentary. If you guys have Netflix, check it out. But a lot has changed since the 2000s, and they talk about that. That a lot has changed. Me Too movement has definitely opened up a lot. I think the Catholic Church and what's been going on, and for a long time, but the uncovering what's been going on, that has really released Oprah. They talked about Oprah having her special, I think in like 2010, 2011, about all like 200 men that came on stage. Talked about their experience. So it's no longer swept under the rug. So I really didn't have an opinion, but after I watched that, I'm like, yeah, no, they should not be. They should be out. They should be out. Green Eye Cat, you think they should stay in jail? I think they've done their time. I do think that they were afraid for their lives. I think they were afraid for their lives, and I think it was Eric or Lyle, I forget which one. They said he thought that they were going to die that night. So. Yeah, SA to males wasn't talked about, of course. Yeah, a lot has happened in the 40 years that has been around. 30 years ago, SA victims not being heard. Yep, Ohio Gin, and now Jay-Z has his 100th problem too. Yeah. Mandy says, I didn't watch it because I saw the Menendez family interview about it, and they said it's not factual at all. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. It changed. Not factual at all, even though it changes many minds. Huh. Okay. But it's coming straight from their mouth, so how can it not be factual?
It's not the dramatization.
Yeah, it's not the dramatization, if you will. It's the brothers. It's their talking, if that's the one you're talking about.
Yeah, there are two. There's a dramatization. I watched 5 minutes of that. Stopped.
Yeah, it's not the dramatization. It's not Monsters. If that's what it's called, the second installment of Monsters. No, it's not that. It's just called. It's a movie. It's not a series. It's an actual movie, and it's the two of them talking.
Audio.
Just audio only. And they interview all the key players. They interview the prosecutor. They interview the defense. They interview. Actually, no. The defense didn't want. Yeah, she didn't want to go on. They interviewed the experts.
Family.
The family. The cousin who, like, at 8 years old, she's like, yeah. Jose was doing what he was doing, and she went to Kitty, and Kitty's like, yeah, no, that's not happening, or shut up, or whatever. So it's really good. Is it Monsters? I don't think it's. Yeah, it's not Monsters, because this is
God, no.
an installment. No, it's not that. It's just called. I think it's just called the Menendez Brothers, and it's pretty good. I'm not convinced about the allegations, and I don't think explains how they dealt with their mother. They went back outside. Yeah, I think it was like 15 rounds that they fired. That's a lot. I agree. That's a lot.
It's emotional.
That's very emotional. Yeah, that's like when you stab somebody like 100 times. That's very emotional. but they didn't do it for money because they were already heirs. You know, they didn't need to do it for money.
They tried to get away. Dad's like, nope.
Yeah,
Meaning, go to college.
that's right. Yeah, Eric tried to. He was the tennis star, if you will.
Wow.
Well, the younger one was the tennis. I thought that was
but
Eric.
Eric was the one that was the preferred one.
Right. Who tried to go away to college?
Lyle.
That was Lyle. So Lyle tried to go away to college, and Dad said no. Granted, we're only hearing one side of the story. I get that. We're not hearing the other side.
Dad.
But okay, so here's something I'll throw back at Green Eyed Cat. That the prosecutor tried to find character witnesses for the parents, and not a single person came up. Not a single person wanted to testify. And actually, everybody said that Jose was
A monster.
a monster, that he was scum. Not a single person that she interviewed said that he was a nice guy. So, do you believe the brothers or not? Yeah, Mandy, 14 days to get rid of that would be extremely easy to do. The jury knows Jay was there. Lack of DNA is also proof he did it. Yeah, that would be one thing I would say. One thing I would say that lack of DNA, but you could counter that with 14 days. They had 14 days to clean up. Yeah, Little Miss, it's good. It's just under 2 hours. It's sad. It's definitely sad. Green Eye, they were going to be taken out of the world that night. How were they in danger for their lives? The older one was an adult and could have left at any time. No, he couldn't. That's the thing. He said that he was conditioned from a toddler that Dad was everything. That, again, this is just him saying. So I'm only saying one side of the story. That he was. They both were conditioned as toddlers that Dad is everything. And if you try to leave, Dad says, nope, you're not going anywhere. Dad even told them he wanted to go to college out of state, and he said, nope, you're going to UCLA. You're not going, I think, even to Stanford or something. Like up north. He's like, nope, you're not even doing that. So it was just the conditioning, and again, it's only one side of the story, or two sides. Well, it's one side, it's the brother side, it's not the parent side. But again, there were cousins and aunts coming in to corroborate what was going on. So
Of the mother.
yeah, it was the mom's side. So yes, they were adults, but no, they couldn't leave, quote unquote, because they were conditioned as from a toddler. You know, they were conditioned that you do not leave, you do not talk back against Dad, you do not go against him, I can get that. I can get with that. Shooting them 15 times, or there were 15 rounds. Yeah, that's pretty brutal. I get it. But okay, so I think Eric said they were in the room together, and he ran upstairs to his bedroom, and Lyle said, oh, I got to make my move now because Dad was getting angry. So he made that move at that moment in time. He went upstairs to protect his brother, and he came back down with the shotgun. So he said, and his words, again, it's only his words, he was saying, I thought if I didn't get out of that room that I would lose my life that night. So that's his version of why they did it, among other things. Mother was, Capri. I mean, if you believe half of what they say about her, where she was just, no, it's not happening, or you're lying, or it's not true. You're making it up. You go to your mom to help protect you, and she's like, no, it's not,
It's your fault. Yeah.
Yeah, Meza, they went on a shopping spree because they finally had some freedom and they went crazy. Yeah, a lot of people are saying, that was wrong on their side, but they finally came into all this money. Well, they already had the money. The money was already there. It's not like they didn't have the money already. They already had that money. So I would counter that as, yes, they had freedom and they went crazy, but they already had that money. I don't think they killed them. I don't see that as a motive because the money was already there. Dad wasn't like partitioning money off, and they were heirs, and they had the money. So I wouldn't agree with that as an argument of that's why they did it. Dwayne, you overcooked your burger. You have to make another one. Nothing worse than an overcooked burger. One of their wives just filed for separation. One of their wives, therapist. Are we talking about Menendez? Did they get married? See, I don't know. I know nothing about that. Green-eyed cat, that's not true. He was at Princeton.
He did not leave.
Did he go to Princeton? He went from California to New Jersey? Let me
He
look.
tried to go to Stanford.
Let me look that up. Which one was that? Lyle Menendez. Princeton. Did he go to Princeton? He was a student at Princeton when he and his brother Eric murdered. Okay. They returned home from Princeton. Okay, so he did go to Princeton. All right.
How long was he?
Fair enough. Let's see. Again, I don't know much about this case, so thank you for pointing that out. Let me see. Oh, there you go. Therapist. Lyle married Anna Erickson. Eric married Tammy Ruth Sacamon at Folsom State. All right. Yes, they got married in prison. All right. I know very little about this case. All I know is I saw that one documentary, so I guess I shouldn't make up all of my... I need to see more. Lyle attended Princeton University, where he was placed on academic probation for poor grades and eventually suspended for plagiarism. He lived in Gauze Hall dormitory, where he threw out his roommates' belongings as he did not wish to share a room. Left sinks overflowing, causing damage, and repainted his room in violation of university rules. Sounds like he was acting up. Yeah. In high school, Eric wrote an amateur screenplay with his classmates called Friends, a story about a rich man who offs his parents in the perfect murder for inheritance money. See, now if I just read that, I'd be like, oh my God, yeah, these guys are guilty. I mean, they were guilty, they admitted it, but... All right, so I stand corrected. Thank you, Green-Eyed Cat. Yeah, I mean, just reading that, it sounds like a brat, for sure. Sounds like a rich brat. Capri Law, if you watch the other one, you'd be on the fence, but I think they come out and have something to prove. Jenny says, and their other cousin went to their mom about what Eric told her was happening, and she blew it off. Yep. And they were like 8 or 9 or something like that. She was young. Mandy, did they have access to the money? That's a good question. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, Bap, the cousin who was 8 at the time, corroborated it. Yeah. Spartan Nana, Green-Eyed Cat. I think people who followed it at the time have different opinions on this. I'm older as well and remember it quite well. You and I are in agreement. Hey, Regina. They are still deliberating. They've come back twice. So, Regina, we're at the point of 11-1. We're not sure which 11 is guilty or not guilty. We're not sure, but 11-1, that's the standoff right now. Oh, Ariel, how are you? I wish I would have watched more of this trial now that I know it's 11-1. Yeah. We have a show at 8 o'clock tonight, Eastern. So I hope they wrap it up soon.
Sure. Get after the jurors.
What are we going to do? Yes, Lyle was at Princeton. Yeah, I just saw that. And it sounds like he was being a rich brat. If I read that just in a bubble and I read what I just read, I'd be like, yeah, he sounds like he was a rich brat. Or was he acting out because he went through what he went through? How do we know it's 11-1? Because the judge asked, Regina. The judge, they came back and said they were still deadlocked. They hadn't come to a decision. Judge had him come back in to say, hey, you know, where do you stand? You know, 50-50, a 90-10, whatever it is. And he said, the person who answered sounded very frustrated, and he said, kind of in this inflection, 11-1. You know, so it sounds like the 1 is a staunch holdout. We're not sure if that's guilty or not guilty, but we heard it from the actual juror. Jenny says, I followed it on 56, and I think they were essayed and did their time and need to get out. Their aunt and other family members have been speaking out for them for a long time, for so long. Yeah. Bap says, I do think it's 11 guilty to 1 not guilty. I hope the only one changes their mind if they truly believe one way or the other, though. Yeah, because that's one of the things they ask you at jury duty, you know, do you believe in your convictions? Will you be able to stand strong? You know, if you believe something and then 30 other people are saying something else, will you be able to withstand that wind, that gale? Not all of us can. So for those that are coming in new, hey, Gordon, such pressure on that one. Yeah, I agree. Sneaky Side and I are going to be doing a shoot with Squeegee tonight at 8, 2 hours from now. Hopefully the jury will comply because I'm not quite sure what we're going to do if we're still on jury watch. I guess we'll do that with Tellis, right? Oh, no, it was... we were on a jury watch and they came. Oh, I think it was Cervena. We were on jury watch with him and they came back with a verdict. So we'll have to do the same thing. So anyway, Sneaky Side and I tonight are going to be live at 8. We're going to be talking about Sarah Boone. She dropped a new letter, so we'll be talking about that. Luigi, we'll go over him a little bit, and then drones over New Jersey. So join us for that. It's going to be fun. That is at 8 o'clock tonight. Green-eyed cat. I'm just saying it's complicated. Of course, it's not black and white. It's very gray. As I said, my sister and I have had this argument for years. Sometimes I think they should be let out, and then other times I think they killed them in cold blood. Well, they admit that they did it. There's no question there. But what would be the motivation then? Green-eyed cat. What would be the motivation? Because you have to have a motivation. You can't just say, oh, I'm going to do it. So in your mind, if you're on that side of the fence and you say, oh, they definitely killed him in cold blood, what was the motivation in your mind? What do you think? To get the money? To be free of them? But why would they be free of them? You know, what is it? Pammy, same question to you. What was the motivation? Why did they do it then? There has to be a reason. You know, and I don't know the answer. I from what I've seen, the motivation was they were getting SA'd from a young age, and mom wasn't protecting them. So that, yeah, Tellis. Yeah, it wasn't Tellis. It was Brandon Cervena. I think his last name was Cervana. Cervena. Anyway. Ohio Gin. Does anyone know how long the jury is deliberating tonight? Ah, yes, Ohio Gin. If I had a crystal ball, I would tell you. We have no idea. Judge didn't say he's cutting them off at 7 or 6. We don't know. I would say that it's 5 o'clock there, so I would say maybe another hour. He'll probably say, you know, where do we stand? Remember, they're sequestered. They are sequestered. So he may. Oh, Pammy, you think that they were truly afraid? So Ohio Gin, I'm not sure how long they're going to go. We don't know that yet, but I would think maybe in another hour the judge might call them in at 5 and say, where do we stand? And at that point, because he already read them the Allen charge, he may declare it a hung jury. Oh man, an 11-1. Oh, that would stink. Bap says, watching trials has made me a lot less apt to want to see folks locked up forever. I'll say that much, especially young people. Well, there's a saying that I learned recently too. I forget who said it. If it was somebody in our chat, I think it was somebody in our chat. And if you're here, please correct me. Maybe Jules. But it's better to let, let me get this right. It's better to let 10 innocent people, hold on. It's better to let 10 guilty people free than to convict one innocent person. So it's better to, let 10 people that are guilty free than it is to send one person who's innocent to jail. So if you're going to err on the side, I would say err on the side of, if you think that they're innocent, then it's better to let them go. Because if they're innocent and you lock them up, then that's it. That's it for them. Can't the governor let them go? Mandy, I don't know. I suppose a governor could step in. Jenny says, how long was the Ferris jury out after the Allen was read? I don't know. We didn't follow that. We didn't really follow that, so I don't know. You'd have to look that one up. Pammy says, I never heard if the judge gave free rein to the jurors, if they want to deliberate a long time or not. Yeah, free rein. Well, it's Christmas time. Rain. I'm going to go with, I'd say by 5 o'clock their time, which would be, well, it's 5 o'clock there right now. What am I saying? It's 5 o'clock there right now. The judge may pull them back in soon and be like, where do you guys stand? I could see that. Just to say, where do you guys stand? They're going on 6 hours. Yeah, we're coming up on 6 hours, or I think it's over 6 hours, but another feed says it's just now 6 hours. In the UK, a judge can accept a majority verdict if 10 or more agree. We're going to have friends, legal-minded friends, Karen Cole on next Wednesday, guys. And she is Canadian, but she practices law, I believe, in the UK. So we're going to have her on, and we're going to talk all about British law, UK law. I'm looking forward to that. Unbalanced, do you have juries? Are there juries in the UK? Amber Waves, it didn't sound like a true Allen charge to me, but what do I know? Excuse me. Yeah, I heard it too, and I wasn't quite sure, but I'm reading reports on a recap here, and so at 2:29, the jury asked the judge, what happens if we can't agree on a verdict? The judge told the jury they should continue to deliberate and try to come to an agreement. At 4:30, the jury told the judge they were still deadlocked. At that time, 11 jurors were in agreement, but one person did not agree. The judge instructed the jury to continue to deliberate. Now, I've read somewhere else it was an Allen charge, so maybe here it's not saying it was an Allen charge. Green Eye Cats say they were being taken out of the will according to some. Oh, okay. Interesting. Gordon, you've been on 3 juries in the UK. That's cool. I've been on a civil, a criminal, and I've gotten called 2 other times that I was not. One I was called and I didn't, let's see. I've been called 5 times. I've served twice. 2 times I was released because I didn't even get to talk, and then another time I got to talk and I was not called. So I did a civil and a criminal. Unbalanced equation. Lesser charges like your misdemeanors are with a magistrate only. After that is Crown Court and they have juries. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to talking to Karen Cole. If you guys don't know her, check her out. Legal Minded Friends, Karen Cole. Check her out. Pam, you've been called 3 times. You only served once on a civil insurance case. Regina says, I got called for criminal jury duty January 20. Oh, wow. So you're going to be doing, you're actually going to be sitting on a jury January 27th. Cool. So Evil Among Us, Capri Law. Therapist says she loves that show. Watch a YouTube show, on YouTube called Evil Among Us, which covers UK cases. Therapist says the case that haunts me is awesome too, in all Canadian cases. All right, I need some more water. I'm going to leave everything up. I'm going to turn off the
Thank you.
Hey, chat. Just gonna pop in here and so it's after 6 Mississippi time. I can't believe that they're still not judge hasn't come back and sent them home, but they're sequestered, so maybe he's just gonna let them go until they come to blows. I don't know. Yeah, Julie, I can't believe they're still debating this too. You guys are talking about the Mew, yeah, the Green River, Green Apple, I think. We watched that one, but we didn't cover it because we didn't have our channel yet. Nikolai Mew. I found a trial that I wanted to cover, but it's not being streamed. So that stinks. It just is going on right now. It's in Raleigh. Store owner stabbed a young man because he was taking a Gatorade. It's past 6 for them. It is. Yeah, Mew, that was a tough one. All right, DNIC, what are you doing? What's going on there? Has the jury had dinner yet? I would think so at 6 o'clock. Green-eyed cat, I think they probably had dinner. They had lunch and dinner. So, okay, so I thought it was 11 not guilty, 1 guilty. You guys think it's the other way around? You think it's 11 not guilty and 1 guilty? Yeah, stabbed over Gatorade. Yeah, I want to cover that one, but the only feed I can find is on CTV, and it's on their website. I'm not going to go there. No local channels are covering it either. Yeah, Tazir Taz Zarqa, charged with 2nd degree in the stabbing of this kid. How old was he? And there's footage of it. Mark Garrity, April 2023. Don't feed them and maybe they will come around. Don't feed them and maybe they'll come around. The kitties? Yeah, they need to come back in. It's cold out.
Rafa is in.
No, Rafa's back in.
Yeah,
It's 52. It's going down to 35.
Are you gonna turn the fire on for Sneaky?
I could. Yep, I could. Oh, don't feed them after midnight? Yeah.
They are little gremlins.
They are little gremlins. I agree with that. I don't know what we're going to do at 8 o'clock.
Well, we're gonna have to push it.
Tell Sneaky? I mean, how can we, Thank you, Julie. We appreciate you too. Thanks. And Trial Junkies, I'm on one computer and I don't know if my computer can handle StreamYard and OBS, 2 streams at the same time. Because I just was talking to Aaron about that. Yeah, that'd be really cool because I would just keep the stream going and then I would be talking to Sneaky. And then when
Or we can use my machine.
when and if, yeah, I could go on there.
But
Or do I just push out Sneaky? Because they could go to like 10, 11 o'clock.
they could.
Just have this going on another tablet? Yes, Amber Waves of Grain. Easier said than done. Because right now this is my main computer, so my main setup.
And if you go to my machine, I don't have a mic like you do, camera like you do.
Yeah, Trial Junkies, we did that with Brandon Sabera, where I thought they were going home, and then all of a sudden they came back with a verdict, and we cut into the live. But I don't want to end this stream. I'd love, ideally, to have this stream going and also do OBS. I'm sorry, StreamYard. We could try it.
We could,
Oh, do
it's over
StreamYard there?
here. I won't be able to do anything. I'll just sit outside then. Well, because I
Well,
won't
why don't we
have
try?
no way to do anything.
What if we
because
try?
I can't control.
What if we try having 2 streams?
No.
So we're trying to figure out how we can do. We have one main sorry. I don't want us to do 2 streams on one computer because that probably won't work. Only because bandwidth on this computer.
And the stream on another computer you can do. No
We can do
problem.
it, but then Erin's got to control from the background, and she won't have a computer to do that. We just got a new computer, but we need to set up.
It's just not.
It's not set up just right.
Yeah.
So I may just push. All right, we may just push some. Hey guys, we're having some connectivity issues with Comcast, so if you get kicked out, just come back in. We were doing pretty good all day, but yeah, if you get kicked out, just come back in. Hey, chat. Just checking in. We let's see. I put up a poll. Would you ever take the stand in your own defense? 53% of you said yes, and 47% of you said no. So we're kind of pretty much split halfway down, kind of split in half there. I voted yes. And yes, I wanted absolutes, trial junkies. I didn't want maybes. But I do agree with you in the sense of you need to see the evidence, for sure, in what you were accused of. I'm a warrior therapist. Well, I want to see the end of this. I just kind of wish the judge had said, you know, at, let's see, 5:30 our time, 3.5 hours ago, he would have said, you know, we'll give you 3 more hours and we'll check in with you. That's what I wish. But Capri Law, you are behind in chat. I am squeegee strong. Thanks. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, therapist. You guys help keep me going. Thank you. Oh, it's so like draining not being able to like talk. I want to talk to Sneaky. I want to get her on. That'll pick me up. So we decided we're going to push out Sneaky to 8:15, and if we have to go to 8:30, we'll see. At some point, we have to make a decision because I don't want to go on at 10 or 11. That's not fair to anybody because the stream is going to end. That's the other thing. We only get 12 hours, and we're at what are we at? We started at 9:15 today. So we're at 10 and a half hours. So we have another hour and a half before I do have to end the stream, or else YouTube won't. The stream will continue, but you won't be able to watch the video like on replay, meaning they'll stop it at 12 hours. All right, I'm going to end that poll. You need a phone so people can call in. Yeah, no. Nope. Thought about that? Nope, not going to happen. And Trial Junkies, that's what the membership level is for. If you want to get on and talk with me and other chatters, that's what the membership level is for. Yeah, I don't want to become Dingo and the Baby. Sorry. Plus, RA does that already, and I'm not going to. I love you, Scott, but you've got that cornered. I don't want to do that. Trying to be unique. Trying to be unique. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, I would take the stand, especially if I was not guilty. Of course, if you're not guilty, yeah, you're going to fight, right? You're going to fight until the end. I do think it depends on what you're being accused of and what evidence they have. Obviously, that's a huge thing. Oh, you're talking about Kabi, what was her name? Oh, I totally forgot her name. That she was, went missing. And like a month later, or actually she hasn't been found. She just told her family that she's okay. Kabayashi, something like that. I'm sorry, I only saw the name once and I just don't recall it. It's not a name that I am familiar with off the tip of my tongue. Is there more news out about her? Let's see. I'm not even going to try to search for her. So, Julie, you think no body, no crime? Could be. Could be. Well, we talked about earlier, it's the Google search. I think that's the one thing. If somebody's saying, oh, no, he didn't do that. Why would he do that? Why would he search? How long does it take to strangle somebody out? I mean, why would somebody search that? I know I would search it because I'm researching, but why would somebody do that at 2 minutes before 6 o'clock? Trial Junkies United. They know she's in Mexico. She crossed the border, yep, on the 12th. I'm just telling Mandy about the case. Gotcha. Yeah, so but she hasn't surfaced yet, right? She just told her family that she's okay. Has she actually surfaced? Widespread panic. My temper is too bad. I would end up looking like a jerk, whether I was innocent or guilty. Then do not take the stand. That's the other thing is personality. It depends on your personality. If you're cool under pressure and you can handle the cross, because it's all about the cross. If you can handle it, then just maintain your cool. Then that's one thing. But if you can't, two different cases. Sorry, Julie. Why are you sorry? Mandy Strong, many cases are prosecuted without a body. That is true, especially with this much circumstantial evidence. Jay is obviously gone. Yeah. Proof of no life has definitely been proven. Julie D, my thought, these defendants who take the stand in their own defense seem to be narcissistic, 100%. That never goes well with the jury. That is true. That is true. Julie, we're talking about Herrington. We're talking about all kinds of things. Excuse me, guys. I do not want to do that to Sneaky. Oh, I know. It stinks. They convicted Michelle Troconis without a body. Yeah. Yeah. Anybody remember Sarah Boone on the stand? We can cancel. It's all good. I know, and as soon as we cancel, Sneaky, they're gonna come in with a verdict.
No, we're not canceling.
You know, we're not gonna cancel. We'll push it out. We'll just give it another half hour. I pushed it out to 8:15 Eastern. And thank you, Sneaky. I appreciate that, but I do not want to cancel. And if we do cancel, I'll just push it till tomorrow. Are you okay for tomorrow, Sneaky? If we need to push it out, we'll do it tomorrow. But we'll say till 8:30. This judge has to come back at some point and say, you know, at least give us some kind of indication. It's 7 o'clock their time. They've been going for 7 hours. Man, I guess 3 to 6, so that's gone. We're past that. Now we're entering hung jury time. Yeah, no body for this one, Julie and Mandy. I had an idea that you could keep the seal of Mississippi Small in the coroner also if it's run super late.
Nope.
Can't do that. We would love to. I'd love to do 2 streams, and then I could, but like do the StreamYard on this and OBS with the same machine, but we just can't do that. Well, we could try, but I don't know if my machine will blow up. We could try it.
It won't work.
Yeah. Yeah. We can stop the show if things come in hot. Yeah, I know, Sneaky. We did that with Sabera. We did that, but we had stopped the stream, I think, didn't we? We'd stopped our stream.
What we want to do is keep.
Yeah, we want to preserve this.
Keep the trial all together and
Yeah.
then have it broken out, the verdict on, another video.
I know. And what we did with Sabera, we went back and we watched it the next day, so that we had it. Well, I could end this stream and then we could do StreamYard and then we could pick up this tomorrow. That's the only other thing we could do.
Just tell me what I'm supposed to do.
I know. Yeah, Rachel, when you were on, it came in and we stayed on. We ended the stream, Rachel. That's the thing. We'd have to end this stream. We'd have to end Verdict Watch, end it, and then pick it up tomorrow morning if they come in with a verdict. They may not even come. We could be sitting here for another 5 hours and they don't come in with a verdict, and then they call the night at midnight or something.
And they're sequestered, so they don't care.
And they're sequestered, yeah. Well, they got to stop at some point. I mean, at some point they have to stop. They can't continue all night. So we could end this stream, and then we could do Sneaky with Shoot. And then pick up, if they come back with a verdict tonight, we could pick it up tomorrow morning and watch it. What do you guys think? Well, Mandy, we're going to end it. If we do Shoot the Shit, we're going to end the stream. Are you guys okay with that? We can't start it. We can't. We'd have to do a new stream tomorrow. Yeah, Rachel, we'd have to end this stream. And then when a verdict comes in, we'd have to stream it tomorrow, so we would miss it tonight. If you guys are okay with that, I'll do that. No, let me do a poll. All right, vote. Tell me what you think. You have 5 minutes, 10 minutes to vote. What should we do? End the stream? I don't know what to do. I don't want to vote, but I have to. All right, I'll vote. All right, looks like we should end the stream. Because they could continue and not come to a verdict, and here we are just, basically wasting time. All right, I'm going to add a redirect over to the sneak. I'll at least do that, bring you guys over. We're literally the only YouTube channel covering this. It's not that I'm tired. I'm fully awake. I have no problem, but I have another show, Julie D, going on. And we're not the only channel covering it. I know that for sure. But thank you for that. No, don't end tonight. We need a live verdict. We can let you know if it comes on. "62, you say end it." Why is life so complicated?
It's a champagne problem, really.
It is a champagne problem. Sneaky, we can always do this tomorrow. What do you think, producer?
I don't have thoughts. You can do whatever you want.
Well, here's the thing. All right, here's where I stand. This trial and this verdict is only going to happen once.
Do you want to go to 8:30?
Well, hear me out. This trial and this verdict is only happening this one time. And if we miss it forever. Yes, we can stream it tomorrow, pick it up, but we missed that moment. And by tomorrow morning, you guys will probably already find out what the verdict is. And Sneaky and I can always, we're not going anywhere. And the news that we're covering is not going anywhere either.
No, it's up to you.
All right, so that's my decision. These are first world problems. Yeah, champagne problems. Whatever makes you happy. All right, I've made an executive decision. As much as you guys want me to end this stream and pick it up tomorrow, I think if we miss it live,
Well,
because we did that with Sabera, we
did.
we missed it, and that only happens once. I think that's my decision. What do you think?
It's up to you. I don't care.
And I'll be upset if they don't come to a decision tonight, but at least,
Well, just let us know what's up.
yeah, just let us know. All right.
We'll just wait until 8:30. Push it till 8:30 and see what happens.
All right, we'll push it to 8:30. Sneaky, I'm going to push this to 8:30. Oh yeah, then there's Chloe Driver tomorrow at 9, which I want to cover. Then there's that. I am going to cover Chloe Driver, for sure.
Is that scheduled?
I scheduled it, yeah. Yeah, Chloe Driver's tomorrow. When is she tomorrow? 8:45. So they have to come to a verdict tonight. They have to come to a verdict tonight. You have to come to a verdict tonight. Oh, Psychosaurus Rex. Julie, I'm saying that's what I want for staying on the stream. I should have added watch in there. Have Sneaky come on with you now. We have a lot to show, though. It's not just having Sneaky on, which is cool, but we wanted to show. We have a lot of stuff to show. It's do whatever is best for you. We did figure out how to get in OBS Trial Junkies. Aaron figured that out this morning. So we actually now can have people on OBS we were having problems with that before. But I'd have to no, I'd have to end the stream to get on.
No. Mm-mm.
Okay.
No. All you have to do is go into Chrome,
Yeah. And okay.
OBS Ninja, and then
Yeah.
you could do it. But I'd rather have this.
Yeah, we have
stream
all
split.
the. Yeah, of course.
And then,
Yeah. Yep.
maybe if you want to just have sneaky on just to bullshit, so that's fine.
Can y'all talk while we wait? Well, there's all kinds of things to show. We were going to show videos. We were going to, yeah. Plus, we want to split the stream. We don't like to meld. I know a lot of other YouTubers do that, and I don't want to do that. I like to have, if we're going to kind of maintain a clean stream, I want to maintain a clean stream. I don't want to have a thumbnail that says Verdict Watch, and then we're talking about, drones in New Jersey. Nobody's going to be able to find that.
Yeah.
Can we partially entertain us while we wait?
Play
So-
some guitar.
I could play some guitar. I'm so tired right now. Yes, Forever T, Georgia versus Driver. Can we get a summary of this case while we wait? Sure, that I can do. We're spending time together, not wasting time. Aw, green-eyed cat, thank you. Appreciate that. Can someone pop into this stream and let Chris do the other? It's the computer. That's the problem. We have limited computers. We have it's a technical issue. Like Super Bowl. I'm going to go till 8:30. Let's see what happens at 8:30 because it's 7 o'clock their time.
10 after.
Apply your virtual squeegee to the jury. Yes. That's a good one. I like that. All right, a recap on this one? All right, let's recap. I'll do a recap. Let us recap this one. Let me pull up some notes. Let's see. How much of a recap do you want? I could just read the description, but that's kind of boring. Let's see. Let me try and find some. All right. I'll just go through the list of witnesses for now. So the first witness on day one was Stephanie Lee, which was Jay Lee's mother. Is that cool? Do you guys want me to just kind of go through? I'll just go through the witness list for now. And let me know if you think of something else you want me to cover. Yeah, they're going home sooner. Well, they're not going home because they are sequestered, but I know what you're saying. They're going to go. They're going to either call the night. I mean, they got to. It's like 7. They've been going since, 11 o'clock? 12 o'clock our time, my time. It's 8 hours. They've been going for 8 hours. How about you and Erin discuss it and she can stay off camera?
I don't know anything about the trial. How about that? 'Cause I can't pay attention to anything.
Yeah, Erin's okay. All right, I'm just going to go through the witnesses for now. Let's just recap the witnesses. How about that? All right, so we are going to recap Mississippi versus Herrington. Timothy Herrington. He's on trial for offing Jay Lee. Whoa! Did I just hear something? Serious? No. All right. For offing Jimmy J. Lee. So the first witness was Stephanie Lee, who was Jay's mother. And Jay's the youngest of 4 children. He did go to Ole Miss as a social worker, and he wanted to get a master's, and he was interning at a mental health facility. He got a new car, this Ford Fusion, black Ford Fusion, which came into play throughout the trial. And also his dog Lexus, who was a Pomeranian. That was huge as well. That came back around often. And the reason that came back because when he went missing and his friends went to his apartment and then eventually the police, Lexi was at the door barking and Jay never left Lexi. She was always at his side. So that was very important. So he went missing on July 8th, which was his mom's birthday. Stephanie. And she was getting text messages from Jay that night, but she was sleeping. And then her and her husband were going to go to Biloxi the next day, that morning. And at 7 o'clock, she called Jay, and he did not answer, so she knew immediately something was up. And she called a couple times, texted him, and she said they talked 2, 3, 4 times a day, every day, so she knew something was up. So she, I think within hours, she contacted Ole Miss, security, and did a welfare check, and they went and they checked on his apartment, and Lexi was barking, so they knew something was up. They also shared locations on their iPhone, and she checked his location, and she saw he was in. Let's see, she checked his location, but she saw he was in his apartment. See, now I thought his phone was. Now my notes are making me question, because I thought his phone was in his car. All right, we'll move on from that. So then the next witness was Jennifer Buford, and she was a field education director. So Jay was in her class. Jay was in her class as a student and an intern. He was part of a couple organizations, LGBTQ organizations. This is where it first kind of came out that he was, well, we don't know yet. That was Jose brought out his gender and how he identified, but this was the first time we heard that he was involved with LGBTQ and that he was a gay man. He was also involved with the Black Student Association. He took Lexus to every class if he could. So again, he was really connected to that dog, to his dog. So then Jose Reyes came out. Jose was very flamboyant. He had the eyeshadow, gold eyeshadow. He was a social worker. He had undergrad and master's. He works as a therapist. He was very good friends with Jay, and they met at a Ariana Grande concert. Sorry, Ariana. I'm not sure if it's Grande or Grand. They had a sisterly bond. Jose was, he was very flamboyant. He was full out gay, full out. Jay Lee did not identify as a female. He was comfortable as a male. He was cisgender, so he was comfortable. He identified as a male, so he was not trans. We found out at that point that he basically liked to dress in drag, but he was a male. They texted daily and they spoke often. Jay was in good spirits. He was not suicidal. Suicide. He spoiled the Pomeranian. Let's see. This is where we first heard about the download, the DL. And it was funny hearing Jose explain the DL, which again, I've known about that. Not in that context, but I've heard about the DL. Back when I was in my 20s, people were always saying, on the DL. But this was the first time that the DL came out in this regard, and that basically is somebody who wants to be discreet in that community. It was a sister that contacted Jose that Jay had not been heard from. Let's see. She texted Jay immediately, and the message. Jose texted Jay immediately, and he noticed that both the messages were green, and they both had iPhones, and they should be blue. So he knew something was going on. Then he called, and nothing was going through. Then he grabbed his ex-boyfriend, and he was going to go over to the apartment, but his parents said, no, wait, we'll go with you. So they must have known, something was going on. Their spider senses were up. So they went with. So it was Jose, his ex-boyfriend, and Jose's parents, and they went to the apartment, and the car was not there. All they could hear was poor Lexi at the door. So the next up was Khalid Fears, and he was pretty big. He was pretty big. He wasn't the biggest testimony, in my opinion, but he was pretty big. He had met Jay in May of 2022, and Jay went missing in July, so he only knew him for a little bit. But he was texting Jay from 1 until 5, and we found out later that Jay was texting Tim at 2, and then at 4, and all through the 5 o'clock hour. So Khalid was texting with Jay at the same time Jay was texting Tim. And he at 6, let's see, at 5:21 he received a text message saying he's bored, and then at 5:58 he called Jay. He did a FaceTime with Jay, and then we heard that testimony that that's really the last time that anybody had heard from Jay. And Jay tells him he was going to go see somebody that he saw earlier, and he was going to go receive oral from him. And Khalid said that he was concerned because Jay had told him earlier that he was going to go. Down low man is not someone you want to be hooking up with. They will kill you before their dirty little secret gets exposed. So Khalid was kind of his he was definitely on, his ears were sensitive, if you will. How did they get to Lexi? Yeah, they said that it was ajar. Then the cops said that the door was ajar. Trial junkies, I think Khalid's testimony hurt the case. He told cops that Jay dated DL guys, but on the stand he said he didn't remember that. You think it hurt? Just because of that one thing that he dated, but then he didn't remember that? I don't know. Well, I think overall, okay, if you weigh the evidence, I would say that it was. I don't know. I don't get that it hurt him. That hurt it, but that's fair enough. And then let's see. So that was day 1. Then day 2 came in. Oh, and yeah, Cross was just brutal, meaning Haran was just so slow. All right, so then day 2 came in, and Keziah Carter came on, and he was pretty cool. He had dreadlocks. He was an HVAC tech. Because this case is about dating, yeah, I don't know. That did not stick in my mind as that hurt their case, but if you think it did, that's cool. I don't know if Jay preferred guys. I don't know if he specifically said that or not. He dated them, I guess. Well, what did I don't think he preferred him. Mandy. Herrington was hunting? No, I didn't say that. He was not hunting. Yeah, I don't think. Down low is not someone you want to be hooking up with. They will kill you before their dirty little secret gets exposed. That's specifically what Jay, I think, told Khalid. At least that's what he testified to. All right, so Keziah, let's get back to him. He was day 2, and so he was one that picked up Tim. Tim was jogging at 7:38, and he picked up Tim. He knew him. He wasn't friends with him, but he picked him up at a gas station. Oh, do I have to shoot? Do I have to kick that out? Okay. That's what Khalid told Jay. Told Jay what? Khalid told Jay, down low is not someone you want to be hooking up with. They will kill you before your dirty little secret. Okay, that's what Khalid told Jay. All right. And let's not forget, Jay in one of the text messages said to Tim, you want me to come over because you want to, kick my ass, basically, or do something worse. I think he was afraid. All right, so let me get back to day 2. So Keziah picked up Tim, who was jogging around 7:38, and then they got pulled over at 7:41, and that's kind of how the police, connected Tim being, in that area. Then next up was Jane Mahan, Captain Jane. Mom called her for a welfare check. She didn't really bring a whole lot in, I didn't think, so I don't have a lot of notes on her. She basically testified to all that Khalid had said earlier, so there really wasn't much on her. And then Mark Hodges came in, day 2. He processed Jay's car at Molly Bar Trail's apartment. He showed the video of Jay's car, rainbow cleaners, and at 7:23, the car was parked at Rockets. So he brought that evidence in. Then day 3 was Lieutenant Hodges, Mark Hodges. So he he was the one that came, arrived at July 9th at 8 p.m. and the door was open. So that's where I got the door was ajar. So somehow the door got open. He did have roommates. Jay did have roommates. I think he had 2 roommates. So maybe that's how they opened the door. But where were the roommates if the dog was inside barking? Maybe they were at school, or maybe they were not there. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how they got into the apartment, to be quite honest. Let's see. Okay, so in Jay Lee's iCloud, they got into Jay Lee's iCloud account, and there was a note was found associated with Snapchat and all of his Snapchat passwords. So at this point, they could only receive messages, but then eventually they got a warrant that they could allow both. So that was big. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to end. We're gonna have to end sneaky. Yeah, Dwayne, we're still here. We're hanging tough, my friend. So I pushed it to tomorrow.
Did you?
Yep.
Tell Sneaky then.
Yep.
Oh man, bummer.
Krista Limited Edition. Twitter is reporting deliberations press on as of 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll continue. We'll get to the Boone letters and the drones tomorrow, guys. But for now, we are talking about Lieutenant Hodges. So he brought in the evidence that Jay's car comes in the Molly Bar Trails at 7:25, and then Herrington is seen running out at 7:34. So that was pretty significant. Dwayne, we can only stream one stream. We can't do both, so we had to make a choice. So we're going to push it till tomorrow. So tomorrow, Shoot the Shit will be on tomorrow with Sneaky. Squeegee and Sneaky will be on tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Yeah, Mandy Strong, I'm not sending these jurors a Christmas card. I agree.
Well, I'm gonna officially move it.
Oh, I did already.
Tomorrow's the 13th, right? Oh, the 12th. Oh, never mind.
Let's see. So then next up was Sergeant Ben Douglas. Oh yeah, let's see. That's right. So he's the one that had, okay, the received messages. Then he also got the warrant for, he was big. Okay, that's right. Sergeant Douglas was huge. He's the one that introduced everything with the text messages. He found the blocked account associated with Tim. The email led back to Tim. The messages between the two of them, 517 to 603. The message that Tim sends, come back. The Google search, he found that. How long it takes to strangle someone. To me, this was big. To me, the trial hinged on Ben Douglas, Sergeant Douglas's testimony and the evidence that he brought in. He was the one that also brought in the red eye 24. Yeah, that was big. That was big. I thought that his testimony was for me a really big moment. Not the biggest. Shane Fortner, I think, was bigger, but that was definitely some big. Poor guy that almost moved into the witness stand and paid taxes on the property. Yeah, that was Shane Fortner too. Yeah, Shane Fortner moved in. He was on for a long time. But yeah, Ben Douglas was there for a long time. Shane Fortner was there for a long time. All right, day 4 then. Let's get to day 4. Day 4, we saw a whole lot of testimony. Leslie Christian came in. She was a supervisor at the bank. She only testified for like 2 minutes. Dana Hood, she was the manager at the cleaners. She testified that Tim came in, asked for a receipt, and then his mom came in and asked for a receipt. Thomas Klink, the neighbor, he testified. And he brought in that the Herringtons were a very well-known family. They're very powerful. He brought that in. Douglas Pittman, he was at Walmart. He worked at Walmart. He brought in the duct tape. And then Tyson King came in, and he was a co-owner of the moving company. First time we heard that there was a moving company that he and Tim joint owned. But he was in Hattiesburg. And then Shane Fortner came in with the body cam interview. So we saw the body cam interview. That was pretty big. All right, I guess it was Douglas. I guess Sergeant Douglas was the one that was the biggest one for me. All right, and then day 5, Fortner came in again. More testimony regarding Tim's jogging. All right, so it was Douglas. Douglas was the one. He was the one that was, he was the one that, to me, turned the trial. He was the pivot. He pivot. That was the pivot for me. And then, let's see, day 5, Shane Fortner came in, talked more about Tim's jogging. We never saw Tim, we saw him, we saw Jay's car come in, but then we saw Tim jog out, but we never saw him come jogging in. We just saw him come jogging out. And then Officer Rachel Carver, she was CSI in forensics. She admitted the duct tape in the Walmart receipt. There was also an artificial fingernail and some condoms. We never found out who the fingernail was from. Black gloves, hoodie, that all came in. She went through his Ford SUV. So this was all processed on the 22nd and the 26th. So a lot of speculation was like, well, there was no DNA found. There was no trace evidence, no DNA found, which was big. That was significant. But Tim had 2 weeks to clean up. So he had time to clean up. And he was Googling from the 10th. So Jay went missing on the 8th. On the 10th, Ole Miss puts out, be on the lookout, puts out flyers and digital posts and stuff. And at that point, Tim is doing research. He's researching Oxford, Ole Miss student, Oxford police, ponds, bodies found in ponds. Trial Junkies United. I wonder why the police didn't track all the cars who turned in and interview them. I think they didn't because Jay's car was found on the 10th. So they saw, then they looked at the footage of Jay's car. They knew he was missing by the 10th. The car was found by the towing company on the 10th. They looked at the footage and they saw the car coming in, and then a few minutes later they see Tim jogging out. So I don't think they really needed to look at those other cars because they weren't associated with Jay. All right, then we get to day 6. Sergeant Mike Burks. He he was the Amex card and Discover card. He executed the search on Lee's car. They found credit cards, miscellaneous stuff, dog carrier. There was a saxophone, $5 bill, old driver's license, a student ID. So look at Jay's nails. Yeah, that had to be Jay's artificial nail. That's what we thought. But they did a DNA test and they didn't say anything. They didn't say, oh, that was Jay's. If that was Jay's, that would have been like Telus. DNA under his fingernails, game over. But they never said that. They didn't associate that with anybody, which really kind of irked me. I wish they had said that belonged to this person, but they never did. Trial Junkies United. By interviewing the drivers, it covers your bum. No question about how he got there. True. Yes, Dwayne. Jury is going late. It is 7:35 there. They've been going for 8.5 hours. I wish they had tested that. I wish they had found out. But I guess, I mean, you have to have a match. So if it's just some random fingernail, it could have been his mom's or could have been anybody. I don't know. Could have been anybody. And then they'd have to somehow match that DNA. I suppose they could find out at least if it's female or male. So after Burks, that was Detective Ryan, and he was a cell phone extraction. He was pretty good too. Yeah, he did the full video of Jay leaving the apartments. He confirmed basically everything we had heard earlier about Snapchat messages. Yeah, he basically confirmed everything. All right, so it really was Ben Douglas that brought in everything. Everybody else just kind of corroborated what he movement. Yeah, there's been movement all over. That camera keeps wobbling and wibbling, Amber. So then we get to day 7. Ryan Baker, Detective Baker, was a carryover from day 6. Oh, and then the police chief Jeff McCutcheon, he came on after Ryan Baker. Let's see. I have a note about Tim's uncle. Oh, I think I read that, yeah. Let's see. So then the state rested after the police chief came on, and one thing that he said was that they searched. There were 27. Where are my notes on him? Why can't I find my notes on him?
That's why you need your notebook.
I know I had him. I see 17, but I don't see 18. All right, so yeah, Chief McCutcheon basically said we're going to keep searching for Jay until we find him. But he basically corroborated everything. They had 27 personnel looking for Jay. They were suspicious of Tim. Oh yeah, what was that? Let me see. All right, so then state rested, and we get to the defense. State rested. So then the defense called a few witnesses. The first one was Laura Reed. She had hired Tim a couple times, once in July and then once in February. So July 7th, she had hired Tim to move her, but she hired Tim to move her son in 2022, February 2022, so a couple months before. This happened in July 8th. Then Quentin Jeremiah Love, who was his cousin. Love's grandmother and Herrington's grandmother were sisters. So this was interesting, I thought. Quentin was asked if Jay had any girlfriends, and he laughed at that. And then he said, does he have any boyfriends? He's like, no, he didn't have any boyfriends. But he also testified that he worked at this moving company, and he had known Tim since they were kids, they're kids, they're cousins. But he said he didn't know that Jay had a business partner. So I thought that was kind of interesting. In my mind, I was like, oh, did Tim lie about that or cover that or kept that hidden? Then what else was he keeping hidden? Then we had Sheldon Herrington, which was his father, and I thought this would be huge. But it ended up really not being much. Other than his dad had 6 rental houses, and then his dad's dad, or Tim's grandfather, had 50 rental houses. So again, I'm thinking, well, maybe that's 56 houses. That's plenty of places that you could hide a body. They brought in that Tim taught guitar at church. He did not know what Tim was doing on July 8th, but it's not uncommon for him to move around. He was not aware of Tim's interest in men. And then on, let's see. So he said that there were church members that had gay family members, and those people were not treated differently. And he did have conversations with Tim about sexuality, and he still accepts and loves Tim. So those were some of his last words. And then Grandpa came up. Yes, Grandpa came up. James' grandfather. He's been a pastor / bishop for 42 years at Abundant Life Church. And he basically said the same thing as his son, Tim's dad, that he helped around the house since he was 6, 7, 8 years old, mowed the lawn, just did kid stuff, helping around the house. But what I found interesting was that he did not give investigators any information after Tim's arrest, and he took the 5th about what Tim was doing on the 8th. And at one point he was like, what? I don't hear you. I'm hard of hearing. But he had no problem listening or hearing, direct. But as soon as cross came, he was like, what? I can't hear. Take that for what that is. And then the defense rested. And then we heard closing arguments. Yeah, so this stuck out for me. So we were talking about if there was one thing that you could show that one juror, or if it's I think it's one juror that's saying guilty and 11 are saying not guilty. You guys think it's the other way around. Okay, there's 2 things. But one thing would be like the Google search. Why on earth would you search how long does it take to strangle somebody? Now, granted, I think they said that search was never acted upon, but still, why would you type that in? That's definitely highly sus to me. And then the other thing was Jay at 5:37 said, yeah, it seems like you're just trying to lure me over there to beat my ass or something. I think that's pretty huge. I think that's pretty huge. They needed 71 warrants. They did, and the defense was saying, no evidence was found. Well, actually, they did find evidence, because we found out that one of the warrants was found to get the text messages coming in. The other warrant was to get the text messages going out. So they needed 2 warrants. That was huge. They needed warrants to search the car. Sure, there wasn't a whole lot in the car, I guess. It's 11:26. We're going to have to end this stream.
And then there's that.
So we're going to have to end this stream, and then we're going to have to start another one.
And we're going to roll it in. All right, let me schedule it.
Yep. So we're going to have to end this stream and roll it in. We have 20 minutes still. Well, 20. It's 11:26. We have 35 minutes basically. You think all but one is not guilty? That's what you guys are thinking the opposite. You think it's 11 guilty, 1 not guilty. Krista, I know. I guess I'm off. I thought it was the other way around. I think it's 11 not guilty and 1 is saying guilty. But you guys think it's the other way around. Yeah, you guys, okay, most of you think it's 11 guilty. I think it's 11 not guilty. There was 1 holdout, Dwayne. Well, 1, yeah, because the judge came in and asked them, don't tell us what charge, but give us a ballpark, well, not ballpark, tell us what the numbers are, the score. Where do you guys land? Is it 50-50? Is it, what did, and the one juror who was a male, he said 11-1, and he was not happy when he said it. So whoever it is that holdout, we don't know if they're guilty or not guilty. I think they're holding out for guilty, but you guys think they're holding out for not guilty. 11 people think that Tim is not guilty. I think there are 11 people believing Tim is not guilty. All right, I got to think about this because my brain's starting to turn to mush. I think 11 people think that Tim is guilty. Yes, I think 11 people think that he's guilty. But chat, you think that there's 11 people thinking that he's not guilty? Why do you think not guilty? I think that 11 people are saying he's guilty. And I think there's 1 person that is saying he's not guilty because I think the evidence was overwhelming that he was guilty, in my mind. But there's 1 person that's saying not guilty. Why would that 1 person be saying not guilty? Now you're making me think, Jenny. You're making me think after being on stream for 11 and a half hours. 11 guilty, 1 not guilty. 11 guilty, 1 not guilty. Yeah, I'm seeing it the other way around. Then we're all the same. 11 people not guilty, 1 guilty. He meant 11 guilty, 1 not guilty. Yes, sorry. I'm confused too. I'm thinking right now, they're saying not guilty. No, God, they're saying he's guilty, he's guilty, he's guilty. Because that's in my mind he's guilty. So I'm just assuming, I'm just projecting onto this jury right now that they're thinking the same thing that I'm thinking and what we're thinking. We took a poll. That's what I'm projecting onto the jury. And our poll was 91% of us thought that he was guilty. 5% thought not guilty. So that's why I'm saying 11 are saying he's guilty and 1 saying he's not guilty. So, Jenny, to your point, why would I think that it's that way? And what would that person be saying is not guilty? You can't say it's the family because they're like 400 miles away, or if they're 5 miles away, they're like 200 miles away from, 250 miles. Oxford is 250 miles from Hattiesburg. That's pretty far. You guys think about that distance where you live. If you were a juror 250 miles away, that's where the case is being tried. So I don't necessarily think it's witness tampering, if you will. Not like in Canton. I think that for sure was witness tampering, 100%. Especially when they showed up in court. All right, Jenny, you're making me think. Was there reasonable doubt? Why would that 1 person think that he is not guilty? Because there's no body. Even though they did proof of life evidence, they showed that, or lack of life. They proved that. So no body, no crime. Somebody may be sticking with that. Maybe they thought it was too circumstantial, and they're digging their heels in and saying no way. Even though to us, in my mind, is beyond proved his guilt. It's a stealth juror.
It definitely is.
Yeah. But how do you get somebody on a jury 250 miles away? I don't know. Based on the searches and the evidence, I say guilty. Yeah, Dwayne, that's what we're all saying. So who is this one juror that's holding out? One way or the other. Somebody's holding out one way or the other. Or 11 are saying he's not guilty, and then they're like, what trial were you guys watching? No DNA and no fingerprints. Jay's lifestyle, maybe he had gotten involved with another DL guy. Sure, but there's no evidence, really. I mean, they brought that in a little bit, like a little bit. No DNA and no fingerprints. That could go a long way. I could see that. That could go a long way, but then I would counter with, bless you.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
I would counter that with, well, explain the Google search then. Why on earth would you search, how long does it take to strangle somebody? How long, why would you? Apparently they are really pushing. Yeah, whoever is that one holdout, they are digging their heels in. And that's what they ask you. If you guys have ever done jury duty, or those that have done jury duty, they ask you that, will you stand by your convictions? If there's 30 people that are telling you, or 11 people that are telling you one thing, will you stand by your convictions? Jenny says, bless you.
Thank you.
She says, thank you. Yeah, then the Google search. Big money can find a way. Yeah, Dwayne. I say Grandpa was shady. Mandy says, he typed in, how long does it take to strangle someone, as he was luring Jay back. Come on, juror. I know. That was like a couple minutes before. Oh, Julie, you're going tonight? Okay. All right. Can't see chat there. All right. Thank you, Julie. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Everybody say good night to Julie. She's one of our fantastic mods in our mod squad. Julie will probably still be here tomorrow when you wake up. We're going to keep going. No, Jenny says you're welcome. She says thank you. But then again, reasonable doubt is just that. Yes, chat, say goodnight to Julie. She is a fantastic mod. Wonderful person. Love you, Julie. Thank you so much for all you do. You truly are part of what makes our chat our chat. Because you were one of the first ones. You're an OG. You an OnlyFan therapist. You know, those are our three: OnlyFan, Julie, and then therapist. Those are our three. And Julie, I remember way back when we were conversing with each other, watching a trial. I don't remember which one, but you're like, "Oh, it's a clean stream. Nobody's talking over it." And I'm like, "Yes, you get it." And now look where we are. Mandy Strong, have they run experiments? Would you know what still have DNA in it 14 days later? I don't know. I think you could clean up, I guess, with bleach, and they had luminol, right? They had the luminol in, and I don't think they found anything. I really wish they had identified who that fingernail belonged to, because that would help a lot. If that was mom, if it was, he had sisters, maybe it was one of his sisters. I wish they had done that just to eliminate who's that, because it would make sense that that's Jay's.
You can end and roll over.
All right, guys, we are going to end this stream here because we're at 11 hours. Okay, so we're going to end this. I'm going to end this stream, and then I have to start the next one, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're going to end this stream, and we're going to redirect you to the next one, all right? So if we lose you, just know we're going to be coming on another one. All right, I'm going to end this now, and I'm going to schedule the next one. So we'll see you in 2 minutes.
It's already scheduled.
We ready?
Yeah,
Okay.